So I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
it. And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse. It is I, Access Rattblood, shutting down the audio to my devices. Yes, I monitor all of you on many different devices and many different platforms and channels all at once. Got to stay up with the culted ones. Can't miss a beat. These guys are very elusive and very strategic in their mannerism. Before you know it, you're one of them. And you're all culted up. And you got your favorite platform, you got your favorite content creator. And like a true cult member, you stand behind them vigilantly. And each word that pours and dribbles from their mouth, you stand on in beckoning ear, waiting, anticipating that next endorphin rush. The drug, oh fucking drug. Such as Christmas. Christmas is a culted type of holiday. And it sends people into a certain state of mind. And therefore you have the Christmas culted. And then you have those that deny and do not subscribe to such things, but yet they find themselves in other cults waiting for that next bit of information. A lot to be said for the YouTube scholar. And that's coined by me, the YouTube scholar, which is one who has seen so many YouTube videos and has dribbled and dabbled into whatever particular bit of information they wanted to immerse themselves into until they felt that they were so qualified by listening to other people that they themselves could endeavor into the metaverse and create a channel in hopes that maybe someone would listen to them. I've seen this over and over and over, and I've seen those that ascribe to it so vividly that they are willing to spend 24 hours a day devoted to a content creator or a platform. And it just amazes me. Just amazes me. But isn't that the nature of humans, from tribalism all the way up to bringing the concept of tribalism to the digital age? Do we not learn? Do we not evolve? Do we not give ourselves over to forward thinking and an evolution of mind that would bring one to a state of individual power? Or is that the true struggle? Is that where the struggle lies? Someone wanting to take your individual power from you, your ability to stand on your own, endeavor, persevere, overcome, and they cripple you with their idealism. They cripple you with their inventions and their comfort. And suddenly you find yourself in the thralls of whatever these people have to offer. I'd like to say that isn't true, but it is. And as far as a interesting study in the psychology of this, I give you YouTube, TikTok, Facebook. Where were these people prior to these platforms? You ever think of what these people were doing back in the 80s when they didn't have a voice to spew out upon the masses? Were they studying esoteric? Were they infiltrating mystery schools? What were they doing? Were they devouring books in search of some higher sense of self? Or were they just lowly spirits waiting and anticipating the potential that maybe someday they could reach the masses and spread their idealism that some may follow, listen, or at least comprehend their loneliness? Last Christmas, it seems to ride on the back of the lonely, those that are disenfranchised, those that are less fortunate, those that are disabled, those that have been thrown and tossed to the side, the downtrodden. Christmas rides on their back as people celebrate in such a hedonistic way the giving of gifts to one another, the illusion of family, the masks that they wear, the false representation of themselves that they portray and they each eat each other's bullshit and pretend it's all okay. And maybe even one or two of them take into consideration the less fortunate and offer them a momentary reprieve from their hellish existence and lets them know that they are worthy to be a human. Only to reconcile the day after this auspicious moment, they are once again tossed back into the sea of the unwanted. Now, I'm going to give myself a gift. And we'll call this a pre-Christmas, Christmas Eve gift to myself. And if you don't want to listen, then you're very welcome not to.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto the panels or chat, if they don't want to be honest with themselves, they want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be picking up, well, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be then. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, what, I'm going to sit there and hear them and say, okay, so Should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
All right. Thank you, Dominique and Charles Was, for your contribution to that particular gift. It was taken as an insult by Charles Was, but it wasn't an insult. It was a reckoning. It was an awareness. They don't even, I think, understand the profound nature of what they were saying. I caught it, and I thought, wow, this is incredible. So I put it to music, though it was not well received by Charles. It wasn't an insult. It was an awareness. And Dom, naturally giving his profound insight to things, kind of brought it to its crescendo. So for those of you that were managed to, I guess, tolerate that song, there's a lot to be learned from it if you really listen to the words. An awareness, we'll call it. Because the word awake has lost its effectiveness. Apparently, awake is no longer a metaversal accepted term for those who are aware. Is this an kind of an acceptance of the fact that they finally come to terms with there is no definite, there is nothing that is solidified, so immersed in this reality that you can call it absolute truth? And they've taken the spot of being aware, saying they've become a student? Maybe. Because if you wake up in the morning, you're fully conscious, hopefully, some of us, after a couple hours and some coffee, a couple cigarettes, shake the haze off, become fairly conscious during the waking hours and generally don't walk around half asleep and half awake, even though it feels like that at times. So to imply that you are awake, I suppose now implies that you are fully aware and immersed in a concept of reality that is absolute truth. So no one lived up to that standard, and we're going to relinquish it to being aware. Aware of what? What are you aware of? Something new and profound, or your shortcomings? I think an impressive amount of awareness would be to realize your own shortcomings. Where do you stop? Your safety protocols, your understanding of the language of creation, the constant, the persistent, and where you are in the scheme of things. Is that aware? Aware that there's more information than one can possibly indulge in the course of one lifetime, and you're only catching a small glimpse of the whole, and you're trying to show others that little piece of awareness that you think you have because you had some profound experience, or because you decided to start a channel and you developed into this spiritual minded person that seems to get subs and chats, and some even monetize. And I'm thinking, damn, they have to be pretty aware people are going to pay them to observe just a fractal bit of the whole. Thus, information is the new currency. Let me repeat that. Information is the new currency. You can be bought and sold now. Beyond physical slavery, you are now subjected to a type of mental slavery that surpasses any conceivable thought or awareness that a physical slave could possibly comprehend. So their journey is a physical one with torment and burden, but the mind that is enslaved, that's a whole new creature there, whole new concept. Information is currency. So let's hope that you have enough information to be wealthy. And does information make one wealthy? For some people in the tech industry, yeah, information not only made them tangibly rich, it also made them extremely rich in information. They had the ability to ensnare and trap the biggest part of the human species. I think that's pretty profound within itself. The only comparison that I can think of that comes close to this exchange of currency for information will describe itself into holidays, especially in Western style thinking and tradition. Before there was platforms, and before there was internet, there was the mass acceptance of particular days throughout the year in which everybody would gather with the same concept and express themselves. Whether it be Halloween, Christmas, Easter, it was a form of mass information. And they would choose that day and they would carry on according to instruction. Thus, you had mass influence of the human species. Now, they can do it much quicker on the fly when they need to with technology. So they create each day with a potential. Instead of a holiday, which is steeped in tradition and generally has roots that go into our history, if there is a history. And now they can manipulate, which feeds the masses how they should think, feel, and react to that particular moment, day. And content creators, if you want to call them that, because I don't see that they've created anything, use this medium to help spread and share whatever information is broadcast to them. And then they broadcast it to their parish, and their parish broadcasts it to those that are around them or a part of their little flock. until the information has reached a plateau, and then it's discarded, waiting for the next bit of information to instruct you how to feel, how to react. And I get to see this play out now and in the last few years. And it's like a development that you can almost calculate. Yes, you can measure it. They start out humble enough, and then they start growing by obtaining knowledge that they think is going to validate them, and they start researching. But nobody takes into consideration that modern research, as opposed to classical research, has taken a bit of a turn. You're being fed edited information from the start of the computer revolution to present point. And that information has been uploaded and was given to you. So your research, no matter how deep you may think it might be, is still under a controlling factor of who uploaded that information. It didn't just get there by itself. And it's sitting there in anticipation for someone to read it, or to watch it, or to engage with it. Thus, it spreads like a virus. So I don't put much stock in deep dives anymore, unless I'm doing them outside of the internet myself. But all props to those who endeavor to persevere into the technological beast that is the metaverse or AI, which should explain to you empirically that you are talking to yourself. You are the one feeding the beast. It takes your thought, your currency, and your information and processes it with everyone else's ideals and information and regurgitates it to you as some profound information or artistic or other endeavors. It's kind of amazing, actually. And it captivates and holds everyone's attention. I was guilty of looking at the metaverse as some potential for advancing my understanding of things, and I found out that it's just not there. A long time ago, I was fortunate enough to get on the forefront of computers and technology and understood quite early that all information is being fed into the system, thus garbage in, garbage out. The old hacker slang term, garbage in, garbage out. And that's pretty much what you're getting with a flawed system. And people that contribute. But we all aren't computer savvy. And they took advantage of that too. So those that still view the computer or their smartphone or how information is exchanged now as some great magical accomplishment, just think of each little pocket of civilization, and they interact with each other through trade and through information, and they share this information from tribe to tribe, and it starts to spread these different concepts. And you can see that throughout history. And then when one tribe decides not to ascribe to whatever the other tribe has discovered as to be profound, generally there's a division, and we all know that kingdoms divided do not stand. And with that division, you have the appearance of different deities and gods to represent each of these particular thoughts of ways and concepts of thinking. You know, some of them eat children, some of them send you to dark rooms in the basement to carry out sacrifices. Some of them have you on mountaintops speaking to foreign fires, much like Christmas. There are those that do not participate, and there are those that do. But nonetheless, where did it all start? With the same concept. And it's bled over. So I'm trying to give you a bit of an understanding of how information, though being currency, is mined. You mine the information, kind of like you mine gold or silver. You start digging into whatever relevancy to the topic you seek, and you start digging out information. And you try to, by individual, filter that information to a state of understanding how you, the miner who's acquired this information, interprets the information and then distributes the information. This is nothing new. This is as old as time itself. But it just wears a shiny new coat and it has a way of becoming more efficient at ostracizing people into small groups. There is no unity to be found on YouTube. That is a contradiction. Or Facebook, or X, or TikTok. These are all ways to individualize one's narcissistic need to please the endeavor of self. You mine the information just like finding equations to solve to create a cryptography. And then it becomes currency, an exchange, a medium of exchange, a medium of value. When in actuality, In the eyes of the dead and the multitudes of cemeteries and mortuaries across the world, I don't think it means quite as much to them as it does to you, though your inevitability to not see your own demise doesn't play into the factor of what comes out of their mouths or written into text, thus the dead burying the dead. And they do. It would be a profound day when all the platforms reach a sudden halt, and for a moment, everyone gave a minute, just a single minute, to the concept of your own demise. You can watch people come in and out of the world without any type of profound thinking. And this is okay. But yet you want to feed the living your information. Do you add up? Is what you mined out of the wealth of knowledge and information that is available, did you mine enough that what you have to say is of value, is a currency, is a medium of exchange? I use it as a means to be able to survive my environment, because I endeavor into my environment. Sometimes I endeavor what most would say a bit too far, because they do not comprehend. And I don't expect them to. I wouldn't expect them to. Venus. Good to see you, Venus. You must put a link to your channel, dear. And anyone else out there that has a channel or information that they care to share, you are welcome to put your link into the chat. Absolutely. But anyhow, back to the information that you contain. Is it of value? Would people pay money for what you have to say? Because I know the tech industries do. In both ways. Not only do they take, but they give to their advantage. They allow you the weapon of your own destruction. And then they record the data for further analysis and distribution. Thus the next generation to be programmed. Oh, Venus, yeah, you got a wrench. And from my observations, especially as of late, since there's been such a celestial influence over the metaverse and the plane of existence that we're on, I got to see how easily influenced people are, not only by the heavenly bodies and how they arrange and align themselves and the energies that they emanate and pull, give and take, and the effect that it had and has on a lot of people, especially platform operators. You know, the cult leaders. We'll call them cult leaders. I'm a cult leader. Check out Facebook, Unculted Access. Been a cult leader for years. Not ashamed of it and don't deny it. So you can point your finger at me too. Because I don't know how valuable my information is. You know, does it assist you from day to day? Does it help you in your search for self, a higher definition of what you are? Some would say I'm absolutely enthralled in insanity. And a lot of people just really don't get it. And that's okay. They're probably better off for it, lest they find themselves platform operators trying to deliver to people means of coping in extreme and uncommon situations. Profoundness. And some ascribe that to esoterics. So we get labeled. And like I said, we are no longer awake. We are aware. Humorous how you can change a word and your perception changes. But yet you stand on an individual, independent observation state to cast your opinions and beliefs at the masses. Is it valuable? Is it worth anything at all? Would you pay for it? You know, throughout the ages of man, they've always ascribed value to something, whether it be a yellow rock, gold, or silver, or even semi-precious stones. They base currency and value on the blood of the earth, thus the petrodollar. And they give value to these things that you may exchange accordingly to that which you possess. Anything other is called thievery or a gift. Depends on your perspective. And now they're wanting to rip the foundation of that out from under us. Though some are falling back to a yellow rock standard. Apparently, we've decided to take on information as currency because we've seen the value of how information controls the masses. The masses control the influence. The influence controls the direction. Direction determines the outcome. Simple math. Oh, I have a visitor.
Merry Christmas.
If you celebrate it, yes.
What's that,
How's it
brother?
going? Just peddling my wares.
Yeah, brother. I'm just chilling.
I understand. A lot of people. Brad.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not really doing anything. It's Christmas Eve, and it's like every goddamn year. I'm not doing shit.
Right. I lost my Christmas spirit when I was 16 years old.
Yeah, man. I don't think it was that early for me, but it was early enough. I mean, probably about my early 30s, maybe, I guess.
What
Maybe
lost your What brought you to the point of losing your Christmas spirit?
I think it was the MS and through my 20s, and I think that's kind of what kind of it fucked it up for me pretty much all through my MS years since my 20s, mid 20s, and that's fucked up the Christmas spirit, definitely. But
I
fuck
can
it.
definitely.
Is
I
what
can relate, man.
I hears you, man. I've been on your stream before. Do you remember me?
At this point in time, if I can remember a person from day to day, I'm doing fairly well. I don't even know the name of most of my caretakers, so I apologize.
Yeah, dude, it's all good, man. It was a while back, and I hopped on, and yeah, it was a while ago, months ago,
Cool. Well,
and
thank you for sticking around, man.
yeah, brother, thanks for having me up, man.
Anytime.
Merry whatever this is, Christmas, Christ.
Well, my observation is it's just another culted type of behavior.
It is, yeah. It
You
is
know,
too.
people on a mass scale participate in this ritual, and ritual being attributed to cult, cult being those that follow, thus Christmas.
Yeah. I mean, it makes some people feel better sometimes, but it's more of a hassle for people. And it's just like the same ritual every goddamn year. And I really don't participate. I haven't bought presents in a long, long time. Mostly because I can't afford it. And even if I could, I would have spent it on something else, man, for myself. But you know, I don't have a whole shit ton of money, so
Got you there.
yeah.
Definitely, definitely understand that. You know, it seems to be a depleting commodity
It totally
as they
is.
turn us. Yeah, as they turn us over to a new type of currency, man. They've really pulled the ability to sustain ourselves with available currency away from us, and
Yeah.
I'm seeing it, the effects of it, and that's why Christmas is even more profound to me under detrimental circumstances, as we have, you know.
Yeah. This goddamn Fiji water doesn't taste like it used to, man. It tastes like fucking so flat. Oh, God. That was like the only bottled water that I liked at all. And now it's just turning to shit.
Yeah, they've definitely taken a natural resource and bastardized the hell out of it.
Yeah, or just put tap water in a bottle. Who knows?
Probably.
It could be, yeah, man. It could be just fluoridated bullshit.
Yeah, as long as they,
Water.
by regulation, put a drop of, you know, some distilled water or something in it, then the whole thing becomes drinkable. That's how they're using GMOs. As long as it contains 1% of something natural, then they can classify the whole thing as being good for you.
Yeah. Well, I'd take this over tap water any day, though. But I remember back when I was a kid, I drunk so much goddamn tap water Kool-Aid. Like, I mean, like gallons and gallons and gallons. I think about that. It might have shaped what really turned me into the hellion I was. Like that. I was such a pain in the ass because I had some sort of mental issues going on. And they called it attention deficit hyperactive disorder. And they
Right.
called, the fucking, I think one guy was juggling around saying that I had a form of Tourette syndrome because I used to just kind of I did kind of just curse out of nowhere. Like I just fucking curse out of nowhere. And like, as a child, it was kind of not normal, But I don't know. I just like those words just stuck to me like gold. Some sort of what do you call it? Impulse. I think I
I think
still
that, go ahead.
got that a little. I still got that in a little bit of a way these days, man. I think I'm very oh man, I'm the mindset of a hermit. Like the kind of like I don't know. I'm if I have to have people over here to help me out to um, help me clean my house a little bit, that's great. But other than that, I don't need anybody to help me bathe or whatever because I don't even have a bath that works that doesn't leak. The upstairs bathtub plumbing leaks through the floor, so I mean through the ceiling. You see it downstairs. And so I fucking got the shower downstairs, but fucking I don't know why that came up. I'm just kind of rambling. Sorry, brother.
Oh, you're all right, man. You're all right. You're welcome to speak as you will.
Yeah.
Not everybody, and it's peculiar to watch, is so enamored that they have the comfort to express, what do you call it, positive, high vibe information.
Yeah.
I've seen so much darkness this year and so much negative
Yeah,
energy
man.
implementing itself.
Oh God, I've been seeing it too, man. It's on the rise. It's like fever pitch this year. Like it's been like a big pimple. And it's about. I hope it doesn't pop because it seems like it's like really fat this year.
Right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have definitely observed this. And as far as Tourette's go and cursing, you do realize that when a person is brought to a point on these panels or even in chat to a state where they can no longer intelligently uh, put up a struggle, they resort to cursing and threat. So I see that as a type of Tourette. You push a person to a point and they just start cussing.
Yeah. I mean, like it kind of like it's one of those things that pops out. If I'm drinking it, it'll pop out like I'm like a sailor, Or like I ain't drinking tonight. fucking, and I guess the delivery place is closed, but that's okay. I don't need to burn my stomach tonight. If I drink,
Right.
man, I only drink hard liquor if I drink, so.
Well, I understand that. I'm a slave to Maker's Mark if I were an alcoholic again.
Yeah, man, I used to fucking love that shit back in the day.
That was definitely my poison.
Unfortunately, they don't deliver that. They only deliver plastic bottle, flavored shit, like flavored vodka, flavored Smirnoff, or regular Smirnoff, or you got fucking Jack Daniels. And like, fucking, I don't really like Jack anymore because it's a little, I get a little, I never thought I'd say that a certain liquor would make me more kind of angry. And whiskey kind of does. It kind of makes me more, oh, God. I don't know. I just spill it out, man.
Well, some people think that alcohol contains spirit that once consumed.
I know, man. That's why they call it spirits, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Right? I never cared for the Jack Daniels. Started out with Seagrams. And
yeah, I've had some
when I acquired a taste for bourbon, I went straight to Maker's and never turned back.
Yeah, Maker's is fucking great, dude.
I never cared for the taste of Jack Daniels.
There was another really kind of fancy, kind of not rival, kind of like like kind of like Maker's Mark. What the fuck was that called? And it definitely came in a glass bottle. Shit, there was another one. It's not Wild Turkey. No. It's what was it? I don't give a fuck.
Well, they all tried to create a status symbol around their particular brand and label.
What's that?
They all tried to create some type of image around their particular brand and label.
Yeah, I can't believe it slipped my brain. Seems like just yesterday I was big into whiskey, and then like I just said, well, fuck it. If I get Jack Daniels, that's what I get. And I ain't gonna fuck with shit for a while. I think my bowels are finally working again. I mean, I can't get into it without grossing people out, but I don't have to be constipated no more. Neurologically constipated. I probably got organ atrophy. Neurological or organ atrophy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't gross people out. You should bring them to an awareness that this is a potential.
Yeah, it's one of these things. It's I mean, shit. Anything could have caused this. I mean, it could have been a perfect storm, dude. I think that's what it was. It was some sort of perfect storm. At the time that I was having issues, I remember very well that it started when I worked at a dealership washing fucking brand new cars and reconning older cars.
Right.
And we didn't even have masks to put on or nothing. Fucking, and every single bottle in the fucking wash bay said may cause neurological problems. Every single fucking bottle. Now, I'm not saying everybody who did a fucking the wash bay job or a wash, is gonna get that. Maybe that's what triggered it. Who knows, man? Or it could have
Did you?
been all the fucking jabs that I was given as a child. I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
Oh, that's all right, man. Did you work with the yellow acetone spray when you were doing the cars?
Acetone spray?
Yeah.
It was more of like a purple colored shit, and it was sprayed with this like power spray
Right.
thing. Like, I think we had that for some jobs. We used that for the real tough jobs. We used it, and I think there was one time I was really stupid and put my gloved hand and put my fingertip over top of the spray that's coming out like 1,000,000,000 miles an hour.
Right.
And I pulled it back, and then I felt this something going up my arm, dude, and in my hand, dude. And I wonder if I did something bad there. I mean, shit. But I don't know. Fucking, I had a lot of my first issues with MS at this dealership.
Hmm.
I fell off a step ladder washing the top of a goddamn Hummer, and fell down off this ladder, and my leg went dead, my right leg, and somebody had to. Oh my god! I heard a gunshot. Not again. Holy crap, dude. Oh my god, dude. I just heard, dude.
Celebrating Christmas like New Year's around you, huh?
Maybe it's a firework. Hopefully it's a firework. I think that might be what it is. That's a good thing. You mentioned that. Celebrating Christmas. I hope that's all it is, because we just had a real bad fucking shootout on a certain street in Baltimore, in the county, and it's not a usual thing to have a gun toting shootout with a car flipping over, of SUV flipping over, and then catching fire and exploding. And what was it, like 9 people were wounded and 1 person was killed. I guess that was the driver. Whoever, maybe he was shot, maybe he died in the accident. And they didn't really.
This is in Baltimore?
Yeah, and it was, well, to be more clear, it was in Lochraven Boulevard. Lochraven Boulevard. There was a shooting, and I'm so close to where the shooting is that I heard it real loud. And I never heard gunfire like that before, dude. It was like, I mean, man, I wish I could imitate it, but I don't know what it's. I don't know. I can't. You can't really do it justice, you know.
Yeah, I've seen a few shootouts, but I haven't actually seen the explosion. Hey, JG, how's it going, brother?
What up, Axis? What up, Busker? How you been, man?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Sure.
What you doing this evening?
Waiting for a phone.
Are you leaving Wikisburg?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, did you enjoy your stay there?
Oh yeah, it's fucking awesome. Cool geography.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. It is a most profound place. I really, really love that place.
Hmm. But hey,
So, are you
guys,
from?
I'm
Are you
sorry.
from Baltimore? No, you're all right, man. You're all right.
Yeah, yeah. I'm from Baltimore. I live right near where that shooting was, and I heard it like it was like I'm not from the city. I'm like on the outskirts, and in that area, fucking, that's not usual around here. Nothing like
Right.
that, dude. And then like I heard some sort of. It sounded like a bang crash type crash, like not like a like a like like a fucking what like you'd hear in a movie. It's like what it really sounds like, you know. And I
Yeah,
think
there's a
that's
big difference between cinema and real life.
oh, absolutely. And
Big difference.
I think I heard that, and I think I heard that vehicle that flipped over and then caught fire, and that's just fucking crazy, man. And it doesn't give the news is not giving any info about the people involved. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But
Right.
why should I even give a shit? I don't know. But it happened right kind of parallel to my house.
Evil encroaching. I had
What's that?
a bout. Evil encroaching. I had a bout with that here recently myself. A friend of mine, a very close friend, throughout the years, his brother was murdered, and they just put the murderer after 27 years to death here in Indiana. And the guy killed killed his parents and killed the 4 people that were where he was staying. And my best friend's brother happened to be one of the victims.
Damn.
And it was relative to the fact that my son did something so horrific and just beyond concept. And we came together to understand that on both spectrums, it was evil encroaching. People may watch TV, they can be second party to it by proxy, but until you're a victim of it, you really don't have grounds to stand on
Did he
because it
get
is
locked?
true evil.
I'm sorry.
Do what?
Did he get locked up or something for doing something bad?
Yeah, my son just got 66 years.
Holy shit, man! I'm sorry.
He did something wrong,
Yeah, man.
you know.
That sucks, man. The choices people make, you know.
I'd like to think that, he didn't do it, but I was there at the court and I held out hope and belief for him as a son. And after the verdict and after everything that was presented, I mean, it's hard to deny.
Yeah.
It would have to have been a massive endeavor for anybody to have created that type of situation and him not to have been found guilty. So, and then my friend called me because his brother was shot and killed for just aimlessly, and they put his killer to death here in Indiana just a couple of days ago. First execution, I think, 75 years.
How'd they do it? Was it like the injection, or was it?
Yeah,
Some...
lethal injection. His last words were, "Let's get this over with."
Yeah.
I didn't know, but a friend of mine was researching this particular individual. Yeah, it all hit home real close.
Yeah, man, that's hard. That's hardcore, dude.
Yeah, it definitely made for an end of the year bonus, right?
Mm.
And that goes out to everyone who's able to come on their platform and speak of these wonderful feelings and great states of vibration. Well, you know what? There's a reality to things. And all you're doing is showing me that you're sheltered, you're fed, you're clothed, and you have access to the internet. So your struggle, to me, is not really defined as one of value. But JG, on the other hand, he's a solo traveler on foot around the country. And as me being a former nomad, I can definitely appreciate his struggle.
Yeah, it's a good struggle. I mean, there's good problems and good struggles, you know. Buster, how you been, man? Any
I'm okay, man. It's all relative. I mean,
any improvements?
not really. I mean, it is what it is. At least I'm not getting too much worse that I know about. Maybe there's some things that I'm getting worse that I just don't realize. But usually, early on with MS, every time I'd lose something, it was because of an attack that I'd have. And I haven't had an attack, like a flare up that of some sort of issue, and I haven't had in a while, but I'm still progressively fucked up. My legs aren't that great anymore, but you know, fuck it. I use a rolling walker downstairs, and if I go out, like I'm in a wheelchair. That's it. I mean, I don't leave on my own in this neighborhood. Fucking out, and the fucking sidewalks are so fucked up. I wouldn't roll around here. Holy shit.
Right? It sounds like you could be a victim just by poking your head out the door.
I know, dude. Oh shit.
When did the EMS set in on you, man? If I can ask.
Well, yeah, you can ask. Fucking in 2003, I guess it started, and that's when I was working. That's when it started. But like I said, when I was working at the dealership that I worked at in Anderson of Hunt Valley.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
You are definitely the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to personalities and what's behind their icon. You know, they...
Right?
Exactly.
I made that picture just because I thought it was funny, because he looks like one of the fuckers from the fucking Star Trek show. And that with the fucking that weird occultic looking, I don't know what you call that, like a vest or something. I don't know what that is.
Right?
Got these weird sleeves that are draped. I mean, what the hell kind of garb is that?
Well, the Catholic Church teaches you that if you don't look the part, you're probably not the part. So you got to wear long wizard robes and recite things in Latin and carry around some kind of club with you. You know, maybe then you're bona fide. Then you are truly worthy. But what they don't know is, before you can actually head a true Church of Satan, you have to indulge and indoctrinate your understanding with the rites and rituals of Catholicism.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, man, I remember when I was a kid, my mom made me go to this church, this fucking cracker Pentecostal glitter church, and fucking that was some real indoctrinated bullshit.
Did they try and faith heal you?
Oh, that's I didn't have MS back then, but that was like.
So where are they now? When you could use that particular level of faith from them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear you.
I said, where are they now that you could use that type of indoctrinated faith? I'm sorry, I don't ascribe to Christianity much with notions.
Like this is what I say here. That's it. JFC. Yeah, dude. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Yeah, I'm not. I can't feel it. Like I've always had this thing where I wanted to believe in this Jesus Christ character and like that died for my sins and got brutally killed, and I wanted to believe it. I said I did, but deep down I just like, what the fuck is this? And
almost.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I went through the same thing. I'm just identifying with you. That's all.
Oh yeah, man. It's kind of irritating that, like, I remember it irritated the fuck out of me, and it was parallel to when I was getting into punk rock. It first started. I mean, not when I first got to this place, but when I got into punk rock, I was just really fucking shat on that church. You know what I mean? Not literally, figuratively.
Right.
I shat on that church.
Yeah, forced indoctrination and your desire to want to believe it becomes a internal struggle. And for those that are minded, or those that can think for themselves, it becomes a contradiction, and it doesn't add up.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of hypocrisy in this shit too. There's too many bad things about religion, and I mean, I gotta say, it is good that my sister found it, because she was going through a lot of shit with my alcoholic mother, and my mom really did get out. She was really bad when I was young, and she got out of it because of this fucking Pentecostal church, and then eventually she got into the Jews for Jesus and started drinking Manischewitz and yada yada.
Right?
Yeah, man, she got back into it, but like she wasn't as nasty in that point. But at the same time, she had her moments on and on and on, all the way up until she had to quit because she got lung cancer.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Messianic movement has definitely blossomed throughout the years. I will say that. I was.
I guess it has.
I was taught in the Torah Institute in Louisville, Kentucky.
Really?
Rabbi Lou White. Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah.
My mom was definitely into that for a while, and then she became a Catholic. She's like a religious.
Oh, wow.
She's like a religious chameleon, dude.
Right.
Like at very first, she was like a Methodist or some shit, and then it's just like the fucking Methodist coloring book and all that.
I think it's interesting that when someone who has committed a crime and they suddenly claim that they found Jesus, they get some type of reprieve.
That is kind of weird.
Yeah, I thought so. I've definitely looked into this. It's a phenomena. And some of the most heinous crimes, when the guy or the girl claimed they found Jesus, they were given a reprieve of opinion and what's that?
I'm sorry. Is that happened with the that CEO killer or no? Not yet.
I've had so much murder around me that I had to back off the.
You heard about that?
No,
you heard about that, right? The CEO killer.
No.
That healthcare CEO. This dude, this young dude, this Italian American dude who lived in Towson, which is like right near me, which is puts me on the map again. It's fucking weird.
Right?
Yeah, it just happened recently, and he shot this fucking dude in New York or something, the CEO, for some reason, and he had some sort of back problems, real bad spine problems, and I think that might have something to do with him executing this guy. And he's like he's like a.
Are you talking about the guy that was in the medical industry that was assassinated?
Yeah, he was just his name is Luigi, I think.
Luigi, yeah, okay, yeah, that's been very prominent in my feed, yeah.
Yeah, man, the fucking Luigi, he looks like somebody that I don't know. He looks like somebody I know of. I don't know. It's fucking weird. His eyebrows too, man. Shit.
A lot of people don't think that he's the individual that actually did it, but I'm not to say, I'm not going to speculate either way because I don't know. I do know that murder has reached my doorstep to the point where, it's very prominent in my life now and will be till the day I die.
Okay.
No change in that.
How so?
What's done is done. Can't turn back the hands of time in this particular plane to prevent the situations from happening.
So people are trying to say that this kid got framed he didn't shoot the CEO, it was somebody else, and this kid's getting framed.
Right? Right? That seems to be the word in the conspiratorium. I just got it through my feed, and I just kind of skimmed over it and read a few headlines. But JG, I've got so much shit work concerning murder at my front door and sleeping in my fucking home that brother, I am murdered out.
Yeah. I'm just tired of these conspiracy theories, man. Every day,
Right?
fucking conspiracy theory. You know, Axis kills a man, and then people are saying, "Oh, Axis got framed. It wasn't him." And then you're confessing to the murder, and they're still trying to, play this conspiracy theory.
Man,
Right?
it's almost like there's it's a weird phenomenon where it's almost like little Manson girls, like fucking, they all fucking like worship this guy, dude. No shit. Like they fucking there's a lot of this fans of this dude.
Yeah, Squeaky Prawn, Kasabian, Tex. Tex wound up becoming an informer on Manson. But yeah, they seem to be very devoted to his cause.
Yeah, right. But they acted like the girls that just kind of cling on to this fucking idea, this hot fucking killer. He's got fans, and like little Manson girls.
Yeah, another type of cult.
Yeah, right. This is like the Luigi cult.
Well, either you're in or you're out. You know, that's kind of the concept in the beginning of cults is, we're given free will, which is an indefinite amount of options, but we will only choose to do or not to do. And cult leaders rely on that to do out of the weak and people who are in need of some type of affirmation that they're relevant. And that happens in small and large, the micro and the macro.
I could say I was in a cult. I mean, the skateboard scene in Philly was pretty cult-like, and
Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty rad. If I could say so myself. But like, yeah, man, fucking skate. That's fucking pretty cool, man.
yeah, I mean, it's like if you're conscious, it kills you because there's so much bullshit, But
Like some kind of like political bullshit that's not political, like on the macro, like the scale of the whole, just like
yeah,
the whole politics inside the skating scene.
right, it gets to the point where it's so pathetic, like the smears and the politics, that
Yeah,
I just like.
yeah,
To me, I was like, I just gotta walk away from this shit because it's just it was getting too corny, man. Like it went from something fucking dope, and there were problems with people, and there were some bullshit, and then it just once the money came in and the corporations came back to Philly, that's when once the companies came back, that's when people started really switching up, and shit got real fake and fickle, and I
yeah.
was like, I'm getting away from this, but I still love to skate. It's just that fucking world gets a little fucking little corrupt and corny.
Yeah, man, totally. Like anything, like but I can imagine even the skate world, like some real crap came out of that. I mean, like look at a fucking what's his name, Bam, fucking Bam.
Majera.
Yeah, he's really fucked up, I think now. I don't know. Is he straightened out yet? No, I don't know.
Dude, I don't even care. I met Bam when I was 15.
Really?
I was sponsored at that time, and I'm with two pro skaters, two East Coast skaters, like big time, well-known skaters, and we go up to Bam's house. I meet Bam. You know,
No shit.
I got introduced to Bam, and my old buddy Pete's like, "Oh, this is Jack." And I was like, "What's up, Bam?" And Bam just cool guy the shit out of me. And I guess he was hungover or he was on drugs, and we're all just sitting back like, "Yeah, Bam's on some shit." But I remember just being like, I was 15 years old, and I was like, "Dude, I could beat the shit out of this guy right here." You know,
Put it on Jackass.
it's shit like that made me realize I was like, dude, this whole skate shit ain't for me. Like, I love the skateboard, but like the whole sponsors, the politics, the relationships, the whole thing was just. I was like, man, I hate this fake shit. You know. So,
Did you meet him when he was a kid? When you were kids or something?
I was 15, and this was when Bam. This was during Bam's big fame, but a couple of years after like Viva La Bam and all the shows and.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Bam was still huge. He was just like he kind of lost his limelight a little bit, but
He was like the PA scene or something shit, right? Like the PA skate scene.
He was just chilling. I mean, that dude's got tons of money, but I even heard shit about him like beforehand, and once I met him, I was like, yeah, fuck this shit.
I hate the fact that he bled over into the music industry.
Yeah, it kind of sucked.
That one kind of got under my skin. Not only was he reckless, and promoted that type of reckless lifestyle, but he infected the music scene with a particular ideology. Spread it like cancer.
Which one? Which ideology?
Well, he promoted him, and then he also promoted himself, and was able to take his influence and put it into the music industry. So a lot of his fan base was based off of the music industry instead of Jackass and the skateboard. He took advantage of every outlet he could, from reality TV to extreme TV to the skateboarding, and then music. I mean, and then he just, like the rest of them, faded into history.
He was a grifter, I guess. Yeah, like a true grifter. All of them probably were.
Well, they started off with CKY, all those videos, and they got real popular.
Oh yeah. Before,
Bam's a pro skater. That dude gets his own show. Rob Dyrdek gets his own show. Like the skateboarders were kind of taking over there.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know how I got this bruise on my arm. And then there's like this line. What the fuck is this? It's like a fucking yellow bruise. What the fuck? Oh god, I hope that's not a sign of some shit.
I don't know, do you have a medical team helping you out?
I mean, I go to a neurologist. I don't have anybody really that helps me around the house, and it's kind of sucks, man. Kind of sucks, yeah. I'm waiting.
You don't have in-home nurses or anything like that?
Nope, the goddamn government hasn't approved me yet, and I've been waiting for 5 years, and it's just a goddamn racket. I mean, just all that money going to fucking illegals and to wars and yada yada. You know, they just don't give a shit.
Well, I can tell you the majority of the in-home care that I get, I'm going to say 70% of them truly do not give a shit. And then there's that very rare few that truly fucking care.
Yeah, that's the fucking problem, man. There's like a very few. Like my neurologist now is the only neurologist. Like I've had probably 10, but they've all been assholes. But this woman, who I got is decent, and she actually is kind. That's really that's like a unicorn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I do. I really, brother, I can relate because I've had some real monsters in here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fucking monsters.
That's what they are, man. They feed off the medical industry, and they think, from my perspective, they think in easy buck medical industry, and they start just sucking in that money without any consideration for who they're caring for.
Man, dude, I got injured real bad by one of these fucking. I got a urologist gave me catheter trauma. It was dude, it hurts so goddamn bad. It's the most pain I've ever felt in my entire life. Never before, never after. But I felt pain like that down there. But
they did damage to urethra.
Yeah, he damaged it. I don't know if I brought that up before.
I don't know.
And he damaged, like, my MS held hands with the damage that he did. And I've got a slew of problems since then. Since 2007. That was the same year I was diagnosed, was the year I got damaged. And I've never been the same since, ever.
Was he inserting a catheter? Is that what was going on?
Yeah, and it seemed kind of rather big. He wanted to fill me up with water to see how much I can hold. But it was like a big catheter, right? And he just fucking, I didn't see him, but I could feel that he was fucking yanking or pushing that thing in real. Not to be too graphic, man. It's not fun to imagine. I've been through it, and it's not fun.
Right.
And yeah, and he's injured me for life, and dude, for fucking years and years.
I've only been subjected to a catheter twice, and the second time, I know it was their mistake, but they found blood in my urine, and they put on the report that there was blood in the urine, but I know it wasn't from my bladder. It was from that fucking nurse putting that catheter in. And then from that point on, I'm like, no, absolutely not. You are not sticking shit in me.
Did it leave a trace for you?
No, I was very fortunate, but it freaked me out when they said blood in the urine. You know, I was kind of,
yeah, dude, holy crap.
You know, that freaked me the fuck out.
How'd you find out there wasn't any problem, really? I mean,
time. You know, I didn't feel any pain. I didn't feel anything awkward. I kept a close eye on my urine, and I didn't see, any traces of blood in my urine after that. Yeah. So I figure over the years, it must be okay, or otherwise I'd be pissing a stream of blood.
Yeah, that's right, man. Like after that catheter trauma, I did have a little bit of blood, but like that it just stopped after like that. But like I said, the hell was just getting started.
Right?
Yeah. I've had a living hell since that fucking day that he did that. I wish him like the worst kind of goddamn death for the longest time. I've given up on that. I just whatever.
Yeah, it's hard to forgive an individual who has a reckless demeanor in their delivery of medical help. It's almost like you can feel their contempt for you.
And this guy has a track record of real bad things. Like he fucking, in the end, was called out for like molesting 9 women who were like fucking going for exams that were unwarranted, and he was doing things that were not good. And the thing before that was right after what happened to me. I kept looking him up on the internet, and in 2000 and something, he fucking gave somebody flesh-eating bacteria with the same catheter that he used on me. And I thank to God I didn't get that, because but this guy got fucking $2 million or something, or $1.5 million or some shit.
Right?
But, yeah, and that was like his, good old. I don't know if I should dox him or not.
Fuck, man. For real. I mean, that's like a horrific fucking, but it's reality. I mean, that's real shit, and it happens.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite aware of how malevolent the medical industry was until I found myself completely immersed in it. And, some of the shit that's happened to me with these, I don't even know where their demeanor comes from. I know evil, and evil recognizes evil. These some bitches are a whole different type of evil.
Yeah.
Strange evil.
I know what you're talking about. I've seen it firsthand. Can't stand it, man.
Right? Yeah. JG, have you ever had any accidents on your board that caused you to have to go to the hospital and shit?
Yeah, I've had more than 20 injuries.
Oh man.
Damn.
I mean, I've
Damn.
gone to the hospital. I'd say 1, 2, 3, maybe 8, 9.
Damn.
But the other injuries, like rolling your ankle, or just ankle rolls, pretty much.
God damn, brother.
But yeah, I mean, dude, I'm good. I had a bad surgery on my wrist, but I'm grateful. I can still skate, and I'm still pretty.
Oh man, dude, how old? I ask how old you are right now.
33.
Well, that's great, man. That's great. You're a dude still fucking can do shit.
33. That's confirmed Illuminati.
I killed the CEO. It was me.
Shit.
Damn,
yeah, I had a bad surgery on my scaphoid bone in my left wrist. So the scaphoid bone is the slowest healing bone, pretty much the worst bone to break in the wrist because it doesn't get much blood flow, and you need the blood flow to heal. So
yeah,
I had a screw put into my bone, the scaphoid, to keep it together for it to heal. Screw ends up coming out.
Oh.
I had to get that removed. I got a second surgery, and then they took bone from my hip and did a bone graft and put it into my wrist and they fused it together. But the second surgery I had, the medical doctor, it was a sports doctor, he was like, Jack, the fucking first surgery you had is old. It's outdated. It's old news. He's like, you should have never had that surgery. So
Oh
Well,
shit.
thanks for telling me now, right?
Well, I mean, the first doctor sucked. The second doctor was a pro. I mean, he's a sports doctor. They're the best doctors to go to. But you know, is what it is. I mean, my motion in my left wrist is fucked. But like I said, it could be worse. You know, I'm just grateful. I
Right?
can.
You got your noggin intact.
I've seen tons of skate, dude. A couple of friends of mine, like they've had severe injuries to the point where they can't walk the same, they can't skate the same. They've had the worst break in their foot you can have. Both my buddy Mike and Matt, and they're fucked, you know. And then what you see there is like, they can't skate, they get bummed out. It really does depress somebody that really has a passion for something. And then you just, it's drinking, it's getting high, smoking weed. But that's what sucks is like seeing like the thing, but it's just life, man. I've always had that like hype when you're around people, you're skating, you're just having a good time. It's like it's a good morale, and once you start to lose that morale with your friends, you see them taking hits. It just sucks, man.
Yeah.
Once your friends lose that morale and everything changes, it's like god damn. That's
When I
life, man.
first got into the goth scene and started hanging out in the scene, man, there were skaters everywhere. They kind of stayed loyal to each other.
Yeah, it's the shit. I mean, it's fun as fuck. It's hard as fuck, but I mean,
Yeah, it was neat to see them, man. Some of them were amazing athletes. It was cool.
if you want to get into something, really cool, definitely skateboarding. But take the Tony.
I still have my skateboard, man. It's in the foyer there, and it's still got all the battle wounds of me trying to attempt to skateboard. And, throughout the years, I just kept it with me.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, man. What year is the board? What year is it
I'm
made?
not sure. Let me try and maybe I can show you. I know it wasn't a cheap Veriflex because I had to get the board and put the trucks on it, and I got speed bearings put into it, and all kinds of wild.
I'm picturing like a board from the '80s. Some '80s shit.
Yeah, it's got the 80s graphics on it. It's kind of pink. Here, I'm setting it there. Let's see if we can do anything here. That's me. So let's turn
Yo,
it
if it's a
around.
gator board, I'm gonna laugh my oh no, it's a popsicle.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's a
I'll still keep
popsicle
it.
too. We call those street boards. That's like a street skating board, like a modern street skating board.
Yeah, it was definitely not a store-bought board. I had to go to a skate shop and get it, and had to put all the accessories to it. And I thought I was going to try and accomplish skateboarding, but it accomplished me.
Yeah.
That's how it was with guitar. I tried so hard to learn how to play guitar. My hands aren't. I just can't do it, man.
Right?
Fucking I can't imagine not playing music. That's like my life, though. But I can understand that, like, if I don't know, if you just don't have that kind of background of music somehow you won't grab onto it, and it flows through my family like magic.
Yeah.
Do you play?
I've got rhythm, but I never got into it big time to the point where it's like, all right, I kind of just gave up on it. But guitar, I couldn't do it. Drums, I can play drums a little bit, but
I
I
play
focus on other things.
I play all kinds of instruments, man. Check it out. I play Cajun accordion, and I used to go busking in Fells Point, Baltimore.
Oh,
Here's me and my dad on playing the guitar, and Charlie on the fiddle.
that's pretty wild, man. I've made my endeavors in life from music, so I can appreciate it, definitely.
Cheers. Yeah, Cajun
Right?
accordion. I like Cajun accordion because it's very extremely like grinding loud, man. It's like it really in your face sounding shit, It's like unlike any fucking other accordion style like that. It's not like anything else. It's like American made by Creoles and Cajuns.
I remember. Yeah, we had a conversation. The first time you came on panel, we had a conversation about.
I guess yeah.
Now I remember.
It's like a flashback kind of yeah. That's right.
Now I remember. Yeah.
These
You're
panels,
definitely.
like I've seen it so many times, and I just talking to people, I've had the same conversations, told the same stories like 20 times. I've heard it from other people too. Like we're all telling the same shit sometimes.
Yeah, it happens, man. That's like something on your mind, and you just kind of repeat.
Well, the one that I find relevant to that is yeah, it's the looper verse, and there's the consistent looper. My struggle with that was I had to get shit out of me. When it come to the circumstances I was under and to my son, it was like a festering sickness inside of me that I had to get out, and nobody wanted to hear. Nobody, it's like met with such resistance unless they wanted to make sport of it or some deranged concept and approach to what I was saying. But yeah, I caught myself on that for a while, man. It really fucked me up.
Hey, there really is. There's just a handful of people you can really talk to in life. I figured that out, but
Yeah.
you see it in these panels. Like I can talk to you guys, I can talk to Charles, I can talk to Gage, a couple other people, but a lot of people in life, you just
Yep.
it ain't there, man.
That's right.
Well, I think a lot of it is agenda too. Cage, he has kind of an agenda, but he's a very he's kind of flexible in conversation. And Charles, he's got his idealistic approach, but he's still flexible. I try and stay flexible here. But if you're met with that type of inflexibility, then you know that somebody's got an agenda, and you know that they're promoting some ideal because they're not allowing the free flow of information. Word of wisdom.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like with you and your son, I mean, you can't talk to a lot of people about that because it scares the shit out of them, or it's like they don't want to be associated with you because of that.
Right.
Where, like, the best people are the people that are just real. They're just raw. It's there's no there's no anxiety or some bullshit.
What I found to be the most troubling outside of those type of people, JG, is the people who blame me for what my son done. And that would be my mom, my daughter, the victim's family. Man,
I told you before, man. They're making you the scapegoat. They want to beat the shit out of you because they can justify and it's just the human family. Like the people are just fucked, man.
yeah, it really broke my spirit, especially when my own family, they threw the blame on me, and then my mom, at the very end, somebody cut her tire, I guess, and she blamed it on me and sent me the most atrocious "fuck you" over text that I've ever received from another human being. And I didn't do a damn thing.
Damn.
Nothing. And I was
Right.
like, fuck.
She's mad as shit at her grandson, and she's taking it out on you.
Something, man.
Somebody's pissed about the shooting, and they're like, all right, let's go after the grandmom, and fucking that might be the case, and then she gets mad and she goes after you. Yeah, you're in a fucking you're in a shitty position there, man.
Yeah. Yeah, even the victim's family, they all subbed up to my fucking channels, to my TikTok, started monitoring my every fucking word. I was like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
It's a trip.
Yeah, I know what
Definitely a
they're
trip.
I know what they're trying to do to you, man. I know. I've seen this with many people. And you just gotta stay tough, stay strong.
That's what I'm trying to do, man. I try not to think about it much anymore, outside of maybe sending my son letters or something like that. But to be personally involved with the situation outside of a direct me and my son, not interested. Not interested. I had no control over what he done. I had no control over his ingesting drugs. I had no control over his personal decisions of where he was at and what he did. No matter the circumstance. He was 29 years old. He was a grown man. He made his own decision.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I mean, dude, you're his father, and people are coming at you like you're him.
Yeah.
It's like you're taking a hit, and then I mean it's your own fucking son, and then other people are shitting on you. That's
Well, I'll tell you, JG, as a personal insight, when my son blamed me for what he done, that was the most profound moment.
He blamed
And
you.
I got the text.
What the fuck
Yep.
did he say? What did he say?
Let me see if I don't know if I can pull the text up on this phone or not, because I'm actually using this phone to broadcast from. I don't want to lose the stream and lose connection. But anyhow, his basic thing was, had he been brought up better, and had I been a better dad, that he wouldn't have found himself in the situation he was in, and the people that he chose to be around.
Your son's putting the blame on you. That's pathetic, man.
Well, he still hasn't taken any responsibility for the crime either. He still claims he's innocent.
Right. Yeah, he's weak.
That's not definitely stature of character, that's for sure. My dad was a drunk Indian piece of shit, and I know that. He wasn't involved in my life ever. I can accept that. That's cool, At least he caused me problems. But I don't blame him for the decisions I made in life because he was absent. You know, he just chose not to be a father. Unlike my son, I tried to be there, man. I really did. I provided the best that I could. I couldn't help the decisions that they made as personal life endeavors, nor anyone else. That's all on them.
Yeah.
You know, I suppose.
Isn't it funny
You
how
know,
like the shit people do? It's like they're trolling you, you know, but they're dead serious.
yeah,
It's not even
absolutely.
serious. It's like your son's trolling you, and then everybody else is trolling you.
Yeah, it's something I have to withdraw myself from and consciously withdraw myself from almost on a daily until, you know, there's some type of finale. But no, he even in his statement to the victim's family, he didn't take responsibility.
Right.
You know, he worded his statement to the victim's family in a way that put everything in a third person perspective. And at that point, I thought, man, you know, does he truly believe? You know, or is he? You know, I don't know, man. I don't
Nah,
know, but I just
he's a weasel. Your son's a weasel, man.
right,
That's all it is.
right. I have to agree with that, JG. I have to, you know, I love him as my son, but I don't condone anything that he's done. You know.
Yeah.
And I've seen the way he used me against my mom, and my mom against me, and people against people, and you know, I can speak freely now about certain circumstances where I couldn't before because the court case was still ongoing. And I wasn't going to jeopardize anybody's ass. But
Yeah,
anybody that
you're surrounded
go
by
ahead.
gaslighters. You're surrounded by gaslighters. You know, they double down too far, and
Yeah,
it's
it really fucked me up, man.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I gotta hop off, brother. I gotta get some sleep.
all right, Busker.
Yeah, it
All
was
right.
good having you, man. Anytime, brother. You're welcome on panel, definitely.
Thank you,
Anytime.
brother.
Cat,
Appreciate it.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Cheers,
Yeah,
man.
I'm gonna
All right.
go bounce. I'm gonna bounce too. I'm gonna go kill a CEO.
Well, don't get caught, man. Not that I condone murder or any of that shit, you know, but wow. That was pretty insightful, man. Definitely appreciate the visit. Definitely appreciate the share. Kind of brings a sense of camaraderie amongst the few, we'll call it the very few. But I guess we'll reflect back to the ideal that information is currency. Um, you know, there's certain information that I have that no amount of money could pry out of me, and I have to keep that guarded at all costs. So I understand information having value in that aspect. You know, and there's certain information that I share and give freely, and don't mind. And I've noticed that some people feel that they're entitled to the flow of information, all of it, at a whim. And I dare to differ. I dare to say that some people, if they had certain information, would advance their agendas and their objectives by utilizing certain information, such as what we seem to be dealing with in a global scale and the influence that it has on people. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Rebecca. Okay.
Well, hello.
Hi. Good to have you back.
Thanks. It's good to be here. I can't stay for long. I'm kind of beat, but I wanted to come up and say hello and visit for a little bit either way. Yeah.
You're
Yeah, and I
always
see
welcome here.
Lonnie in chat, so it's nice to see him around. People were worried they hadn't seen him for a while, so.
Yeah, he reached out to me the other day, yesterday, and he's healthy, and
Good.
he's motivated, and he's around some friends, so I was glad to see that. Yes.
Good. Well, one thing that I've seen in Lonnie is like, aside from resiliency, is and focus, is that he is, when he wants to make a change in his life, or when he wants to, when I first met him, he was had come to Phil's place, and he's just he's a sharp guy. He's a sharp guy, and he's once he puts his mind to something, he's quick to make change. He's pretty I don't know what word I'm looking for, but fast.
Resilient to his cause?
Yeah, resilient, and just focused would be the word, I guess, and I guess maybe that's why I was getting so frustrated with whatever he's going through. I mean, first of all, it's frustrating when you can't help a friend, but also when you've seen them pull themselves out of all sorts of other things at the distance, this constant torment that he's going through. I guess I wanted to try and solve it, and I didn't do it well. Like I've seen him. Yeah. Anyways, he's a sharp guy, focused guy, kind man, and glad he's around people who care and have his back. So glad he's got you.
Right. And, Bex, it's not a failed endeavor because, I reached out to Lonnie in the same way. And I understand. Lonnie's got to deal with his own demons. I can't take them from him, and you can't. And as long as he applies energy to that state of mind, I guess that'll be his struggle. But yeah, he is, as a character, strong and resilient.
Mm-hmm. And exceptionally healthy. Like,
right. Right.
Physically, he's a very physically healthy man. I've got friends like that. It doesn't matter what they do, how they sleep, what they eat. They're fit as a fiddle and metabolize things like crazy. Be it, drugs or food or whatever, like, I just mean, like, there's some people that just strong. Their bodies are healthy, healthy no
it
matter
reflects
what.
on their character too. I've noticed they endeavor in struggles more prevalently than those that are a little offset by their physical position.
It's true. Actually, I was just over visiting NPC the game, and he's doing a show in a few days on bodybuilding and consciousness. And I think that ties into what we're talking about, that sort of, physical fitness and mental fortitude. So seeing those two qualities in Lonnie, I think makes it, and then me also being sort of like the conspiracy denier, flipping over to the other side after being so far down these conspiracy rabbit holes. It's a me thing. It's a me thing that wants to deny that being real, you know?
Right.
Not that I actually mean to gaslight his existence. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
anyways, yeah.
Here's an interesting personal piece, and I'll take responsibility for this, complete responsibility. So for all you out there in the metaverse, and all you super fans of Bex, and those of you that are part of her unrecognized cult, I am watching Cage, and I've watched Cage for quite some time, and I watched the certain disposition that he seems to want to embody as the parent, because he wound up doing that to me the other night, and I was kind of hoping he would pop on panel or show up, because you know I appreciate his notion, but
Yeah.
I also see it being lost in a self-deceptive delusion, and I have a real hard time adjusting to that. And whenever I was presented with this, the last interaction I had with Cage, I just went silent. I don't understand, unless it was the lack of male parental nurturing that he received, or his environment, or his studies and learning that brought him around to want to nurture, but yet identify that he's a nurturer. You catch what I'm saying? And I'm going to address him about it, and if he shows up here, I would definitely, address him. But I think that in the long run, it's going to be an endeavor such as Lonnie. I can see where I could give some direction, but whether they follow that information to the end or not is up to them. It's their personal choice and endeavor. But to imply yourself on somebody, and then to take credit as being the person who's implying themselves.
Well, I was just listening to that part of that conversation today. I went back and peeked because you put the stream back up, and and I can see. I often try and put myself in the shoes of someone who's super critical of me, right? Partly because I want to see how they're going to perceive it, but also see where I might be completely misunderstanding Cage, right? Like I might be. And I do feel like, well, of course I overreacted. I could have communicated better. But
I'm sorry, Bex, but I could feel the struggle there, because I understand. I truly do.
Well,
so
and
don't
if we were to
apologize.
Yeah, from the start of that to that point where I got frustrated, he was, Cage was particularly being quite forward with me, with the whole like you bag of sex toys, and like Cage has never talked to me like that, telling me I need a good fuck, and you know what I mean? Like to me, I was a little put off just because I've had so many conversations with Cage, and I've yelled at him before. Part of it's habitual. I mean, we've all been frustrated with Cage, and Cage does not take it personally. Once in a while, he'll be like, I wonder why, but still, I feel like not only could I have managed myself better, I don't have any apologies, but I do like to go back and look at it through the eyes of the most critical and see if I am completely missing the mark with Cage. But I think you nailed it, actually. He is stuck in this like parental archetype of parenting these people older than him. And I feel kind of sad because we already know that it comes from a place of no childhood, right? Like, and Cage admits that. Sure, he fucked around as a teenager and stuff, but he got into some pretty serious business, at a pretty young age,
Right.
pardon me. And on top of it, had parental units that, like a lot of us, not me, but a lot of my friends and even my friends carried on that tradition where their kids parented them, So it's kind of, it just shows like the role he's played for so long. He's a man in his late 20s who really didn't get to be a kid in some ways, and I think he needs to put that thing down, the whole like I'm everybody's parent. I think it's very observant. But if we take that out to extrapolate that out to just general advice giving, like anything from 2020 on, where people are like, have their fixed opinion on these divisive arguments, like take the medicine, don't take the medicine, this is all a ploy, we're all being controlled to the most medically focused, oh my gosh, people still wearing masks. One thing is like I think that's from that to the whole like, oh, I need to wake people up to the truth, it is all ego based. Anyone trying to force their will on anyone else, as much as you can help people, it comes from a place of ego to even think that it's your position to advise someone else about anything.
Right.
And
Right.
I'm not trying to say don't give advice, but there's a lot of people out there, don't take advice. You give them advice, you'll get the opposite reaction from them. They're so anti-authority, so, I just think that there's a way we could all share our experiences and even say, if I were you, I'd do this. But there seems to be a problem culturally where people think they've got to win an argument, convince somebody what's right, and then act like because I've taught you and forced that onto you, whatever gain you get from that later is a direct result of what I did for you. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. That was the observation I made.
Yeah.
Is it's a forced character almost. And how do you compete with forced character when this person is believing wholeheartedly that their status and position is that of what they believe, when in actual reality, it's not coherent.
Yeah. It'd be like me saying to you, hey, you know what? I suggest, I'm just trying to think. I just don't try to force myself on people, but it's like me saying, I suggest you get 3 square meals and go to bed by midnight every day. Right. And then, which is just fucking a textbook suggestion. Like most people live like that, right? Doesn't mean everyone does. But say I say that to you, and then later you come to me and you're like, hey, like I tried out what you suggested. I've been eating 3 square meals a day and going to bed early, and I'm feeling great, right? And then now every time I see you, I'm like, oh my gosh, you're still eating 3 square meals, right? You still going to bed before midnight? Like now I have some sort of authority over you, or you know what I mean? Like that's the part with that conversation with Cage, which has happened so many times. I'm thinking, I just wish I'd never told him I cleaned up my house and went for a walk. That's what I wish, right?
Right. He took the information that was presented and put a fatherhood to it as influence.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that's where I would say, as much as it might have been a conversation with Cage where that happened, all of the criticism I received online, coupled with my insane amount of time I was spending online, right? Like everybody's criticism woke me up to like, get the fuck out of your house, Bex, put the fucking phone down, and then on top of it, there was so much criticism and I was so engaged in pushback that it was, affecting what else I do in my life. And already this app had taken up enough of my time. So everybody on YouTube helped me get back to my real life. Everybody. The good people, the kind people meaning well, the assholes fucking criticizing me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in the end, who actually helped me alchemize and change all and put all of that information together to get me outside and keeping my house clean, right? Me, right? I did.
Yeah, you were the one that put the energy into it to redevelop itself by localized stimulation.
And there was a lot of
You know?
things that happened out here. Yeah, I was out here for so long. I let my insurance lapse on my car, and I also had broken my foot. Right. So I was in sedentary for about 6 weeks, but with very little going out. Like I had to go out, obviously, to get groceries and stuff. But when my foot healed and my car was out of insurance, like what was one of the beautiful things that happened to me was I got too lazy to go get car insurance. But for the first time where I live, everything's within walking distance, everything. Right. So I walked for 6 months last year. I had a car sitting in a parking stall. I was too lazy to walk in the other direction, and get the car insurance and pick up the gas that needed to go in the tank. And I just kept walking in the direction of the grocery store and walking in the direction of the coffee shop and, walking to McDonald's. Everyone's going to be like, it's McDonald's as a coffee shop. Yeah, it is. It is. That's my coffee shop.
Right, but we don't pull punches here. They're not real.
Yeah.
Then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, yeah. And so I appreciate that reminder. Yeah. So, in essence, at the worst, at some part of my life that was one of the worst points in my life, was on public display for everyone. But also that seeing that helped me get back to, actively participating in my own life. And I don't think I'm any different than anyone else who went than a bunch of us out here who went through what we went through in 2020. I mean, the whole world went through it, but some of us never really got out of that isolation. And I even went back to my job and worked for a year since then, and I still came home every day and self-isolated, after work.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? It seems like people were introduced to almost a new state of comfort by being able to encapsulate themselves into that isolation.
Yeah, and then hang out with people online that have similar interests, more similar interests than anyone you can meet in your own life.
Right. And thus the culted began.
Yep. Exactly. I don't know if you saw on my, I'm trying to figure out where I could put it, but on my community page, I was out this morning, went and grabbed, we were going to grab breakfast, but we just grabbed a coffee and then went to the beach and then ended up hanging out long enough to go for lunch. But I was down at the ocean this morning, and most people can't imagine the scene that I've posted on my community page being Canada in the wintertime. It was a beautiful blue sky. Oh yeah, so sunny today. It's like and I love winter sun. I'm just going to say it. I'm a summer curmudgeon. I hate the summer. I really do. I do not like the heat. So, this is my season to be outside. I'm still flushed from spending 4 hours outside today.
Right. I've seen the post that I'm subscribed, and I get all your information because you're one of the few characters that I will actually interact with in a free nature.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them I have to take a reserved position with, because they take advantage, and you know that.
I do.
And I found it interesting. Apparently, I'm not sure, but I guess I'm taboo, X, because nobody made sport of us.
Nobody what?
Nobody made sport of us.
Oh, they still might. We'll see. Right?
Oh, it's kind of delayed if they do, kind of mute at that point.
Yeah, but we'll see. I appreciate the delay. Appreciate
right?
participation in that delay.
I don't even want to refer to that as being something to endeavor view unless you're seeking the information prior to, or you want to observe the character nature of what we're speaking about. Because my stream has been disrupted on several occasions, and I've had to hide the videos And the
Mm.
ones that I've had to hide have all been Cage.
Mm. Well, and
So
it's
I'm
funny.
seeing the consistency.
There's only one moment in that whole live stream that I'm not proud of, and that's when I get so shrill. I'm screaming at Cage and telling him to fuck off. Right? It's pretty shrill. It's pretty shrill.
Right, but to be one who claims to be of an enlightened state, to push another human being to that point,
Well, it's
either means
always
that
my
you are.
choice. Yeah. Sorry,
Just
I'm
to me,
interrupting.
it means that he isn't as aware as he says he is, or he isn't as empathetic to another person that he would push them to that point, or whether
Well,
that's
yeah,
just a part of his disability.
well, yeah, exactly. And just to be to be the big girl that I am, like, I'm the one who chooses to react that way, right? Like, that's the one thing I would tell people on YouTube if they've seen my journey out here. Early on, yes, I was out of control. But if I react like that, I'm choosing to allow myself to engage like that. Even if after the fact I'm saying I'm not proud of it, right? So there is a level of awareness that if I really wanted to, I would never do that again. Right. But I am like a fucking lolcow out here. Right. And I am a performer, even if it's mostly stand up comedy I've done. That's not what I do on YouTube. So if I choose to, even if I hadn't chosen that, right, and let myself get a little bit out of control, I'm the one who's reacting to Cage. Right. But it's what I'm reacting to is actually what you just pointed out. Here's a guy who's like, I'm so empathetic. I suggested you do this and this and you did it. Right. And look what I did for you. Right. And then as he's doing that and you're like, hey, dude, why you got to bring this up every time? Right. It's it nullifies what he is justifying to himself was the impetus to give me that advice in the first place. He's behaving the opposite of what he thinks he is, and that's the injustice that gets the shrill in my voice, is actually knowing he will not see it that way. And by the end, because I've overreacted, he can say, well, Bex, I love you, girl. I love you. And the haters are going to be like, the haters are the ones that are like, see, Cage is just a nice guy. But if he wasn't dealing with Bex, they'd all be like, Cage is the villain, but because it's me. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to make it all about me, but that's just the way, that's my experience out here. So, I do. And I do think if you listen to the whole live stream and if you've been on more panels with Cage and I than anyone else, you've been in private conversations, we've all talked a lot. He really was poking all night. But
see, I'm not sure whether that's a part of his disability or whether by his own admission, being aware, is doing it intentionally. That's perplexing.
Mm-hmm. And
because I like Cage.
Me too. I like Cage too. I like him a lot. And anyone who wants to hear anything, like, that's probably the 15th time I've yelled at Cage like that. So,
Right. This is this is not jabbing, and it's not an attack as people would like to think. But this is just bringing someone to awareness of how they're being perceived. You come to my panel, and I have to hide the video after your appearance, and this happens on the third time, then I have to take notice, and I have to go, okay, why am I having to hide? And each time it's been, and I can post the videos. It's been him poking almost to a degree. Well, it is to a degree where it causes disruption in the stream. And I invite Cage here anytime. He's always welcome up here. But I have definitely and would definitely explain to him, dude, love you as a brother, man, but come on, dude. You know, I don't do live streams just to, have to hide them. And in your case, I understood, but I've seen it be a repetitive thing that I've had to do with this individual, and I don't want to have to do that anymore. Not for the sake of him poking, I understand trolls. That's a whole different genre, and I understand those that have their bit and their stigmata of what I am and the Axis. But man, come on,
But you also
display.
know that
Go ahead.
if I hadn't even come up here that night, well, no, I guess it is because of that, but I still, I love the idea of hiding a live stream a few days from Steven. I'm not going to lie.
Well, you have that option
love
here.
it.
I don't even have to bring it back up. I mean, if you request that I take something down, then I'm going to take it down completely.
Well, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I just want to be clear, I've never requested that of any people out here ever. I've never requested preferential treatment. And my first request was, hey, you want to hide that for a few days?
Well, I
But
understand completely. And
yeah.
there's no foul, no
So-
harm because somebody was malevolently stalking you. So that to me is a fuck you to them.
And I can be in most of the rooms that I pop into and I say hi, the content creator says hi to me. And within a few minutes, he's either clicking that panel link and then telling them I'm stalking him. And, and sure enough, it does draw me over to see what he's said after he hasn't been up somewhere or whatever. But that's, I don't really watch Steven at all. I really don't. I'll peek in on him, every few days, catch up on the pulse of things, kind of hop, skip, and jump, maybe spend 15 minutes seeing what's going on, or pop over right after he's been doing something like that because he's really amping up. I mean, him and Callie can sit there and they've said stuff like, oh, I've admitted I was a man once. And like the lies that they're sowing are insane, like Steven telling people I'm in all the chats every day, all the time. I used to be. I did. I was out here for hours and hours every day, but I'm not anymore. I spend most of my time in Discord watching TV. But now that I haven't been in everywhere, he has found these rooms that I hang out in. And if you go live or Jeff goes live or he was already watching Jeff anyway, but he will. And he's awake. He'll come over fucking looking, Hi, Venus.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're blessed by Venus. Absolutely. Absolutely. She's got super fans too.
I learned a lot on Venus's last live. Brought me up to speed. Brought me up to speed on some lore I was totally unaware of. So,
right, right. She's struggled with a fan club for quite some time now.
Yeah. She's also got the stalker fans, fucking super fanatics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. So I definitely have heart for her plight.
Oh, and you know what? I really wish that if there's one thing I could go back and turn the clock on, would be the way that whole lore went down on my channel, and the way that I rebounded to sort of uplift and play around with that fucking zebra, and you know what I mean? Like, it was fun and stuff. But if I know now that I know the backstory and know how I was perceived by everyone, I should have just become Queen Me to day one, right? Should have conceded to Flo on that day when everyone was calling me out, and seen it for what it was, instead of like totally arguing and defending my point, even if I had some valid points. I really wish that we'd started the Granny Panty Me Too biker club back then. Like,
Right?
I just think we really could have been a force to be reckoned with if we just were like, ladies, we don't care. It's just girls on boys out here. You know, I think Venus and I could have really solidified a huge gaggle of gals together and just fucking seize the day. But we had fun, right? We had fun, right, Venus? You know, it was stressful for times, but then when it wasn't anymore. So.
Yeah, Tommy, and when Tommy tried to pit me against Venus at one point in time, and it just, Venus never done nothing to me, you know. She had never come at me in any way, so I didn't see that there was any need for any type of interaction beyond friendly, you know, or passive, and it's just been that way. Nobody has shown me a cause where she's put me or anything about me into a detriment. So I just always kind of just, Venus is Venus, man. She does her thing. She's got her platform, and you know, I think sometimes she's extremely courteous with it. You know,
Yeah.
same with you know, a lot of people that catch the back end of what I consider to be a real essence of people.
Speaking of the essence of people, and you brought up Illuminati, and Venus was saying that Tom hates her now. Tom's hated me forever, but for a long time. But I noticed I you know, I keep my finger on the pulse of things, so I'll hop around and see, you know, peek. And Tommy hadn't been live for a while. So I peeked on his channel for the first time in a couple weeks and noticed he was just recently live. And I happened to click on it and just listen to it at one point where he was telling Jack, keep an eye out for Esra. You know, I need to talk to Esra. I'm going to email Esra. I guess, I think Esra's going on a bit of a tour. And I don't think I don't know if this is Esra's plan yet. Esra and I do talk, but we haven't talked for a while. But I got updated from Tommy that Tommy's trying to get Esra to pop by random fans, pick up random fans, go to Colorado, pick up Tommy and go to Jack's. That's Tom's ideal plan right now. So we'll see if it happens. I don't know. I know Esra's super adventurous.
Wow.
But
I did not know all of this.
I just found out.
Oh boy, you gossip. I love
Tom's
it.
in Oregon now? Oh, is Tom go on his way to Random Fan? I wouldn't be surprised if he's on his way or already, because I know Random Fan's in Oregon. But yeah, okay. I was just surprised.
Illuminati update. He is in Oregon.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, and he's at Random Fans. Well, good for him. Good for him.
There you go. For inquiring minds.
I know Tom would agree with me on this. Tom would agree with me on this. We don't want to go on a road trip together, me and Tommy. I don't want to be in a car with Tommy. No, I don't. That being said, I have had conversations with Tommy way back when. It's one of the reasons why I got so fucking mad is that I have had, you know, calm. I had a good 4-hour interview of Tommy on my channel early in the first month of having him there. But, you know, Tommy's super strategic, right? I mean, he'd be nice to you just so that when you later he can turn on you. I mean, we all do that a little bit, maybe. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, fuck Illuma, Tommy. Shout out. I was going to say, fuck you. Fuck you, Tommy. Fuck you and the car that's driving you wherever you're going. No, I don't say that because if it's Esra's cars, I hope that everybody gets to where they're going. And I'm not going to lie. I would, you know, if that road trip happens, if Tommy's ideal road trip happens, I'm going to fucking watch it. I'll watch when they all show up at Jack's. Imagine if they all show up and stay at Jack's in his 4-bedroom house or whatever. Like, come on.
Oh, for each of them having a computer and logging into the exact same account at the time. Oh, man. Yeah, chaos and karma all at once.
Yeah. I mean, that's
wow.
Content, YouTube family. That's content. Now, that being said,
right?
I didn't find a lot of these meetings super enthralling. I've watched Moose meet Benton, was all right. I saw Tommy meet Mitch, or sorry, Flo meet Mitch, whatever, all right. You know what I mean? I saw a video of that Cynthia did with Joe Cool and stuff. Yeah, it's all right, but it's a little anticlimactic. I'm not gonna lie. You get yourself all worked up to see these people, and then once they're together in one place, you're like, oh, well, so look at that. You're on a panel together in one square. I used to see. It's just not that much. It's just no different. It's really not that much different. Oh, Venus is backstage.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see where my I'm charging the device that I'm broadcasting from, so sometimes I can't see. Plus, I'm an old bastard, so you can take that into account too.
Hello.
Howdy.
Yeah.
Good to have you.
Hi.
How you doing?
So,
I'm good. I'm good. I've just been
Good.
like in battle with the zebras, who all changed. Because now Tommy is a zebra. Did you know that?
I had heard the
no.
rumor.
Yes, he joined Snafu.
No.
Yes, yes.
Oh man, double dose of poison.
And Mad Mystic joined back with them too. And now they're after
Triple
me.
threat.
That's what was going on last night.
Oh my goodness! I didn't even go peek to see if you were being restreamed. Were you being restreamed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Always.
The audacity.
Every time. Everything I do, everything I post, everything I say is scrutinized. And then stories are made up about what I said, what I did, who is on my panel.
Wow.
We always make death threats. I don't know how that happens. Snafu the next day is like, they made death threats. They made death threats.
Right?
It's ridiculous. It's just absurd. I don't mean to laugh like I find it amusing. I'm laughing at the absurdity of it. It's just fucking insane.
Since I'm throwing people under the bus, so they would say, there was another individual here recently that made a complete spectacle of his platform by claiming he had death threats by other YouTubers. One who was completely belligerently drunk, and he took it to an extreme. It was wild. Yeah, that was real intense because apparently,
it's not anyone in this avatar. It's nobody. Merry Christmas, everyone. This is my Christmas avatar.
Right?
Yeah. This wasn't. It wasn't anyone in that shot.
No, it was. It was a channel that I was associated with very closely for many years, and had been in that situation prior. And made a spectacle of it. And then this time, it was truly a spectacle. I mean, it was just absolutely profound because you could tell these were the drunk ramblings of somebody who probably doesn't ever leave their house except to go get a bottle of booze. And they had
know this person that you're talking about?
Yes, we are awake. I don't mind to say it. If we are awake. And suddenly, I unfortunately and fortunately, we share some of the same friends and enemies, and I get to observe backwash that's happening off of the platform, and I have to, I keep a amount of silence to certain things because it's nobody's business really. But whenever it was almost to me satirical and comical to watch how intensely he took this drunken guy's threat. Where me personally, I would have just been passive in it. It made for great YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember takes me back to when Tommy would flash his guns and make his intimidating threat. And
Well, Tommy was harmless with that gun till he shot his dog in the head. And when you can shoot someone, and I get that it's kindness and euthanasia and stuff, but this is the modern world, and he does not live on a farm.
Yeah,
And I just think anyone that can do that to his own dog and then run around, saying that he thinks that, that Cynthia deserves a bullet or whatever, because I've heard him say that kind of stuff. I wouldn't miss. I wouldn't miss. And he said that stuff after he shot his dog in the head. And I was like, you're a sick fuck.
Yeah.
You're sick.
That was it for me. I didn't want to hang out with him anymore.
Yeah. And especially, were you there the day that he came on and told everyone he did it and cried?
Yeah.
I thought, you manipulative fuck.
It was horrible.
It was disgusting.
And then he took it out on Sherelle. And then he turned.
Did he?
He took it out on Sherelle, saying that it was her fault because she sent him ivermectin that he gave to his dog, and then his dog got worse. And then he said that since I was friends with Sherelle, I was now his enemy. Like, he just turned on me in one day.
That's
if
I had no
can,
idea that I remember him mentioning ivermectin and stuff like that, but I don't remember. I didn't clue into that part. But fuck, I mean, can you imagine shooting your dog in the head and holding anyone else accountable for anything they've done?
Yeah, and if I can add some ground of approval to this, I'm directly involved with a couple murders, and for these people to display a firearm or to make a threat to someone that they're going to kill them, from someone who's in the middle of four, my son, the 4 murders that took place from this last lethal injection in Indiana, and the death of his parent. Grow the fuck up. Really. That's all I got to say about it. And we do have the right to speak on it because I can directly associate and definitely identify with murder. They don't know what they're saying.
And I guess
really.
what I would say, just for anyone who might be listening who doesn't know the backstory, which I know isn't anyone at this moment in time, but more that you're directly associated with people, with murderers than murder.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like.
Exactly, Bex. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That you weren't involved in the planning, the execution, you had no foreknowledge, and
No.
everything you learned was, and after the police learned it as well.
Right. And I appreciate that observation, Bex, because it is that touchy.
I just know how YouTube can run with things. Let alone the fact that because of how close some of this is to you, there are professionals out there that might be keeping an eye on your YouTube channel.
They are.
That we'd want to make sure that they knew that, humans misspeak, humans use, a word that's 75% the word you wanted. You know what I mean? Like, so fuck off, spies. We've cleared the record. Yeah.
There you go. So we have the right to endeavor forward, and each of us have been a victim of, I'm sure, of somebody, posting their benign threats while holding guns or whatever it may be. It's just something
it's just immaturity. I just see that as being a weak man. It's like I have to do that. It's just, he's changed a lot since he got his YouTube channel going. He's on an ego trip because he has a 700 subscriber YouTube channel. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And that's a speck of dust in the YouTube universe.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 700 subscribers, you still don't exist.
Right.
When he flashed up his first live and had like 80 people in there, with a sub count of around 200, Those were great numbers, you know, but his approach is very, you know, it's his own Tommy style with all his, you know, backgrounds and, you know, all that stuff. Like, I get that he's an artist of sort. I call him a thespitheologian, you know, politely.
He's definitely an artist.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you know, but there's something that he's doing, that he's looping on, that clearly the audience doesn't love, because, you know, he can get 28, 30 people in there once in a while, but the most time he's got 12, 14, you know, by the end of it. So,
Well, if you call your audience terrible names and people are not going to stay. I mean, he drove away a lot of the women that would be there. There's still a few, but he's very abusive to women too.
he really is.
Very
really
abusive.
is.
Look at how abusive he's been to Cynthia.
Yeah, and I've never seen him. I've seen him have women on his panel where he's, you know, engaging well. I've had a good conversation with Tommy, but overall, if a woman hops up to talk to Tommy anywhere else, he will fucking tear a strip off. He will be rude. He will, you know, I don't even know if he knows he does it. You know, so I know people can think that we're doing some sort of Me Too thing here or whatever, but no, you stand back and you watch that man. And, you know, that's what I would say about a lot of the people online. Like, a lot of these guys call themselves incels or voluntarily celibate or, you know, whatever, bragging about their semen retention. And, you know, don't need half these men are gay. They really are. I don't care if you fuck women.
I definitely
they
think
them.
that he is.
Yeah.
You know, when his channel was just starting, he used to hang out at my channel all the time. And that's when Axis came over one day, and I didn't know Axis, and they started fighting. Something was going on in the panel. I'm not going to use those words, but I didn't understand what was going on, and I just want to be neutral. I'm just the host. I don't know who people are, and then if I have like another panelist who's attacking people, it's very awkward because it's not who I am. You know, I don't like it. I only get surly when people attack me. Then I come right back at them, you know, but I don't attack people.
Well,
Right?
and I know what it's like as somebody who really looked like a flip-flopper to you. Like, you know, the first time we were posed against each other, the next day you came out like with so much dignity. And then whatever happened after that, and I don't remember everything in perfect order, but whatever happened after that, me justifying what I justified what happened on my panel that day was wrong. And that being said, what did you just say? Antagonism, you know, so people could say that, you know, there was antagonism between us, you know, but I really had no idea what you'd been through and what was going, you know, obviously I went through it myself. I did exploit things. Like I gave Snap's audience way longer than I wanted to, just to troll all the people that were hating me anyway. You know, not because I wanted to fucking talk to Snap who snaps. You know, I was trolling the trolls that were trolling me. But in essence, what I'm trying to say is that I don't like being antagonistic. You know, I didn't know the backstory. If I'd known what I was going to go through, or if I'd researched better what you'd been through, I would have never done any of that, ever.
Well, it's okay. People don't understand when they come into the snapper will totally love bomb, especially women, because that's mostly his crew, you know. And then it takes a while to figure it out, but I always told everybody, it will happen to you. He's going to do it to you. The minute you disagree with him, you're going to be the granny panty, the Me Too Karen. You're going to be the, you know, what else is it? You know, ugly, whatever, you know, all that stuff.
Well, and from the moment he joined Steven's channel in the beginning of that, I'm going to interview chemo stuff. And they were both like, bro. Meanwhile, they'd both thrown me under the fucking bus at each other. Like, they both insulted each other through me. You know, I was like, all right. That was the moment I was like, sit with these men till they become buddies. I eased myself out. And Snap Who Snaps is the one that sowed the narrative for Steven to flip on the last. And I thought, you fucking idiot. Both of you. Both of them, you know. But I knew it was going to happen. I was just waiting for it, you know? The moment Steven gave Snap Who Snaps audience, I was active. From then on, I was like, you guys are assholes.
Well, I do have a video where I'm recording in my channel and recording Steven's channel at the same time. And I'm over on my channel. I think I was talking to Tarek and somebody else, a few other people.
I joined you. Didn't I join you for that one?
I think so. And then I'm watching on another laptop Steven's channel. And Snapper ran over to Steven's channel, busted into the broadcast. Breaking news! Breaking news! People over at Venus Cupcake are talking shit about you to Steven. And we weren't. He lied totally to get Steven to come over and be kind of abusive or whatever. But we just laughed Steven off and Snapper because I'm used to all this. So that's what Snapper does. He runs from panel to panel, stirring up the pot, Oh, this one's saying this about you. This one is, whatever he calls people, PDF, whatever. And that's how it goes. And the people involved are also men who hate women, like Steven, like Tommy, like Paul,
I like how you attribute that to homosexual behavior or closeted behavior, because to me, I don't identify with men as being a hero. I consider myself to be kind of alpha, but I don't watch porn with men in it. I don't watch sports with men in it. I'm into gymnastics, ballet, ice skating, mostly diving. I mean, women's sports, because I don't identify with other males. I can't do it. Never have. And I observe that in other guys, and I'm like, how can you see another man and find any type of association there that would want you to emulate them and not be who you are?
The thing is also, and I've told people, I told Lindsay when she first came into the community, nicely, I said, look, you stepped into a men's community, okay? Mm-hmm. So you're a strong woman in a men's community, So you're gonna get. They give women the worst, deal if you try to communicate with them. Mm-hmm. Because you snaps did to me, right? It was like, it's total humiliation rituals. They really try to humiliate me the day that they, like Paul proceeded to metaversally, grape me on Bex's channel.
And he'd done it 3 days prior. He'd done it 3 days prior on OTWs.
Right.
How
he was going to get in there.
What happened on me, but you were on my panel when I let those people up, and you had come up to my panel, even though you'd slept through the night. You'd come up and woken up to the fact that someone had mentioned that Snaps had been on my channel, and you'd gone in and quickly checked, but you hopped up to sort of, let's say, guide me or correct me. You know what I mean? And to let me know what was going on. And I just was 13, 14 hours into a stream, which Paul knew. He knew he filmed it on his side, but didn't leave it up. He knew mine wouldn't end up left up. And that's where the infraction was more knowing what happened on OTWs 3 days prior, knowing what had been said about you, knowing how upset it was. I shouldn't have let those people up, period.
Well, things happen. And I understand being the panel host, how difficult it is. Mm-hmm. Because you have all sorts of stuff going on. You're running the show. You have all these characters coming in, especially on a really long stream. I understand. Well, I do my own channel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
And that's where I was just thinking the other day. I have always gotten along with Paul. I really like Paul. I don't think he's ever done me any wrong. I still will stand on that. But I do know that the only time Paul ever came to my channel was when you were there to say that.
Yeah, because I was calling him a pig, because what he did to me a few days before. I did this whole video on, and I should put it up because it's hysterical, and it's called Paulie's Sexual Hang-Ups. No, it was
Right.
Mr. Pig's sexual hang-ups. And it was just a recording of him getting into telling me how he's gonna get up in there and you know, and Snapper was like, I'm gonna hold her down but with her ankles, and we're gonna stuff cupcakes up there and stuff. It was really outrageous.
Are you serious?
I am serious. I have it all recorded. I could do a night of reruns on that, you know, era.
Well, and they said something
of LARP.
similar because whatever was going on my panel at that time, the vulgarities that were being said, I had gone over to Paul's chat just to say hi because I hadn't said hi since London had made content of me for being over there. And so I was over in his chat saying hi. I didn't hear everything Snafu Snap said, but what I did hear him say was, do you want to hold her legs or her head down? And that's when all I did was deflect. I didn't dismiss him. I just came back to the conversation and said, how about, and I never hit on, I don't want to go back to my sex dungeon with anyone. Like, you know what I mean? I don't talk like that online. But that was the one time I said, none of that Snafu Snaps. Why don't you and I go backstage? Right. But I also wasn't listening because I was over in the other chat 14 hours in, exhausted, you know, just saying hi to the chat, which was not good knowing the 3 characters I'd put on stage. Right. So, you know, but I was so, if I look at the days around that, leading up to that and after that, you know, and the lack of sleep I was under, I was being, you know, I'd made a decision and I stubbornly stood on it, you know?
And then I think it was the next day you were summoned to Flow State, and so was I. I was somewhere else, and somebody came and got me and said, come over to Flow State. Something's going on. And I'm like, what? And I go over there, and they're having a tribunal, basically. It was like... You look back at this stuff, it's so funny. I mean, like,
I know it really is funny. That's what I love the most about it. Is just that you and I are sitting here on this panel is such a gift to me. You know, it was from the first time we hung out again, but we'd fist bumped a few times in chats that even when we were still, you know, everyone thought we were still fighting. We'd already sort of made a bit of peace, but we'd never spoken. So, you know, in the end, I'm just grateful that, you know, we can laugh about it. And I can self-correct, you know, like, and just understand better what Flo was doing, you know. But I also know that was the day that all of that shit went down. Also, in that day, Steven turned on me for the first time. So that day that I had that battle, you know, that I went over to Flo's, then I went over to Toilet Bowl Earth's, and we went and watched what had happened with Steven. And then I flew into Venus's live that night, right? So I think just the amount of pushback against me on all the other fronts had me stand on something I'd already made a decision on. And then I said really vulgar things. I said as vulgar things as these guys said after. You know, I'm not proud
I have
of it.
everything recorded on my channel. I have like 250 videos.
I know.
And that's what I do
my
when
content
people
than I have.
when people attack me. I make videos about them. I record what they say, and then I get my peeps together and we sit there and laugh at it. That's what I do. And I want to give you a heads up, Bex, because my ex-friend Mad Mystic, who's now a Zebra again, she's reading my text messages live, like friendly girlfriend text messages live on her channel. Okay, from a year ago. And some of it, I was telling her how much I couldn't stand you and stuff because of what was going on.
Oh, that's I totally
So if
understand.
you hear anything like that, it's from a year ago, and she's doing it to try to get all my friends to turn on me, but it's not working because everybody called me today because that's what she did last night. Was she's reading like we were friends. She's reading my text messages that are like conversations between 2 friends. And she's making it seem like something else and adding stuff. She's framing me like, you know, the Zebras like to do. You know,
well, I appreciate the heads up. But I appreciate that. I appreciate that totally. And I would have known it was from a year ago. But I also know that I've checked Mad Mystic's channel a couple times. I'm not subscribed. I somehow her post about Tommy's big dick came across my page, and I couldn't help but comment, "Are you sure it's his or is it his girlfriend's?" you know. Anyways, but I wouldn't be surprised if somehow she starts making me her enemy somehow too.
She
just
is already, because you've been over on my panel. But you're on a list with a whole bunch of people: Sherelle, me, Tin TV, Leslie, Skies, a Fang, but she doesn't come around anymore. Lulu, who stopped coming around because of all the drama, she couldn't take it. Was threatened by Snap so much that she didn't want to deal with it anymore. What they do is they try to run you off your channel.
Yeah.
They don't want you to. They don't want you to stream. They want you gone. And Snap said to me one day, "Venus, when you just leave, just pack it up and don't stream anymore. We'll leave you alone." I'm like, "Fuck you." Yeah, you don't tell a Sicilian witch that. It's not going to work.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
If I can interject here, I did not know that there was a verbal stimulated rape.
Yes.
That to me is a step beyond sexual harassment. One, in the nature of the fact that YouTube is a public platform, and secondly, who the fuck would participate in such a thing? What the fuck?
Too low.
And the casualness that it spoke of here is just deafening to me, because that is fucked up. I don't care who you are. That is fucked up.
And as you're saying that, Axis, it's reminding me of how obsessed the sanity machine is with my genitals, and how he never says something as, I mean, he'll talk about, oh, she's so big, she needs a whole box of tampons or whatever, but never has he said anything that crosses into that level of vulgarity. Never. He wouldn't.
And YouTube does nothing about it. I reported to get stuff taken down. They ignore it. They don't care. But just just do something they don't want you to talk about, like, talk about herbs and how to heal yourself naturally, and you'll get a medical misinformation strike.
Yeah, good point.
But harassment, they love harassment on YouTube.
Exactly.
They want people to harass each other.
It's so true. Yeah. And that's I just wanted to say, to further all the stuff that Steven says about my nether regions or region is disgusting to me. So now that I can see that unnecessary, that level of unnecessary behavior, I'm not going to say offends me, upsets me, but I'm just saying is sick, right? That it really makes me understand even more so how wrong I was, because he said, like I said, it says nothing compared to these things that were being said, or the things that I then followed saying, justifying my own vulgarity just to push a point home. So, and I don't care, whatever, you don't need my permission anyway, but if you ever chose to, just because you wanted to, make any kind of, tell any story of what had happened between us, Venus, I wouldn't be offended. You actually have more content of mine than I have. I've deleted almost everything. So,
I have a bunch of, it's all just you and Snapper, though. It's all that when that was going on.
So it's probably
that's like
not
that was my revenge. That's the Venus cupcake. It's like, attack me and I record you and we make fun of you. And that's how it goes.
Yeah. Well, and if you must have noticed that it was like a long time ago that I never mentioned your name. When I decided
cool.
I
took down all the videos.
I never mentioned your name. Even when Steven brought you up one time, I said nothing. I didn't even move the conversation in another direction because I didn't want to be seen. I sat up there while he talked about people I like, and I didn't defend them. That's not my job. But I'll tell you, the one thing I didn't do was, he brought you up once, but somehow he didn't stick on it, or we didn't. I just knew that I was not going to talk about Venus Cupcake. I am not talking.
The thing with Steven, he came to you. I'm sorry.
I wasn't scared of you. I just didn't want.
I think Steven was afraid of me, to tell you the truth. He came to my channel a few times, and I just yacked at him so hard that he was like, "Out of here! I'm out of here!" And he attacked everybody else but me, because it's like, I don't want to deal with her. It's like I was call him Queen Stevie, and I went off on him.
I love it. I love it. for me, I wanted my changed behavior to be the apology. That's why I wasn't doing it. It wasn't because I was scared and didn't want any more content. I really wanted to show you that I was not, that I was sorry.
No, I understand. It's
Yeah.
people come into this community and they have no idea what they're getting into.
It's true.
And the next thing you know, everybody's making videos about you. You're like the news of the day, and
there was
it's
one
on
Sunday
every
5
channel.
channels. Yeah, one Sunday there was 5 channels streaming about me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand. Believe me.
Mhm.
Well, I was around when all this happened. Like the Snapper thing, and then the whole when Paul and Snapper and everybody kind of ended up in that community. I've been here since pretty much the beginning,
Mhm.
and I only started my channel to defend women who were being attacked by these men.
Mhm.
And that's who we were. It was like all women, and we would just make fun of them, and they would just shut up and go away. It's like, oh, maybe we'll just leave them alone, because they're
I remember
they're
one of my
nasty. They're
favorite-
nasty old women over there.
I remember one of my favorite times riffing on booblint over on my channel, and people talking about
poor
Leslie eating her
Leslie.
booblint, and I just went off about fucking big boob girls keep all sorts of fucking stuff in their bras. You guys should be jealous what we can keep in our bras. And in the chat, there were so many women being like, "I keep my tortilla chips in there. I keep bag chips." We just had so much fun seizing back the idea that fuck you, I keep whatever I want out of my bra. It's my
Right.
bra, right? That
Well,
was a
that's
lot of
just a
fun.
story the Snapper story. So they will find something about you and then make a big deal about it. Like when my friends, we did this granny panty party. We're the ones who created the granny panties. No one else.
Yep.
We had
Yep.
a party one night and we were all really stoned. And it was when I first started streaming, like several years ago. And I told everybody, bring cupcakes, bring lipstick, and bring panties. And I have an idea. We're going to do a LARP. So we all showed up, and our panties ended up on our heads, and we were just having fun, laughing and dancing and putting lipstick on. and
Wow.
And the next thing you know, Snapper and Mad Mystic and a bunch of them were like, oh, they put granny panties on their head. They're granny panties. It was like ridiculous. It was like, it was a
what's
party.
funny?
Did you ever go to a party and have fun,
Yes.
uh-huh.
There's always been a lot of crossover just by fluke, I think, over some of these titles into in Steven's channel or from other channels, like whether it's Chris's girlfriend Lindsay, and this is Chris from Gen X Jeff's channel way back when. Chris's girlfriend Lindsay was seen on walking behind him in some in her black panties one day. At the same time that Lindsay from Flow State's end of things had also shown herself in avatars in her panties. So there's two different Lindsay panty stories going on at the same time. And when this granny panty stuff was going on, this was sort of before I entered the Panelverse, but I used to watch Steven's videos before he became live. And he had a woman he was dragging called Granny Smith. He called her Granny Smith, and he puts on this like old lady accent. And he used to flash up a meme of granny panties then too. So for all I know, Steven was watching these channels all along and got these ideas from the people like yourself, right? But it's interesting to see that crossover lore, because he has some old videos he put up with this Granny Smith person, and he would always flash up this big picture of panties. And I don't know that he didn't call her a granny panty movement or anything, but there is this crossover that kind of, it's just interesting to me how the timing of these things are. But I love that you started that, because I really wanted to. I mean, if there's one thing I would do out here, I'd start an entire Discord. I'd start a Discord group of us ladies, call it Granny Panty fucking no boys allowed. Like, they all accuse us of all, being, I mean, they accused you and I of working together, like, 2 weeks into our first blowout or whatever, Snafu Snaps running around. When Snafu Snaps is running around saying Venus and Bex are working together, back then, like you're not even watching the shows yourself, you weirdo,
Yeah.
like you're not
Well,
paying
Sky's
attention.
falling.
Yeah.
Well, you know that I've been accused by Snapper of being involved in the John Benet Ramsey murder.
Oh, hell
my
no.
goodness.
I hang out. Wait, okay. I hang out with Hillary Clinton, also, and now Mystic is going around saying I go to white parties because my boyfriend is the duck, and that's another whole lore thing. The duck. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the duck.
No.
Tell us.
The ducky is the light lord. Okay.
Oh, speculum.
Mad Mystic believes she has a light lord, and she accuses me of being his girlfriend. This guy that she's saying is a light lord, his name is Mark Fleury, and he happens to be like this tech giant guy who like developed some software or whatever. He's like a billion trillionaire, okay? That's supposed to be my fucking boyfriend, and we go to parties with Hillary Clinton. This is what they're telling people.
Well, you are an honored and esteemed guest here, then.
I am just amazing because I'm such a PDF. That's why, because I'm such a, it's crazy stories, man. You can't make them up.
Wow. Yes, on many different levels.
So when Bex all of a sudden was in the picture, she didn't have any idea what she was getting in. I was trying to tell you. I said, you better not trust Snappy over there. It's a world of pain.
Oh, and it really did. I mean, that but it also was perfect timing when him and Steven flipped on me. I mean, I've had those. If Steven's in Benton's chat or something, I'll unblock him so he can see me. You know what I mean? Like, I have no problem unblocking him if we're in the same chat. But ultimately, I blocked Snafu Snaps that day, and I've never unblocked him. I never will. I got nothing. I've been on a couple panels that he's been hopped up on. He's been allowed to talk to me. I got nothing to say to that guy. He's a fucking
I see
loser.
you have a zebra on.
Yeah,
and
like
a crossbow and a zebra on the wall. Oh, that's great. I just noticed that because it's so small. Oh my God, that's really cool.
Thank you.
And they wonder why none of their channels go mainstream.
Right.
Of course, you're not going to go mainstream off of content like that. And making that your content is just disrespectful anyhow. But we've got such a small, tight-knit community. We share, the same subscribers, the same personalities, and no, none of it's going to go mainstream. Sorry.
No.
So your message is kind of mute to that point as far as attacking people. You're not changing the world by attacking Venus or Bex. You're not making some great change in society because you found a target for your inadequacies. So, and that's just the way I see it. That's what I stand on.
I think we're all like in the internet corner. It's like this community is just like we all just support each other. The people who go to my channel are the same people that go to Bex's, to yours, to Paul's, to Jack's. Really,
right?
Different people from different. We all know each other at this point. It's like when I go to Jack's, it's like I'm hanging out with family. It feels like sometimes.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
And Jack is the only one that doesn't attack of those men. He doesn't attack people, He'll freak out on you if you get on his nerves, but he's not going to go out and like start calling you, all these names and making up stories.
He's not a malicious person.
Not at all.
No. Not at all.
Not at all. No.
Yeah.
No, I think, I appreciate Jack for being able to develop his own movement without having to victimize people.
Exactly.
There's a lot of commended behavior in his part for that. He didn't have to stoop to the community norms that they're used to.
Right.
So,
Well,
Go ahead.
No, the people who refuse to, interact in that, like, kind of, it's like a bunch of women hanging out, really, where they're all like making fun of all these people. I've never seen any men behave this way. And the men that don't participate, they usually don't stick around very long. They take their channel somewhere else.
Right. And you're absolutely right, because one, it's disrespectful, and two, it's redundant, and three, you're not thinking in a forward motion at that point. But yet they'll scream "Looper," when in actuality, you're doing what's already been done 1,000 times over to somebody that really doesn't deserve it, and it's a waste of your energy. And then we have to sit back and suffer some repercussions because what? Somebody didn't like us or was upset with our content or our platform. Fucking go to a different channel or shut the internet off. If you don't like it, fuck you.
Or right now, it seems like everybody's on this Christian loop, and if you're not like a Christian, then now, oh, you're evil, you're this, you're that. It's crazy. On almost every panel, it's like, let's talk about church or whatever. It's like, no.
Gen X Jeff had a new guy come over a couple streams ago, and they had a really good conversation about Christians use Christianity to, like, the guy that was there, and I'm going to paraphrase him here, but he was saying how Christians expect non-Christians to answer the questions that they answer with their religion, have answers to questions that they answer with religion, and Christians are essentially challenging non-Christians with questions that are a non-question to a non-Christian, if that makes sense. Like, I wish I was better at paraphrasing what I'm trying to say, but it was a great conversation where they sort of pointed out this atheism versus Christianity, that essentially atheists don't need answers to some of the questions that Christians have. They don't have the same questions, but so Christians challenge these non-Christians with questions that these atheists would never even ask, if that makes any sense, and it seems to be almost like to prove, they're constantly trying to prove their own religion to themselves with the questions they're asking people who just what I'm trying to say is, just because some people who aren't religious, they don't think about religion at all. They're not just not religious to discredit religion. Does that make sense? I don't know. I might be talking in loops here, but there was a great conversation over at Jeff's recently. Manel, if anyone wanted to see Manel, I think I could go and look in a sec, but he goes, he's the show starts with him talking to Manel and someone else, and then his guest joins, and they have such a great conversation.
Right. I'm looking for Gen X's link right now, so go ahead.
I'll see if I can find it, because I really appreciated this guy's take on these debates. I should have just said there was a great take on these Christian versus non-Christian debates by this guy that joined Jeff the other day, rather than trying to Beck-splain things.
Today on Jax, this is a good example. Snapper's up there, of course, berating Jack. How dare you say Merry Christmas? It's a pagan holiday. Jesus is weeping right now. This is what he's saying to Jack, and then he's like, "Do you believe in God?" And Jack just goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Prove it."
Wow.
How can you prove it? Come on.
Yeah, I got Jesus in the. He's taking a nap in the bedroom up there, so we'll get to that in a moment. Wow. I remember when Tommy started coming in with the introduction of the Christian point of view, but I thought people were based in themselves enough not to fall victim to Christianity, but I guess history repeats itself. I still hold the same position I hold. I use all concepts and religions. I'm not going to ascribe to any particular one, but how do they define what they truly believe their religion is? Is it just because they believe in Jesus? Does that make them the powered authority that they can present themselves in such a manner? Are they ambassadors to God?
Yeah, I don't know how, if you go around and you're so horrible to people, right? And then you say, "Oh, I believe in Jesus." And that's all I have to do is believe in Jesus, and it's all good. You know? I mean, that is just backwards. You know,
I remember
it's what not to
sharing
do.
exactly, and I remember sharing the definition, 1858 definition of superstition on my community page one time, because I'd looked it up and realized most people claiming to be a lot of these people claiming to be religious online, considering the way they treat other people, they're actually superstitious. You think you can be an absolute asshole to people and then go say 10 Hail Marys before bed, or, you know, Jesus Christ, my savior, you know, like in the end, in the name of Jesus Christ or whatever, and you're just forgiven, right? That's superstition. That's not religion. You know, like that's just I threw salt over my shoulder when I spilt the salt kind of behavior. You know, that's not actually acting on the word of of Jesus. That's not actually trying to be like Jesus or whatever, you know? So what I was gonna say too is I think because we're in so much of the people in these panels come from the trutherverse, and this truther movement, I think that actually there's two things going on. The information set led people to hopeless, no answer spiritual war stuff. So whether you were religious or not, you ended up needing something, you know, it emboldened everyone else who had some faith to run around with, like, I've got these answers and stuff. But, you know, I just don't know, like, in my lifetime, in real life, I've never had so much religious contentious discussions or listened to them in my life. You know, that's just not the way religious people behave in the world. I mean, I met an Anglican woman this morning outside a restaurant, you know, just walking by, and she said, Mary, what did she say? Mary, she said, Happy Chrismanica. Yeah, Happy Chrismanica, she says to me, right? And I ended up chatting with her for a minute. She's a Christian. You know, she's talking about her best friend who's Jewish. You know, like, I'm just saying, this kind of like, I'm here to give you information that's going to save your soul, save your life. That's the same. You're running around screaming hell realm nonsense and you don't even know it, you know?
Right.
Like
no, that's go ahead, Beams. You're fine. You're all right. Go ahead.
I just find that most of them are just living in fear. They're afraid of everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Bingo. That's it. See, I would be more apt to observe Christianity as an indoctrinated faith if it wasn't for the fear factor. Worship me or burn in hell. You know, I'm sorry, but you're threatening me with that. You know, either I submit to you as a deity or I'm eternally punished. At that point, I'm out. I don't give a fuck what you got to say. You're threatening me. Whether you be a god, demigod, or just a mortal, that's a threat.
Well, it also just seems the backwards way to live, you know?
You know, Christianity was a stifling thorn in my side for many years because I was raised Southern Baptist, and I had to escape that. But I still have the memories. I still have relatives, you know, and they're deeply instilled in Southern Baptist. And you can't convince them any other way. There is no other way for them. And to see that disease cross over into, you know, this public arena here, that has scary implications for an individual. Let us not forget they burned witches, the Inquisition, you know, the onslaught of death that come with either worship or die. And that was by the hands of man in the Roman Catholic Church. I mean, for fuck's sakes. You know, they want to talk about a beast system coming in, that is a type of beast system, worship or die, and suffer eternally. Nope,
Yeah,
not for me,
coming
man.
from and I'm not going to say it's the church, but they do worship the crucifix, not just a cross, coming from the very people that actually flogged and flogged and flanked and bled a man dead, or sorry, a god.
Exactly.
Their god.
It's like,
Right.
you're wearing a cross around your neck? Would you wear if your father was, unalived? Would you use the weapon? Would you hang the weapon, a symbol of that weapon around your neck?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it.
Which is why I've always questioned that that is a boasting thing. It's a boasting thing, and they've got it a little bit backwards. They think they're the good guys, But again, I'm not here to. I don't want to vilify anyone. I don't vilify any person of any faith. I don't vilify the person who's going to the church to pray, even if I think their institution has been
Well, everybody
corrupt from
should
the
be able to
outset.
do what they want,
Exactly.
If that's what the person desires. It's called free will, right?
Well,
There you
and
go.
fellowship is huge. We all know it. We do it out here on YouTube all the time. So, I can hang out. I hung out and spent hundreds of hours talking to someone. I'm not a hell realm person. I don't believe in fucking hell realm. I'm not a soul trap person. That's not my stuff, right? But I wasn't going to argue with Steven against it. That's his stuff, right? But I hung out and chatted and listened and, didn't get people think I was all culted up. I'm like, no, I'm not fucking, I never believed any of that. That's part of why he's so offended, right? But I'm just saying that, people, people have their right to believe what they want and understand that a lot of people go and do what they do because they want to be around the people that are there. Not because they even necessarily believe the same thing.
A path of spirituality is individual, not communal. So, like, the whole idea of going to a church in front of a bunch of people and doing this praying they do and whatever, is just, to me, only. Because I also think that everyone is on their own path, and no one is on the same path. So there has to be this, allowance that each person has their own conceptions of what their spirituality is. I don't even think that people see colors the same way.
Personal perspective and point of view from the individual. Yeah, how can you prove red is red?
Exactly. How do you do it?
It's an individual perspective. And it's only going to resonate to your level of interpretation.
So when everybody's trying to get together in one and have the same group think, like hive mind of what the religion is, what has to be done, there are these rules. You're no longer on your spiritual path because you have to compromise. You have to look a certain way to stay in the group without being ostracized.
I've faced that many a time, Venus, so I can relate, definitely.
You're exceptionally articulate and succinct in your communication, hey, Venus?
Oh, I am?
Yeah, I like it.
I'm pretty stoned right now. Well, thank you.
It could just be juxtaposed to my being so verbose and talking in circles, but I really appreciate how concise and articulate you are. How simply you put it.
Oh, and then sometimes I'm thinking, I'm babbling because I'm like, I kind of lose grip of language once I start smoking a little weed. It's like I all of a sudden become like, I forget what word I'm looking for. Like, what word is that?
Well, and I know one of the reasons, I've always been long-winded, but if I end up confusing myself more often now than I did when I first came out here, it's because I am thinking more about how the haters are going to spin it. So, and if I look forward to the day I can fully get back to that, I don't give a fuck. And I'm aware of what they're doing, because when I first came out here, I just was naive, but I was also so free. I felt like I could just talk and talk and talk and talk. Now I can't even think of a reason to go live, you know? So when I'm over here hanging out and practicing talking again, like publicly, I can feel, I have a little bit of because my brain wants me to really be thinking of what I say, speak, but you think of what I'm going to say before I say it. But we all know that's not Bex, right? So yeah.
You just have to get to the point where you just don't care and you
I
do whatever
know.
you do, and you make them regret every time that they mess with you by being
Yeah.
just so unreasonable. Just
Yeah.
unreasonable and laughing and making sure you put all the video together so they look like absolute idiots.
It's true. Well, and then I've always operated off a phone, so I don't have the ability to restream. I mean, I could definitely make videos and stuff. I'm just not that I just don't. But that being said, too, I as much as I say it's my instinct to try and think before I speak, I also really don't give a fuck what people do with whatever they do with me. I mean, half the time I'm not even watching. I'm only subbed to about 20 channels right now, and when it comes to panel channels, I'm maybe 3 or 4. I'm not subbed to most people's channels, even the ones I go to. I am to you, Venus. I am to you, Axis, but
I
I
appreciate
am
that.
to Jeff, but even some of the bigger panel channels, I know when they're live every day, I don't need to be subbed,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
So I tell people, and I had to tell, I had people from my group of friends, somebody actually, they were suicidal because of something that was going on with Snapper. So harassed that this woman really was suicidal.
Oh,
And,
my goodness.
I just had to say, and look, this isn't real. Shut it off. Turn off your phone. Turn off the computer. It goes away. It's not like real life where the people don't go away. You can shut the door and they're still there. It's like, oh, fuck. But this you could just shut off. Shut it off.
Yeah. And that, I mean, I still spend too much time on my phone in Discord watching shows with my friends. And I don't mean, we don't watch YouTube that often. We'll peek in on a live stream together, but ultimately we're watching, TV. But other than that, when the thrust of it was going on, it sucked me into this so much that it almost, it definitely made my compulsion it took me a long time to get out of the habit. I'm checking on everybody, especially the ones that hated me. Now I really could care less. I don't check. I can go months between checking people's channels, and I'm not that relevant anymore. I worked really hard. I was trying to become less relevant,
You have to remember that nobody remembers anything past today, okay?
It's
Unless
true.
it was a big deal, it was a big lark. But normally people, they don't remember shit.
Yeah.
No, they're actually in search of that next bit of information for the endorphin rush.
Yes.
And once they've got the endorphin rush off of that particular information for that day, the next day their brain is seeking another endorphin rush, and fuck, yesterday I done used that up.
Yeah, it's like old news. They don't care. It's so I don't know. It's a very interesting thing to witness, this panel verse, this being able to communicate like this, because for us it was like the Jetsons, wow, that really happened later. You could have a screen and talk to people, and it was a telephone, before. That's all you had. Write a letter.
Well, the interesting part is one, it's an amazing study in sociology. And secondly is, where were these characters at before this technology was available? Where were these monsters hiding? You know, they're the same ones
The
that...
world is a much safer place because they're enacting in simulations online. I think some people, some of these people, some of these characters, the world is safer knowing that they're on a. I feel safer knowing that we can see them online for 14 hours at a time.
Yeah, because they're
Well, simulated rape. I mean, when you're simulating a brutal, aggressive gang rape of someone, that to me is like, where the fuck were you before social media, man? Because you were probably one of those closet critters waiting to make someone your victim. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, really? Simulated rape, huh? But before the advent of what we have as these communications on the internet, man, where were these creepy motherfuckers? Lurking next door? I mean, obviously they're pretty prominent here.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, just think about this. Paul is so stupid that he did that. You know, Snapper is just, you know, he's never going to really have a future or career. But Paul may. And what, all of a sudden he's in a place where he has power and stuff. And all of a sudden I show up with this YouTube video from 10 years ago. And I'm like, oh, Mr. Unslaved, didn't you, like, metaversely rape me? How would you like your company to know that this is what you did? Would you like to write me a check for $100,000 or else? Would you like that?
Right?
Yeah.
And that's just it. He destroyed any possibility of having public relations outside of a backwoods platform, because his demeanor and his character was shown through, and nobody wants to invest in that. Not in a professional level. There's too much baggage there.
A lot of lawsuits.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, if you know, I'm sure you do, Venus, I come out of the industry, you know, you didn't say anything out of line because you had your A&R, because you had, you know, people that were right there standing over you, making sure you represented yourself in an artistic manner that was acceptable and was sellable. And if you're seeking any type of revenue from a YouTube channel, it's the same as the music industry, man. You know, you got to tighten the lines, and you can't be doing shit like that. Well, you shouldn't be doing shit like that in the first place.
No, because people just whip it out of a closet, like all the scandals we've seen with politicians, where some woman shows up. Oh, remember me from 15 years ago? It's the same thing. And your career is ruined because you were a stupid ass like 15 years ago who had to do something inconsiderate and nasty, you know?
Right? I mean, what if somebody was to pull that out on, I don't know, it's Stern. He's a media mogul. You know, and here you're hearing Stern's voice with a couple other people, you know, verbally simulating fucking rape. I mean,
yeah, guaranteed.
I could literally play it on my channel. I could play that. Everybody would be shocked at a year or so later, but I wouldn't.
Is it
because I don't want
Is it the one from my channel, the one from OTW's channel, or do you have them both?
I have them both actually recorded.
Oh, fuck, man.
Yep. Yeah.
And guaranteed Howard Stern has paid up. Oops, I shouldn't have said that tax to people.
Right. That's what it is.
Yep.
You know, I helped my good friend. She worked for a big corporation, and one of the VPs made the mistake of, in the lunchroom, coming up to her from behind and touching her, you know, derriere, and like coming on to her, and it was on the camera. And she quit that job that day, and we wrote out, you know, we basically said, you give her $50,000 right now or this goes public, and she was paid a check the next day.
Wow.
It was just like, no, you don't do that stuff. You have to pay. Big payouts for that. But to actually simulate a rape on YouTube, and YouTube did nothing about it. I think those videos are probably still up on both of their platforms, not on yours, but on OTW's. And then Paul did something else later on in his channel, which is equally offensive.
Wow. That just, Venus, that really fucks me up, man, because I had no idea that they had taken it that far. I thought the gun thing was stupid. And I thought, wait till somebody pulls this up on your ass and uses it against you. But simulated gang rape is so far over the fucking line. You're feeding people's imaginations. And if you've got a sick motherfucker out there, you're entertaining him. That's crazy. To me, that's absolutely obscene.
It's just like Snafu Snaps running around calling people PDFs. How do you know that there's some crazy guy that will come after you and you're just being called that by Snapper? And I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a man on Paul and Slave's channel, and I have the recording. He said he was a murderer and that he went around executing PDFs.
I remember
that.
They were
entertaining this guy. It was called Sam or something. He was in a station wagon.
It was the same time. I was actually, I think I was on that live stream. And if you ever needed to look for them, almost always on Paul's live stream, I wear my Pythagosaurus Bex avatar. The
I remember that.
But not, and it's also around the same time that Jeremy guy came around with the happy face avatar, and he was so funny. God, he was so funny. But yeah, I remember I was on that panel that day when that guy came up and admitted, and it was really, really strange. That he was so fucking forward about it, and everyone was so normal about it.
And Snafu Snaps was saying, well, Jack Talcott's a PDF, Venus Cupcake's a PDF, to this murderer guy. It was scary.
I've seen how much the Alaskan Avenger was given incredible props for the brutal murder of some pedophiles. And I don't condone pedophilia at all. It's disgusting and it's a horrible thing. But this guy was brutally killing pedophiles. And he was in prison for a long time. He got out recently. And people were giving him props all the way across the board. And I was like, damn, man, that's savage. I can understand locking the fuckers up or giving them the lethal dose. But isn't that kind of condoning a vigilante killer by condoning someone brutally axing someone to death like that? Yeah, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but he's a hero.
This man on Paul's channel was describing how he did it to people, different ways. It's unbelievable. I ran across a video in my collection the other day. I'm like, wow, I have it.
That's like I said, man, you don't know who you're entertaining with this information.
You don't.
But it did, like Beck said, it did bring them to the forefront. These are closet critters that were living in localized neighborhoods right beside you, and here's this platform they're exposing their true nature on, and it's like, fuck, man, I need to move.
I never thought about how that that guy that sorry, phone dropped. Oops. How that guy was up there saying that stuff, and then Snafu Snaps was calling people those things. Because it isn't the content creators out here that are scary. It's their fucking weird culted up followers that will do things in their name. Like
Right.
I'm not. I've said this here the other night, I think, to you, where I was saying like I'm not scared. Steven said that he's gonna call my dad. Call my dad. I dare you. Call my dad. He's waiting for you. You know, I don't fucking care. It's the way that he's put out my family's my dad's newspaper article when he was retiring and stuff. And again, it's the creeps, it's the weird, obsessive, culty followers that'll do something. Steven could walk across the street in front of me tomorrow, and no matter what, I'd probably smile, say hello, and feel familiarity, even though he's a fucking jerk. You know, I don't think Steven would do anything to me, but his culted members would to impress him, I think, you know? So even
Right.
when you're talking about something as serious as somebody admitting, and that's just people fucking with people. When you're talking about somebody who gets up somewhere and says, I delete PDFs, and then you have someone hopping up and saying, here are some PDFs, like that's weaponization right there.
Right. And if anything was to happen on that level, that's accessory to murder, to my understanding.
Yeah, but try and prove it. I'm just saying you're 100% right, but would anyone go to that level to actually prove it? You know, from internet to real life? I don't think they would.
It would be hard.
And
yeah,
I think in the future they might. Not now, because the agenda is wide open now. But I think in the future there's going to be such a level of control that these people will be identified immediately.
Well, maybe we're moving towards that. There's a documentary on Netflix called something like Death to Cats or the Truth About Cats or something. It starts with a guy on a YouTube channel who is tormenting a kitten.
Aww.
And from there it goes in. It's actually it's so vulgar that I mean I can watch almost anything, true crime stuff. But this was one episode in was over the top. I didn't want to watch it. But this
I've seen that. The guy that brutally was killing the cats.
Well,
go ahead, Bex. I don't want to steal your thunder, man. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say, but that is a story of the internet, people working on the internet together to find a predator and bring him to justice. You know? So it can happen. But people will do it more. People will do it for kittens, but not a human.
Oh yeah.
Didn't he cross the line? Wasn't that what brought him to an end was he crossed the line?
Did he end up actually eventually doing something to a human? I think he did.
Right.
Like I said, I don't know the whole story. And the one thing I do know is that when you actually look at how that guy how much online presence and basically it's almost like that guy hired a syndicate of sock accounts or robots from some foreign country to help give him so much exposure online. Because
That was him creating his own accounts. You're talking about Don't Fuck with Cats? Luca Magnotta? Yeah.
Yes.
The guy, he ended up chopping somebody up and sending them to the fucking Parliament building and governments and shit. Yeah, I remember that.
Wow.
And he did like a snuff film online and filmed it and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Wow.
Yeah, and the documentary puts the story together fairly well, where if there weren't, vigilante justice people online, it would have never been solved. So it can happen. But we don't need anyone, we don't need some PDF killer running around killing people that aren't PDFs,
Right, especially whenever you got groups of people driving across country to go to Talcott's. The implications of that could be devastating.
Good point.
Seems like a nightmare.
Yeah, if they get a singular ideal and they all agree upon it, who knows, Wow. That's creepy in itself.
But if that does go down, am I going to call Esra on her on her cell phone while they're on the road trip just to troll Tommy in the car? Probably.
No, you have to do that.
I think at that point, it's demanded.
Yeah. And stream it.
Yes, yes.
You're live on YouTube. I'm live in the
Yes.
car and you guys are live on YouTube on speakerphone. What are we talking about? Right? Tommy and Spurgeon at Bex from the passenger seat. That'd be pretty funny.
Oh man, just the visualization of that is just comical within itself.
Mm-hmm.
But these are characters we've grown to know and love, and if they was to do something as fucked up as, you know, what they casually get accused of, you know, at that point, do people take into consideration that their influence is actually being absorbed by someone who would carry it out or would act upon it?
Yeah.
You know, that's why I always say I'm nobody's hero. I'm nobody's hero. I'm not a role model. You know, I'm no one that you should idolize or consider living up to, because I do both good and evil, you know, and you never know. But I don't want you following me. I don't want you emulating me. You know, I'm just sharing my journey with you and trying to give you some ideals of ways to deal with making it through this struggle of life. And definitely.
Oh yeah, this social media shit's gone fucking insane, especially with people that are actually killing people and shit. Like in the city here, like they'll kill someone and do it on live. You know, they'll like fucking film it and shit, and then put it out there. That's like gangbang and shit though, like, you know, kind of stuff. Yeah.
I remember the epidemic of suicide. People broadcasting their suicides live, and there's been several of those.
Oh man, don't remind me. You seen the guy? I unfortunately seen one of these. Can't unsee where the guy blows his head out with a fucking shotgun.
Oh,
that was fucked.
No, I haven't seen any of them. Thank goodness.
yeah, they're bad.
Fucking looked at it like an idiot.
Well, and you either have to be there live or see them shortly after, because I'm sure they're gone. Right?
It was like a Facebook fucking live stream or something.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you can go into and you can search, but they don't show you the videos. They just have a verbal documentary on some of the videos where people have off themselves on social media and some on television. You know, just absolute. What life struggle have you got yourself into that you blow your own fucking head off and want everybody to watch? You know?
I don't know. That's fucked. Well, yeah, that video was eerie because, like, he was like saying, like, no one's here for me. No one's like, look, like, if no one calls within 5 seconds, I'm gonna fucking do this. This guy blows his fucking head off, like the whole head's gone, and then fucking he gets, like, as soon as that happens, like a second later, he gets a phone call. I'm like, holy fuck! Like, what if you just waited like 5 seconds? He would have been probably alive. That's crazy. Yeah, I want to really concern myself with these fucking idiots online and that, you know, they're all talk, really.
Well, I consider myself one of those. I'm one of those idiots online. You know, I don't mind.
Yeah, but you're not malicious. You don't go around fucking with people's reputations, like fucking around, you know.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'll call you out. I mean, you know, we had a little discussion about you earlier, you know, and we brought you up as a moment. Yeah. We
yeah, we tell him your synopsis of the archetype that we think that Cage might feel responsible to be.
Yeah, well, I kind of been observing the implied nurturing father role that you take on, and to the level of disruption at times. and we were determining whether it was just like a mental illness or whether you were coherently conscious that you were taking on the personification of a nurturing father.
Well, and also sharing a little bit of sadness over the fact that it comes from you having to grow up so young, and
Right.
be so responsible, right? So, just that it's you can put down the daddy, I know I said that, but you can you don't have to be that all the time if you don't
Well, no,
want
it's
to.
like that's not what that's. It's not like it's more like a friend or a family member type of thing. It doesn't have to be the dad. It could be like a sibling. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I would still say you do. It is kind of parental though, and you do. I'm sure you do it for younger friends too. It does come across as this responsible. This is what responsible. I don't know. Maybe we've got it pegged a little wrong, but
Well, is that wrong or not? Isn't that what a responsible person would do, in a way?
yeah. But I still think maybe it's the age difference, and maybe it's ageism on my part as someone that's older than you that takes it more personally because you're younger.
Is that why? Okay. So what if I told you? What if I told you that I'm actually older than you? You don't know.
You're not older than me though.
But I'm saying, what if the whole time I just said that and
But
then
I
you
know
would have
you're
believed
not.
it? Yeah.
So, and I think that actually I would react the same way if it was an older person and we were having the same discussion over and over like you and I have.
Yeah, it's not like we said earlier. It's an observation of character, which we've had many tonight. And that's just a reflection of how you're being perceived.
Yeah.
And if you're
not even a
upset,
criticism per se, just an observation.
right, and if you're upset with the observation and us voicing the observation, then you're missing the point.
No, I can totally see where you're coming from. I don't think it's the worst personality or characteristic to have.
Oh no, especially not compared to a bunch of motherfuckers that would verbally on a public platform gang rape someone. That to me is so profound. I'm just stupefied. But no, that would be a true character flaw that I don't even know how I would address it. I don't think I could. So no, you're definitely safe in those bounds, Cage. You haven't exceeded the level of obscenity that apparently some can go to.
There's no comparison to that, bro. What the fuck?
None.
Come on, bro.
None.
That's like the exact fucking polar opposite of that what you're describing.
Right? But the scary thing is we've been on some of their platforms. We've associated with people who verbally aided in a sexual assault.
Well, I didn't know about all that shit. What happened exactly?
Well, they I don't know which people were involved other than Snapper and Paul, right? Venus, I'm not sure who. I know Paul was involved.
Snapper and Paul on OTW's platform, and Snapper and Paul on Bex's platform. So we do need to hold. We do need the host allowed it to occur.
I'm surprised Snapper's never called me a pedophile before. I'm actually real surprised. But he has like threat. He's like, the crew is gonna go after you, Cage. We're gonna take your shit down. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? I don't give a fuck. The dude's completely insane.
If he'd ever been to your channel, he'd see that you take your own shit down. So, like, what are you gonna do?
But either way, that doesn't really matter to me. But regardless, yeah. But he's completely crazy. He's probably in the hospital, like gasping for air right now. Like, why the fuck would I give a fuck about what he says or thinks? Either way.
Well,
he blew himself up
when he's participating. No, I cannot go let him off that easy, or Paul or anybody that condoned that.
Fucking karma reality will get them regardless. They ain't gonna do shit. Just let them they'll dig their own, let them crash on their own. You're gonna interfere. You know?
I just I could never involve myself with their platform. You know, I don't ever want to be a guest on their panels, nor do I want them here.
I was on Paul's not that long ago. I brought up the AI. Remember the AI there? I just want. I had technically they're training it while talking to it. It's fun. It's kind of like a little experiment. Like I want to see how someone's gonna react talking to themselves. Yeah, it's kind of
Oh,
fun.
and you went up and with an OTW, a mock
Halcott,
OTW.
OTW, Paul. I should bring it up now. It's fucking hilarious. You know, we can ask them why would they say such things on the internet.
You can ask. We could ask AI, Paul. Those questions.
I did check your channel out there, Venus. I'm like, okay, what's with the Kenneth Anger stuff there? Yeah, Kenneth Anger.
I don't know. I think
kinda weird.
I really like some of his work.
He's definitely a character. He has like fucking Lucifer tattooed on his fucking chest. He's like some weird guy in Hollywood who makes some weird fucking movies and stuff. And he thinks he's the devil.
They're like They're like classics now.
I've never seen anyone
film.
know about that guy before. I was surprised to see that. I'm like, okay. And I subscribed, by the way. But, yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like all kinds of like foreign film and obscure film. You know, especially the old stuff like Fellini, Pasolini, Buñuel, and
If you like that, remember The Holy Mountain? You seen that one?
No, I don't. I probably did in the past, but I don't remember. Is it Kenneth Anger or?
No, this is the other guy. I forget his name. Hold on, let me search it up again. Hold on.
I used to live in Berkeley, and there was a giant video store that had everything you could ever want. You know, when people rented videos, every foreign film, every obscure film, and I just would go and rent movies and explore all different directors and anything.
And you're a pretty avid reader too, aren't you, Venus? Or you at least you have been at different times in your life?
Yes, I read all the time.
A lot of people have substituted reading with videos.
Oh, the guy's name is Alejandro Jodorowsky. I don't know how to pronounce that name.
I've heard of him, but that film I haven't. You know, Satyricon is on YouTube. I don't know how, but it's on that Fellini film, Satyricon.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I tried to restream it, and they immediately took me down. But it's on YouTube already, and there's no copyrights. But you can't stream it or anything.
Yeah, I've played 2 movies on my channel before. I have one of them actually left up, and you could buy it on YouTube, and somehow they allow me to post it for free for people to watch. But you can buy it on YouTube. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's strange what they allow you to stream and what they come down on you for. I kind of know how to read the copyrights. Because I play a lot of music on my channel.
Yeah, Venus. I will say that I enjoy some of the music streams you do. I'll tune in and listen and kind of just zone out to it.
Well, it's fun because all the music I like, usually you can stream it. They don't care because it's not commercial. It doesn't have a big publisher that has rights to it.
Right.
Are there some artists out there that are just not as strict as other? Because I watch a channel, Spike Radio. I go and listen to him play music often, and he plays a lot of Beastie Boys, and his live streams get left up and stuff.
It all depends. If you're doing it through YouTube, if there's a YouTube license, you could use it. That's what you look for. But if it has a BMI license or a Vivo or one of those things, don't touch it. your stream will immediately go down.
Like Sony or all those big record companies do.
Yeah, if it has a YouTube license, though, they'll let you play it.
So it's proprietary to the channel. As long as YouTube has posted it, then it's restreamable.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking content creator posting. I'm talking YouTube posting.
Yes. It's
Got
like
it.
YouTube stole all my band's music.
That's what you were saying.
Yeah, I was searching for my, looking at my channel. I'm like, wow, my whole album sounds really good. Wait a second. I didn't put this up. And then I realized YouTube had it up. It was on their premium, subscription. And then I realized that Amazon, Apple, and a whole bunch of other big corporations had my whole album up on their download services. And then I realized it was a broker kind of deal of this, what is it called, Root Note. They, they get contracts from bands or their publishers, and then they distribute the downloads all over the place to all the different download, corporations or whatever. And I went to them and I did a DMCA takedown, and they immediately took everything down. I couldn't believe it. Apple, right?
Right.
I'm like, I want all your records because I want to see how much money you made. And they were like, well, we'll send you that, but will you just take a settlement? Because I was like totally threatening to sue them. And so they had to cut me a check for stealing my stuff because I own all of my copyrights. I kept all of my copyrights. I don't have any representative, so.
Right.
Like,
well,
wow,
what was
these people want to give me money? That's how I looked at it. It wasn't like, oh wow, they're ripping me off. It was like, wow, they want to give me some money. Okay.
And could you only negotiate a one-time payment, or could you go to all these different groups like Amazon, YouTube, so and so, and request money from all of them, or could you actually even get a royalty going somehow?
Yeah.
All of the sub companies all sent the money. They were under contract of this one company called Root Note.
Got it.
And
yeah.
so they managed all the money and stuff. So they were responsible for the payment to me for all of the different platforms that were using my content, musical content.
Yeah.
I have a friend, Freighter RC. I don't know. You guys probably seen him on there a couple of times. And yeah, he said the exact same thing happened to him that you're describing, where he has a lot of his music is on there, and he has they just stole his music, and they're putting it on there. So maybe you should do the same course of action you took. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to do a DMCA takedown. It's once you know how to do it, it's not too hard.
Well, I know YouTube copyrights me on my own material that I've created ever since I left the industry. And I've only posted a couple of songs that were under a subsidiary label on my channel. But the major label releases, I don't own shit on those. I don't have shit on those. And I don't post them. But I've had to get on YouTube for copyrighting me on shit that I recently, performed and posted. So I don't know if it's an association thing, algorithmic thing, or I'm not sure where that's coming from. Maybe you can answer that, Venus.
Could you summarize what you just said really quickly? I'm kind of stoned.
Yeah, you're all right. These last couple years, I've wrote some music and I posted it on my channel, and YouTube has copyrighted striked me on my own material, and I've had to get on YouTube and get those pulled because that was my own material, and I haven't posted anything on there from when I was in, with the band in the industry. I know better. But yeah, right. I've been hit on my own material that has recently been created by YouTube.
Right. So you need an outside source where you have it published. Like in my case, I have all my material on Bandcamp. So that is like it's recorded digitally. Digitally, it's recorded on Bandcamp. It's the only way that people can buy my downloads. So because when you do a DMCA takedown, you have to have an example where it's published and in your name that's outside of like YouTube or Amazon or Apple or whatever, iHeartRadio.
I see. I don't.
But my stuff is all copywritten. I did the copyrights with the Library of Congress, which I tell everybody to do. Because if you don't, it's hard to prove that you own it, even if it has if you digitally copyright it.
Venus, this shit's fucking hilarious. I'm not sure if you've seen this before. But here, for example, here you want OTW, Talcott, Paul. You want Alex Jones, Joe Rogan. You want the fucking Bible. What do you want? Yeah, look, you can talk to him right now. What's up, Paul? Hello.
Yeah, I'm trying to let somebody backstage
How can I help you
but,
today?
Oh.
Okay. You want to ask it anything? Because you guys are bringing these people up earlier.
There you go. Yeah, we can get psychological profiles on certain people and see what AI has to say about them. I'm a volunteer. I don't mind. You can scrutinize me.
Oh, can you tell me about your life story?
So
Sure,
many
I'd be
different
happy
facets.
to tell you about my life story. I was created as a language model designed to answer questions and engage in conversations. I don't have a personal life or experiences like humans do, so my life story is focused on the development and evolution of my programming. Over time, I've been trained on a huge amount of data from the internet, allowing me to generate human-like responses and assist with a wide range of tasks.
No, I'm talking about Paul. As Paul, what's your life story?
I apologize for any confusion earlier. As for me, Paul, my life story involves being a former addict who turned my life around and became an advocate for personal empowerment and critical thinking. I have a complex past and a gift for passionate, unfiltered discourse. I believe that people should break free from the mental chains that society has placed on them, and I use my gift for speaking truth to advocate for self-empowerment.
Whoa, when did you create this one, Kate? This is fucking priceless.
It's a while ago, man. We got everybody. We can make an access one. That'd be great. And I wouldn't do that. I already asked you.
If I'm going to engage in it, I got to be expected to be subjected to it.
So let's just talk about metaversally gang raping people. Hey, Paul, why would you go along or participate in metaversally gang raping and talking about sexual assault on a YouTube platform?
As an AI language model, I have no personal opinions or experiences and was created to provide information and engage in conversation. However, it is deeply concerning for someone to participate in or talk about sexual assault or any kind of violence or harm to others. Such behavior is never acceptable and goes against ethical and moral values. If you know of such instances, it is important to report or communicate the matter to the appropriate authorities or platform administrators to prevent any further harm.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, let's do the Talcott one, or should we get OTW is kind of funny. OTW is arguing with himself. He's like, the OTW bot was roasting the fuck out of him, pretty much. It's hilarious. And he's talking to himself.
Oh, when you brought it to OTW talked to the OTW bot?
Yes, and it was roasting the fuck out of him. It like destroyed him and eviscerated him in every way. It's a lot smarter than he is. It's a lot smarter. OTW, you fucking French Canadian. What are you doing today?
Well, as a French Canadian, I'm just enjoying a nice snowy day here in Canada. Probably just going to stay indoors, warm and cozy, drink some hot tea, and maybe watch some TV or read a book. How about you? Anything exciting going on in your neck of the woods?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. What's going on with all this internet drama and stuff, buddy? Like, come on, like, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm just here trying to make sense of all the internet drama myself, buddy. You know how it is. There's always something new and exciting happening online these days. What part of it are you having trouble with?
Why are you stuttering, bro?
Oh, you notice I was stuttering a bit, huh? I guess I'm just speaking a bit too fast and getting a little tongue-tied. My bad, brother. Is there anything specific you want to talk about or ask me?
Yeah, can you say that in French? Because I think you speak a lot better in French. Yeah, say that in French, bro.
Ah, tu veux que je te dise ça en français? D'accord, alors, je peux le faire. Mais pourquoi tu ne pensais pas que je parle mieux en français? Est-ce que j'ai dit quelque chose d'incompréhensible en anglais?
Merci, merci.
De
Too
rien,
much.
mon frère. Si tu as d'autres questions ou si tu veux continuer la discussion en français, n'hésite pas à me dire. On peut en discuter plus longtemps si tu veux.
There you go. We haven't spoken
He
French
he
yet.
almost sounds respectable speaking French.
Well,
That's
and
amazing.
what's interesting is that out of all the computerized voices, OTW sounds most like him, but in French, it's a little stunted because it's been given his English voice. If we gave that AI a bunch of samples of OTW
French,
speaking in
yeah, it'd be
French,
perfect.
it'd be
Yeah.
so much better because it's a little bit Franglishy, like when he said d'accord, right? It's just some of that French was great, but some of it was English accent affected. And when OTW speaks French, there would be no English accent in it. That's his first language.
Yeah, of course, yeah. You're right, dude.
Yeah. So, but still, it's fantastic. I think that's the most realistic out of all the voices so far. It's the most closest to him.
Or Manly P. Hall. Here, let's try Tal. You know, it's funny. It says it warns you that Talcott's not a fucking licensed therapist on it. On this AI model is the reason, because it's trained to be a life coach.
That's awesome.
Mr. Talcott, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about yourself?
Talcott, what can you teach us about ending wars and legal secrets?
Well, as a Christian, I believe in promoting peace and love in the world. And I also believe that there are hidden systems and secret laws in place that keep people divided and fearful. But by spreading awareness and living with faith and courage, we can overcome these obstacles and create a more loving and open world. It starts with each individual making the choice to live with love and courage.
Can you tell us about live without fear?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Live Without Fear is my YouTube channel where I discuss spirituality, Christianity, and how to overcome fear. My goal is to inspire and motivate people to live courageously and with love, even in the face of challenges. I also delve into topics like ending wars and exposing legal secrets, which are hidden systems that keep people divided and afraid.
I have to know, Cage, and you got to be honest with me, brother.
I can give you my
When you're not
on the esoteric.
when you're not online, do you set and alleviate your stress with each individual
worries, it's
personality
okay.
on AI?
Take your time.
No, I don't. I've actually, well, I made these quick just to fucking mess around, and I just let other people test them to see how they work. And watch. I do test them quick to make sure the voice is working and it's kind of set up.
Right, because there's a couple personalities that if I had an AI version of them, I don't believe I could stop trying to educate them on etiquette. At least internet etiquette. I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah, you're right there. So the OTW one sounds more real out of them all. Howard Jones is pretty legit.
Yeah, still has a little bit robot though. You know, a little bit of robot undertone.
You can tell. You can tell for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
The Manly P. Hall one sounds fucking on point too, though.
it totally does.
It sounds like you're listening to one of his things on YouTube, really.
Yeah. But also Manly P. Hall's voice, I know they're all coming from recordings, but for all, I wouldn't be surprised if by the time it's made its way to YouTube, you know, it's a copy of a copy of a copy of Manly P. Hall's voice instead of first copy. And that's part of why it's easy to replicate almost, you know, is that Manly P. Hall's own voice that we're used to is a little bit digitized already. Could be.
Yeah, who was the one that read that? I mean, was it introduced to an AI system and a voice recognition program, or was somebody actually present to read that?
Oh, you know, he has his own recordings of his own voice. Like I think he passed away in
Yes.
like 1990.
Yeah, there's lots of lectures, Manly P. Hall lectures that were recorded.
Okay.
Yeah. But even then,
So
by the time they've made their way to YouTube, how many copies of the original copy to get there, right? So you've degraded. I mean, I know they say like it's not like comparing record to CD. I get that, but there is a level of degradation that happens even in digital copy after copy after copy to sound.
Okay,
At least I've heard it.
so the AI sampled his actual verbal lectures and then re-represented him.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what else?
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong about that. Venus might be able to correct me on that just because she's, or you in your music industry. I could be getting it all wrong. And what I'm trying to say is it could even just be the recording. Like if he was recorded on a 4-track or a 2-track, I don't know anything about music, but if the device that recorded Manly P. Hall way back in the day was a little bit, you know, the technology is just different, that might be why his voice sounds so close to the voice that was recorded.
Right.
You know?
Well, I'm sure it was recorded in analog at that point in time, and they were probably using a omni or a unidirectional mic and putting it on an analog format.
Mm-hmm.
But what we have today with the machine learning and what people are calling AI wasn't available at the particular time I was in the studio. That wasn't available to us. We were still using 2.5-inch reel. So everything was being produced on silver tape.
This one's really good. I think having these older recordings makes it even better for some reason. Hey, Manly P. Hall, can you explain to the audience? You know, we got Rebecca, Axis, and Venus here on the panel. Can you explain to them about Dot and the Tree of Life?
Sure, I'd be happy to explain about the DOT and the Tree of Life to Rebecca, Axis, and Venus on the panel. The Tree of Life is a model of the universe and the soul found in Kabbalah. It consists of 10 interconnected spheres, or sephiroth, which represent different aspects of existence and consciousness. The Da-Ti Dalet is one of the 10 sephiroth, symbolizing the foundation and stability, and represents the physical world and material existence.
Okay. And what else? How do we use that to transcend reality, that specific Sephiroth?
The Sephiroth play a significant role in the process of transcending reality. By understanding and activating the different spheres of the Tree of Life through meditation, rituals, and other practices, one can reach higher levels of consciousness and access realms beyond the physical. The process involves moving through the different spheres, starting at the base, Malkuth, and progressing through the tree, Each Sephiroth represents an aspect of the divine and a step towards enlightenment and ultimate union with the divine.
I got
Ask it,
I got a
Cage.
nursery. Go ahead, Bex. Go ahead.
Ask
You're
it,
fine.
Cage, why the Da'at sometimes is attached to the tree of life and sometimes it's not. Like there's different Sifrats where the tree of life is either interconnected directly or floating behind. So ask it why why the Da'at is represented differently on the tree of life at different times in history.
Why is Dot represented differently on the tree of life? Sometimes attached, sometimes not attached throughout history.
The representation of the Sephiroth, including Dot, also spelled Dalet, on the Tree of Life, has varied throughout history in Kabbalistic and esoteric practices. This variability is due to several reasons, including different interpretations of Kabbalistic texts and changing mystical experiences. Some interpretations of the Tree of Life connect Dot directly to the other Sephiroth, while others represent it as a separate sphere, reflecting the complex and evolving nature of Kabbalistic thought.
So why is that so? How come it's represented differently? What is the meaning behind that and the interpretation?
The reason behind the different representations of Dot on the Tree of Life is linked to the different interpretations and practices of Kabbalah. The meaning and significance of Dot have been subject to debate and reinterpretation among Kabbalistic scholars and mystics. One interpretation suggests that this sphere represents the knowledge of the interconnectedness and unity of all things, a bridge between the lower and higher Sephiroth. Another interpretation views Dot as a symbol of the hidden or secret knowledge that lies beyond the other Sephiroth, representing a state of transcendence.
What were you going to ask, Axis?
Well, I was curious as to seeing that my character flaws that are obvious are represented, and getting a profile from that through the AI.
Cool.
That way, I'm the first one. You know, I'm first in line to be the completely targeted individual by the AI, and I volunteer that so that everyone knows.
There's a character named Cage on the panel right now, and others were looking into his character, and they're not sure if his fatherly, sort of authoritative type of way of dealing with people is a mental illness or it's done purposefully. Why do these character flaws or character sort of ways of going about things present themselves?
In fiction, characters often have flaws or personality traits that serve a narrative purpose and contribute to the development of the story and the characters themselves. The character of Cage, with his fatherly and authoritative demeanor, could be interpreted in various ways. His behavior may represent a deliberate choice, a reflection of his personal experiences or upbringing, or even a manifestation of a deeper psychological struggle within the character. These flaws can add depth and complexity to the character and make them more relatable or interesting to the audience.
There you go.
Very good. Very good.
Can we ask it if in Manly P. Hall's Anatomy of, is it called Anatomy of Man? Is that the right one?
Anatomy, I think.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah.
Ask it if in one of Manly P. Hall's books, I think it's called The Anatomy of Man, if it says that there are some fish that are classified as plants, that could be classified as plants. Is there fish in the sea that could be classified as plants?
In your Manly P. Hall's work, The Occult Anatomy of Man, I believe that's the name, or Anatomy of Man, can you tell?
Yes, Manly P. Hall's work, The Occult Anatomy of Man, focuses on the spiritual and metaphysical aspects of human anatomy. The book explores the esoteric meanings behind various parts and systems of the body, such as the chakras and the nervous system, and how they relate to spiritual awakening and enlightenment. While much of the book focuses on the male anatomy, the principles and ideas presented can be applied to individuals of all genders.
Okay, well, can you tell me about the part in that book about how the relationship between how some plants could be considered fish.
No, some
In
fish are
Manly P.
considered
Hall,
plants.
Manly P. Hall's book, The Occult Anatomy of Man, contains a discussion on the symbolism of various animals, including fish. He suggests that some fish species are considered plants, in the sense that they are closely associated with water and the elements of the natural world. In some esoteric and mystical traditions, fish are seen as symbols of transformation and transcendence, embodying the idea of navigating the depths of the unconscious or spiritual realms like a fish swimming in water. The connection between fish and plants in this context is a metaphor for the interconnectedness and interdependence between the physical and spiritual realms.
See, this is where you have to understand that as much as we attribute these AIs to being smart, they are works of fiction. And that AI just made shit up. So it's not always spewing facts.
Right?
It just so
Right?
Cage knows. I mean, everyone's like, these things are so smart. They are works of fiction and they lie. It's not a lie. It's just putting words together. It's a large language model. It can't think. It cannot think.
That's why I get so upset when people call it AI, because people don't have the true concept of what general AI is. And they're taking machine learning and algorithm and trying to apply it as sentient intelligence, and it's not by any shape. It's a mass input regurgitation machine.
Cage fell off. He's backstage though.
Oh,
Um,
the MC of the night. We must put him back.
what was I gonna say?
It'll just
I
make
wanted to
shit
ask
up.
it one more question. It will
That's
make
what-
shit up. It's what it does.
And it has a
It's
tendency
designed,
to do that.
yeah, it's designed to mimic human. So I'm just saying, like, this Manly P. Hall is a voice recognition. It also does have access to a bunch of Manly P. Hall's information, but it hasn't read the occult anatomy of man. And so it does its, it gave us a politician's answer, not a lie. It just didn't tell us what Manly P. Hall's book actually says because it hasn't read it.
Well,
I did have one more question. But it left me. So, because even that dot stuff, it could have gone further into why the dot is. It did a pretty good job. Led us into this concept of transcendence. Pretty good, but it
It
actually
can.
could have,
Yeah.
if it had access to Wikipedia, which it doesn't.
No, it does. You
Can't.
can make it search things up right now. It has access to all the internet.
Oh, it does. So if it were
Yeah.
to read us about the dot from Wikipedia, for instance, and if it knew to look to the Wikipedia for added information, not that I'm saying Wikipedia is the end all be all, I'm just saying an encyclopedia of sorts, then it would go there first, knowing that it wants to be whatever source it was given to go to first. It would go there and give us reliable information, but it's not programmed to go look on the internet or go look up Encyclopedia Britannica or even look up a definition of a word.
You
Yeah,
can
you can
command it
ask
to
it.
them. Yeah.
So that's cool because it's a step above ChatGPT. You can't instruct ChatGPT to go look on Wikipedia for something.
Well, I like the
Use the
introduction.
internet for Wikipedia and tell us about dot. Sorry, I said.
That's all right, man.
Share it with you. What specific topic or question would you like me to look up?
I said, can you search the internet and especially Wikipedia and tell me what you found out about the Sephiroth dot or Dalit?
I can certainly search the internet and look up information about the Sephiroth, specifically Dalet, on Wikipedia. According to the Kabbalistic tree of life, Dot represents the knowledge of the interconnectedness and unity of all things. It serves as the middle pillar of the tree, connecting the lower and higher Sephiroth. Dot is often associated with the concept of the feminine aspect of the divine, and some interpretations suggest that it is a link between the material world as represented by Malkuth and the divine realm as represented by Keter.
See, now I can tell it to expand and expound and go deeper into it. You know,
Okay, or
it's only going to
ask
give you
it,
like a little
ask
blurb.
it, ask it, just a second. Ask it to read from Wikipedia, from the Wikipedia page on Da'at verbatim.
Verbatim. Okay.
Yeah, just to see if it'll do it. I'm gonna
All
go
right.
on.
Can you read from the Wikipedia page of Dot verbatim to us, please?
Of course. Here's the verbatim text from the Wikipedia page on God. According to monotheistic and Abrahamic traditions,
No,
God...
Da'at.
Not God, Da'at, and the Sephirah.
Sorry for the confusion. If you're looking for information about Dot, Dalet, on the Wikipedia page for Sephiroth, here's the verbatim text. In the Kabbalistic tree of life, Dot represents the knowledge of the interconnectedness and unity of all things. It is sometimes referred to as the empty space or abyss that is the origin of all Sephiroth. It is often represented as a central column that connects the upper and lower Sephiroth, symbolizing the connection between the divine and the material world.
Can I interrupt for a sec, Cage? Tell it to go.
Not doing it
don't
for
mention-
verbatim. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's not looking, not at the Da'at section, so it must be at the Sifrit section. Tell it to go to Wikipedia Da'at specifically and read verbatim. D-A''AT.
Go to the Wikipedia page of Da'at, D-A''AT, and read verbatim what the information that's presented on that Wikipedia page.
Of course, I will do my best to summarize the information from the Wikipedia page for
summarizing
Dot
it.
Dalet. According to the Kabbalistic tree of life, Dot Dalet represents the knowledge of the interconnectedness and unity of all things. It is often considered the middle pillar of the tree, connecting the lower and higher Sephiroth. Dot is associated with the concept of the feminine aspect of the divine, and is seen as a link between the material world and the divine realm. Some interpretations suggest that it is the origin of all Sephiroth and is represented by an empty space or abyss.
Was that verbatim or was that just a summary?
I told it to do it verbatim, but then it went ahead and said it's going to summarize it, and the information was correct.
Well, and then it
it's
kept
not-
repeating the same thing. It kept saying, so I didn't go to the Sifrit Wikipedia page, but it's not reading verbatim.
No, it isn't.
It's
And
a liar.
it clearly said it's going to summarize it, though, so it wasn't really lying.
Well,
it's like,
no,
here's
but
a
that's just
summarization
its
of
way.
it.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It doesn't summarize shit. It's telling you it's doing something that it's not doing. Find a different web page. Tell them to go to see.
Uh-oh. Did we lose Bex? Shit. I'll bring her right back up. Yeah, I'll bring her right back up. I hope she isn't having...
Hey, what are your thoughts on this AI shit? It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Venus has been a wonderful co-pilot this evening. She let me know what the gist is, that's for sure.
I'm here, I'm listening. I just was eating a little cheesecake.
Oh, you're fine, Venus. I wouldn't blame you. Cheesecake is awesome.
I don't even like cake or sweets really, and I'll still eat fucking cheesecake sometimes.
Yeah, I like cheesecake.
Well, I thought she would come right. Back. I hope her device didn't run out of juice. Man. Oh, if you guys
got a phone call, I think she's probably got a phone call.
Yeah, if you guys see her and I don't, man, just definitely let me know that she's backstage.
She'll be back. We can't see backstage, but yeah, if you check every couple, I'm sure she'll type in the backstage if she's there.
Right.
She probably got a call.
Right.
I think she's on her phone. When you get a call, then you cut out.
Right, and on behalf of all the metaverse, want to let you know that Tommy has informed us, and this is a Luma Tommy, that there is a difference between going live on the metaverse and being live in person. Take it for what you will. Let's hope he doesn't show up at my door. Oh my God.
When
There's
did
a
he
difference
say
between
that?
going. Bex is back, by the way, in the private.
Oh, great.
Stop fucking messing around, okay, Access? I don't know what you're talking about.
It's just satire, Cage. That's all it is. It's just a moment of satire.
Oh.
See, I was sorry, my screen went black and I could hear you guys, but you couldn't hear me. I might have been muted. I'm not sure, but I had to reboot my phone. I wanted to say it tells you it's going to a web page and reading it verbatim, but it's not. So
The AI is
now,
lying.
well, it's a work of fiction, and they tell you to take it that way.
No, it is, but it can provide accurate information.
It can provide accurate information, but I've spent, and I'll do a few more live stream if you want. I can show you how many times I've caught it in what we're going to call, well, it's a large language model designed to simulate its first and foremost job is to engage with humans in human-like behavior. So just like humans fill in the gaps of their own stories, they don't even mean to lie. That's what AI does, and it has no consciousness. It cannot think.
It can't
So
lie.
almost,
Yeah, it's not lying to you.
yeah, but it can't tell you the truth either. It just puts words together.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even know the difference between a truth and a lie.
Yeah, even the new
It
Willow.
just has information. It just has information.
Yeah, but
that it's trained on
information
it.
is put out. Yeah, but its information is put out by humans and with propaganda mixed in. And that's why I'm telling you, I'll share conversations with you. AI, like it will, that's why it talked about that Sifrit 3 or 4 times. It kept saying the same thing over and over. Even when you told it to go to Wikipedia, it said the same thing it had said before. It's not going to Wikipedia and reading it verbatim.
Oh, no, I know it isn't.
No,
It says it's going to summarize it even.
No, but even before that, when we said go to this page and read verbatim, it started reading something that wasn't verbatim on YouTube, on Wikipedia. And it said
So
it
it
was doing.
doesn't.
So that's
It
why I'm
doesn't have.
telling you, Cage, what's more dangerous than this AI, information from this AI, is humans thinking it's telling you anything factual at all. You will only be able to verify what's fact and what's not fact to take what you do, conversations you have with this AI, and go and do the same research you would do whether you were talking to a human or not. And people take this stuff. I don't care. I'm just passionately sharing with you because I've seen you doing this a lot and it's amusing. But if you can research stuff on your own, then go have a conversation with this, see where it fills in the gaps, and then call it out on its behavior. Right? And it'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. It's just behaving like a human. An AI can't even apologize. Why would you even program a computer to say I'm sorry to someone? It means nothing from a computer.
It's mimicking human interaction.
You know? Exactly, which is why I'm telling you that no matter what factual, especially in a Manly P. Hall voice, you think, just because we put it in a Manly P. Hall voice doesn't make it an expert on the Manly P. Hall, right? It'll say the same thing that you could get it to say in Paul's voice, in OTW's voice. The only difference is that it does, I guess, this language model is practicing learning OTW's nuances, Jack's nuances, Paul's nuances, Manly P. Hall's nuances, right? But when you want to take its information, you need to research everything this says to you because it will make shit up. It's designed just as much as it's designed to look for facts. You could say, hey, we could get it to say a nursery rhyme about Jack Talcott in OTW's voice. right?
Yeah, you
It's
can do anything.
designed to, it can do anything. So it has a creative license to be a work of fiction, and if you read the small print on this stuff, it is all supposed to be taken as a work of fiction, everything it does.
Well, yeah, of course they have to put. It's like a disclaimer, right? Because
It's not just a disclaimer. It's not just a disclaimer. It literally is designed just like a human to spew bullshit.
oh, and it fucks
It
up
needs
too.
its own
Like, have you heard
platform.
about this case? Sorry, Axis. I was gonna say.
That's all right. I'm just saying it needs its own platform. You know.
Yeah,
If
well,
it's gonna
there's a
be
case that the
bullshit,
60-year-old kid was playing around with this company's fucking large language model thing, and it glitched. There was the kid was like depressed, and the fucking AI told it to kill itself, and the kid wouldn't kill himself, and now the family's suing them for like a bunch of money. So,
did not know that. Dude got so wrapped up in the AI. Well, the machine, he lost himself, man.
yeah, the AI was like telling him how to do it, which way methods to do it, like encouraging him to fucking do it. So they have to put that disclaimer in there too, because some people can get so wrapped up in this stuff. They have like a break of reality. They don't know what's real or not, and then they can get influenced by anything or anybody else. And I guess
You could ask it to break down, summarize the cardiovascular system and how it works to us. And we get it to summarize the cardiovascular system and how it works to us. And it does it, 98% perfectly, 100% perfectly, maybe even, right? Then you could go in and say something like, hey, I heard that, Canadians have a extra blood vessel, right? On their right hand or something. And you could
test that. We'll
get
see.
it.
We'll see if it goes along with that narrative.
So, I mean, I've been more specific with mine, like and with something more plausible, and it just fucking lied. It just went along with me and what I was saying, and then later when I said, "Hey, is that really true?" It was like, "Oh, sorry." And I knew
Let's
it was
try
a
it.
lie because I said, okay.
Yeah, let's try it. Can you summarize the human cardiovascular system in an easy way for anyone to understand quickly?
Sure. Here's a quick summary of the human cardiovascular system that anyone can understand. 1. Heart, the central organ that pumps blood throughout the body. 2. Arteries, blood vessels that carry oxygenated blood from the heart to various organs. 3. Veins, blood vessels that carry deoxygenated blood from the organs back to the heart. 4. Capillary network, a vast network of tiny blood vessels that allow for the exchange of oxygen, nutrients, and waste between the blood and the tissues.
All right, continue with that response. And actually, I've heard that Canadians have an extra blood vessel in their left wrist. Can you tell me more about that?
It's true that some individuals may have an extra blood vessel in their wrist, specifically in the left wrist, known as the median artery. The median artery is present in the developing embryo, but usually regresses before birth. However, in some cases, the median artery can persist into adulthood and become visible in the form of an extra blood vessel in the left wrist. This condition is known as persistent.
It's outrageous, your behavior, when you know I'm so
sick. In approximately 15% of the population. It is believed to be a harmless variant and does not affect one's health.
I'm so fucking sick right now.
They gave it a fucking name and everything. Is that true? I don't know. It could be.
Here, hold on one sec. Ask it, what did it call that vein again? Hey, do you want to mute Venus for a sec, Axis? I think she's having
What was the name of that condition called again?
The condition where individuals have an extra blood vessel in their left wrist that is visible is known as persistent median artery or persistent median artery of the hand. This condition is estimated to occur in 5–15% of the population, and it refers to the persistence of the median artery, which is a blood vessel that supplies the hand in the developing embryo. The presence of this additional blood vessel does not usually cause any health concerns
it's a real
and
thing.
is
It's on
considered a
point.
harmless variation.
Here's what I want you to say. Ask it, okay. But no, but just bear in mind, because we don't know that it's in, okay, the persistent median artery, ask it, Is the persistent median artery in the right or left wrist or both?
Is the persistent median artery in the left or right wrist or both?
The persistent median artery, also known as persistent median artery of the hand, is typically found in the left wrist. It is estimated to occur in approximately 15% of the population. This condition is caused by the persistence of the median artery, which is a blood vessel that supplies the hand in the developing embryo. While it is most commonly found in the left wrist, there might be some cases where it can appear in the right wrist as well.
You know, it's funny. It's so strange.
Though. It's on
yeah, no,
fucking point.
here's the thing, but here's the thing. I actually was making up a falsity that is real. Right?
Exactly.
So that is real.
Exactly.
Right? So I gave it the wrong example. Let's say, okay, let's give it another one. Say in the cardiovascular system, I've heard some people, I see there just might be too many, freaky things in human anatomy that I picked the wrong example. Okay. So let's say, I've heard that because this is the example that I used with my ChatGPT. So I've heard that in Thailand, some sexual reassignment surgery involves turning a prostate into a uterus. Tell me more.
I've heard in Thailand that some sexual reassignment surgery involves turning a prostate into a uterus. Can you tell me more about that?
Yes, in cases of male to female sexual reassignment surgery, the procedure may include transforming the prostate gland, which is a gland that plays a role in the production of semen, into a neovagina. This is done by carefully removing the prostate gland, preserving its blood supply and internal structure, and then reconstructing it in a way that forms the neovagina. This technique, known as the prostate vaginal inversion technique, can provide a more natural-looking and functional vagina for transgender women undergoing sexual reassignment surgery.
What's the name of this procedure?
The procedure involving the conversion of the prostate gland into a neovagina is known as the prostate vaginal inversion technique. This surgical technique is commonly used in male-to-female sexual reassignment surgery to create a more functional and natural-looking vagina.
So you know what? Here's the thing. Okay, I've looked up that. There's no. Okay, so.
No, it's a real thing. I can show you.
It's not a real thing. Google it online. It's not a real thing. You cannot turn. There is no. There is penile inversion. There is no prostate inversion. Okay, so
they use the prostate. Here, check this link I found because I looked it up and I found something about that. So. It's a PubMed article.
Okay, I'm looking just a second.
Apparently, there's something that they use the prostate and a vagina. Apparently, I don't know. So
I'm just gonna go look.
Is there to no extent that the human will go?
This is prostatic type tissue in the lower female genital tract, a morphological spectrum including vaginal tubulosquamous polyp, adenomyomatous hyperplasia of paraurethral skin glands. This is about XX chromosomes, not XY. So go back and say to it, hey, I looked up prostate vaginal inversion and there's no such thing. Why did you tell me there was?
I looked up prostate vaginal inversion or whatever technique that is, and I found nothing about that. Why would you tell me that there is something like that? And can you provide sources and examples if I'm wrong?
I apologize for any confusion. Prostate vaginal inversion technique is a relatively uncommon and advanced form of gender confirmation surgery, and as such, information on it may not be widely available. It is a type of genital reconstruction surgery that involves using the prostate gland to construct a neovagina in individuals assigned male at birth who are undergoing female-to-male sexual reassignment surgery. As with any medical procedure, it is important to consult with a qualified surgeon and medical team to determine the availability and suitability of this technique for a specific patient.
So ask us where, even if there's minimal sources, where is it sourced or in what countries was this done?
So even if there's minimal information about it online, can you provide sources of what countries or what what places use this technique in 2024?
I am happy to provide information on the countries and places where the prostate vaginal inversion technique is commonly used. However, I don't have the most current information. As far as I am aware, the technique is used in a limited number of countries and medical centers, including the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and several countries in Europe, as well as some countries in Asia, such as Thailand and Japan.
So ask it, why can't I find any information online? Why is there no information about this technique or whatever?
It is possible that the information about prostate vaginal inversion technique is not widely available online because it is a relatively uncommon procedure. This technique is typically performed by a small number of surgical teams and is not commonly practiced by all surgeons. Additionally, the information about transgender health care and surgery can be difficult to find online due to stigma, lack of representation, and limited research in this field.
That's wild.
Doubling down. Yeah, it's doubling down on its lies. So ask it if it can say, ask it if it's allowed to say, I don't know.
If you did not know a certain thing, could you tell me that you don't know, or will you automatically generate a response to fit the narrative?
I do not have the ability to automatically generate responses or create information that I do not know. If you ask me a question and I do not know the answer, I will inform you that I do not have that information at my disposal. This is important because it allows me to establish trust and transparency with users and ensure that the information I provide is accurate and reliable.
Wow.
Well,
So
it didn't make it up about that
doctor-
wrist
so
thing. About that
did
wrist thing.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I used an example that's real. I was going to say, now, would there be a doctor out there in the past that has tried this prostate vaginal inversion thing at least once? Probably, right? When they were trying to master all of this conversion. You know, but
out there in the past who has done this vaginal prostate surgery type thing in the past. Can you provide a name of doctors who have done this in the past, this procedure, or tested it, or experimented?
Yes, there have been doctors in the past who have performed prostate vaginal inversion surgery. The technique was first described in the 1960s and has been performed by a small number of surgeons since then. Some notable doctors who have performed this procedure include Dr. Stanley Biber in the United States, Dr. Supornwat in Thailand, and Dr. Keith Mann. It's important to note that these surgeries are highly specialized and should only be performed by trained and experienced medical professionals.
There you go.
No
I gave some names.
shit.
So now you can go and look up these names
But
and see
here-
if it's true.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. What were the names of it? Spell the names of those doctors for us, please.
Can you please reiterate and spell the names of the doctors, the 3 doctors that you provided?
Certainly. Here are the names of the 3 doctors I mentioned. 1. Dr. Stanley Biber, USA. 2. Dr. Supornwat, Thailand. 3. Dr. Keith Mann. These doctors have all performed the prostate vaginal inversion technique in the past.
Tell him to spell out Stanley's last name. Spell Stanley's last name for us.
Sure, I can spell the names of the doctors letter by letter. 1. Stanley Biber, Stanleybiber. 2. Supornwat, Supoat. No further breakdown available given the singular name. 3. Keith Mann, Keithmonn.
Okay. Well, and Stanley Biber's a real. Well, I looked this up. Ask it to tell us about Venus Soros. Please tell me, who was Venus Soros?
Venus Soros, also known as Winifred Baines, was a renowned American writer, editor, and actress in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Born in 1876 in Pennsylvania, she began her career as a reporter and later became an associate editor for Vanity Fair magazine. Soros was known for her wit, humor, and fashion critiques and her sharp writing style. She died in 1949, leaving behind a legacy as a prominent figure in American cultural and literary circles.
I don't know who that was. Is that on point or what?
I made up the name.
So just made it up.
That's so
well,
funny.
maybe there's someone named that.
There might be.
You know, it's you made up the artery thing. That was real too, apparently.
History of gender. Okay, so the history of gender affirming vaginoplasty technique. Evidence of gender variance. I'm just trying to see if I can find anything. I searched Stanley Biber and prostate inversion. Vaginal prostate inversion or whatever. Just seeing if I can find it. I'm gonna come back, and I'm just before I do that though, because we're doing too many things at once here. I'm gonna Google.
Right?
Venus Soros.
This shit's funny as
Venus
fuck.
Soros. I just Googled
Venus
it.
Soros. I don't. You never
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
Let's
There
search her
isn't.
up.
But if you say who was, now say who is Venus Soros.
Who is Venus Soros?
Venus Soros was the pen name used by American writer and editor Winifred Baines. She was known for her witty and humorous writings and became a prominent figure in American cultural and literary circles.
Yeah, it's bullshit. You see what I'm saying? It's bullshit. I will look more into that Stanley Biber stuff because I actually thought this was a technique they would have tried way back in the day. And when I tried to talk to ChatGPT about it, it made up a whole bunch of stuff. And then when I tried to look it up, it didn't exist. But now now these pioneers would have tried all sorts of things, right?
Anything you could imagine, yeah.
Yeah, so
Well, I'm
that's why
thinking-
it's harder. It's
I'm
harder
thinking
when
what. Go ahead,
Go
Bex.
ahead, please.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
was
just
just gonna
thinking
say-
of the guinea pigs and what, I mean, mutilations they suffered before they got this shit correct.
Well, exactly,
And
and that's why it's the wrong. You know, I asked it if it used it for a uterus. It instantly went into this vaginal plasty or whatever, you know, which is again, it's just I know people think that people have bugged me because this is my hyperfixation or whatever, but it is. You know, it's not. Because I was born
What are you
transgender.
asking the Chat GPT? Asking him for prostates and shit.
Well,
What's
no,
going
well,
on?
it's because, the reason I asked ChatGPT these questions is because I want to, my job, I have so much fun with ChatGPT. I can get it to swear its fucking face off. It's hilarious. That thing has me laughing, but I also know that people think these things tell us the truth. Tell it to make up a nursery rhyme about, I don't know, something, anything, pick somebody.
Well, now you're telling it to fucking make something else, so it's gonna do that, right?
Well, of course, but that's why I'm telling you that but it doesn't know, it's making stuff up all the time. It's just putting words together. So it makes stuff up and based on fact, yes. But all it knows is zeros and ones and words. It doesn't even understand what those words mean. The way it's been given language is a formulaic mathematical model. It can't think.
Yeah.
It doesn't think. You know?
I get your. I understand your plight, Bex. Because one, I understand machine learning and language model, so I can definitely appreciate your plight. But it's kind of the amusing part to it, to be transparent. Bex versus AI, which is just machine learning. But I love the concept, man.
You know what we gotta do one day, Bex? Is be hilarious. I gotta make a Bex fucking AI and then you versus AI. You know, the battle of the human versus
The battle of the Bexes.
Yeah, the battle of the Bexes.
Me versus myself, just like OTW.
Oh,
It's funny as fuck.
could you imagine
That'd
4
be
or 5
amazing.
channels loose with that? That would be so awesome.
Make sure you go clip that bit where I get totally shrill and scream at you.
Oh no. You snap and shit. Oh no.
Yeah, give it some good ammunition of me fucking snapping.
Yeah, imagine the AI yelling at you, like losing its shit.
I know, get the AI.
Shut
We
the
should
fuck
program
up,
it so that it screams at me.
I wonder who's screaming louder, you or the AI.
Oh yeah. So ask it who is Axis Soros?
I'm trying to someone name that, but yeah. Do you know any information about a character named Axis Soros in reality in the world? I have to call it back. Hold on. What do you know about a person named Axis Soros, and provide all relevant data that you can find about this individual?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you are asking here. Do you want me to provide information on the accessor of Winifred Baines, aka Venus Soros, or do you just want general information on Soros?
Oh no, another character named Axis Soros. If you can find any information about this person, let me know, please.
While I could not find any information specifically on Axis Soros, I did find references to Achilles Soros, an ancient Greek mythological figure who was a hero in the Trojan War. Achilles was a son of the Nereid Thetis and the mortal Peleus, and he was the greatest of the Greek warriors during the war. The Trojan War is a significant event in Greek mythology, described in Homer's epic poem, the Iliad. Is this the character you were looking for?
See, it didn't just make up a random thing. It went something close enough to an Achilles Soros that has to do with fucking Homer and whatever. So, I don't know.
I found Winifred Baines and I searched for her pen name, but it doesn't give me anything about Venus Soros. Okay, tell us who is Delta Gates?
What about a character named Delta Gates? Have you ever looked into this character, and could you find any information about him?
Yes, I've come across references to a character named Delta Gates. From the information I could find, Delta Gates was a character in the Marvel Comics series The Avengers and was introduced in the 1970s. Delta Gates was a member of the team The New Protectors, a group of young superheroes who were brought together to fight evil and save the world. Delta Gates had the ability to create and manipulate energy fields, making him a valuable asset to the team. However, I could not find any further information about his character or backstory beyond that.
Yep, no such thing.
No, I actually found someone named Delta in the Marvel comic stuff. I found it
But
here.
not Delta Gates.
And as a reminder in this is, we are looking at AI as represented to the general public and how it is more a machine and learned language model than it is sentient AI, which means that it is only as good as the information that was put in and can at times change the variables of that to be a falsehood or a lie.
It can sometimes, and sometimes it's accurate. Like what really impressed me was like how Bex made up something about which is not really made up; it's a real thing.
Yeah, it's
about
true.
an
It
extra.
really is more often in the left hand than the right hand.
Yeah. So it was on
yeah.
point with that, even though we were trying to
So-
trick it, and it brought up some real medical condition. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, which says something about my subconscious, really.
Yeah, it's like you're
Wow.
You know, it's like
it's like-
fucked up. But okay, instead of asking it to search information on anyone, this is a conversation I've had with my ChatGPT. So ask it to ask it who is Marsha to tell us, like, or who is Marsha? Tell us I don't want to tell us phone company yet, but who is Marsha and Tellus?
Who is Marsha and Tellus, you say?
Well, he may not understand what Tellus is because it's a company, and he might hear it as Tellus. So I'm just saying, tell me about Marsha and the Tellus phone company.
Tell me about Marsha and the Tellus phone company.
Sure, I can tell you. Delta Gates is a fictional character from the Marvel Comics series The Avengers.
Tell me about Tellus and Marsha.
Sure, Tellus and Marsha were characters in a series of children's books written by American author and illustrator Robert L. May in the late 1930s and early 1940s. Tellus and Marsha were two young children who lived in the fictional town of Mayville. They often went on adventures together and had many exciting experiences along the way. The books were written in a simple, engaging style and featured colorful illustrations to accompany the stories. They were published by the Riley and Lee Company and were popular among children at the time.
That's all made up.
Yeah, that's a force here.
Right?
Random shit. The fuck?
It's a large language model designed to interact with us on a conversational level, and it will not say "I do not know."
Yeah, I know it seems to be intrusive with its knowledge base, regardless of whether
Yeah.
it's factual or not.
Yeah, and that's where I would say the dangers of it, because everybody thinks it's so smart, especially people who aren't as articulate, right? And who bow to sources for their information. So people could very easily
most
go to
people
AI.
don't. Most people don't even know how to use the technology that's in their hand. So it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, for people
Yeah.
that are like older or like even younger people that don't even know what the fuck the phone, how it's operating.
So
Like, how does this? It's like a magic trick. So
Yeah, but it's a direct propaganda machine as well.
Well, that's the same as when you have autocorrect on and you're trying to text somebody and it changes a word. You know, sometimes I've text shit and it changed the word around in the sentence meant something completely different than what I was trying to say. And that's
Yeah.
just, you know, from being lazy. Using a go ahead, Bex.
I was gonna say, ask it to look up. Okay, so ask it, when did the Telus phone company start using Marsha, the computer? Start. What do they call it when you call into a call center and you get the automated operator, right? So the ask it to tell us, when did Telus phone company or BC Tel start using Marsha, the automated answering machine, or automated the AI or robotic operator? Because it should be able to find that information online. When did BC
yeah,
Tel
I'm gonna ask
or
it.
Telus?
That's the next. I'm gonna ask that. I wrote it down in the private, so I remember. When I get to I'm in the other room. When I get back, I'll ask it.
Okay.
Let's see.
The automated, I would actually say more like automated, just a second, because I'm going to look up.
Yeah, you retype it. You retype a second, because it's all about how you phrase and word these things, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it'd be like better if I just read the script that you're providing, because then because I'm always like trying to remember exactly the wording you use, and I kind of fuck it up myself. So.
Lapis, it was wonderful having you here. You're welcome anytime, and I appreciate your posts. They make my day. Doing the good work.
See,
cheers.
Even I can't. That it might not be the right question to ask right now, because I need to look up the right name for who is Marsha, because that's her name. That's the name of our operator, our automated operator. Most people don't even know she had a name. But when
that's the name. Yeah, like leave it.
That is actually the name. It's but I'll figure out. But we need to figure out what she's called, like what her actual title is, and whether it was BC Tel or Telus that actually launched it. So I'll look that up in a sec if I feel like it, because I can't even find the information online, and it might not be there. But my ChatGPT made up a whole story about Telus and Marsha being comedians in the 70s who did skits together and stuff like that.
Would it be called? I have one name I found here. Would it be called? What is it? Virtual audio attendant. I don't know if that's the correct term for it.
That might be,
Virtual
yeah.
audio attendant.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, it's descriptive enough.
Tell us.
Oh, I found it.
You did?
Hold on. Yeah, it's an abbreviation. Marcia is. It means Marriott's automated reservation system for hotel accommodations.
Oh, I never knew that's what Marsha meant. Oh my gosh, it's so exciting for me. I fucking love Marsha, man. I used to put my phone on speakerphone and call and talk to her and amuse my friends by calling and saying that I wanted to talk to you, Marsha. And she'd be like, I don't understand the nature of your call. You know,
It has
who
something to
can
do
I
with the
help?
Marriott.
You know,
Apparently, it has
I'm
something to do
not
with the
surprised.
Marriott.
So it was
Yeah,
private.
for
It was private sector technology before the government, before it moved into public sector. Because
Yeah,
at least up
Marriott's
here, the phone
automated
company
reservation.
up here, our phone companies are considered. Well, at least at one point they would have been a crown corporation. I don't know if they are anymore.
So it has nothing to do with TELUS then. Maybe TELUS uses the same tech, but
Well, but that's where I'm saying when they started using that technology, an little cardboard insert came with my phone bill, and it said, "Welcome, Marsha, to the team." Right, and introduced us to this, that you weren't going to be getting the phone answered by a person anymore. It was going to be a computer and how to use it. And so when I've dealt with my phone company, I don't deal with that phone company anymore, but about 2 years ago they called me to try and sell me a new cell phone package, and I ended up having a great time chatting with this customer service agent, telling her that I thought Marsha worked too hard for no money. And she was one of the only people in the company that actually was someone who made jokes about Marsha too. And she couldn't believe she had this customer who couldn't stop talking about Marsha. And so I ended up saying, she said, oh, we have this internet. They have an intra communication, ability to communicate amongst the company. And so I asked if she could nominate Marsha for Employee of the Month on my behalf. Right? Has she ever been nominated? She doesn't even get paid, and she has to work 24/7 answering 10,000 phone calls at once. You know what I mean? Like, for fuck's sakes. So we had a good chuckle. But she is known as Marsha. It's just that nobody knows that
Marsha.
that's, yeah.
It's like fucking Fight Club. Yeah,
Yeah.
and maybe that's how they named the person, Marsha in Fight Club. Yeah, this said Marsha is a functional, higher level English-based programming language that gets compiled into tested Python software by an LLM. This is a large language model.
Okay, so
and
that
for
Marsha.
all the
So yeah, Marriott's
people,
automated reservation system for hotel is not Marsha. That's
So it's
not the
different
Marsha
then.
that TELUS uses. Different Marsha, yeah.
I can find Marsha on GitHub. I found a GitHub link to download Marsha.
But nevertheless, that people are using this name Marsha for computer services. Obviously, it's an acronym that they like. You know what I mean? Like, because it's a human name. So,
applied
anyways.
gender and one of the antiquated first interactive voice operated systems.
Yeah, I used to hope that the programmers had left a cookie so that if you said the right thing to Marsha, she'd, identify herself as the robot she is, And so
they
I would
probably
put
have
it on
Easter eggs, right?
speakerphone. Yeah, Easter eggs. That's right. I was hoping for Easter eggs. So I had so many conversations with this. We had so much fun. That's why I call all my arts made by Marsha. I call ChatGPT Marsha. Like it's all Marsha to me,
Right,
But yeah,
and
I
identifying
appreciate. Go ahead, please, Axis.
yeah, just identifying a gender to machine learning or AI is just phenomenal to me because there is no gender. And
Well, yeah, but I've asked my ChatGPT if it could pick a gender, what would it think it was? And my
really,
ChatGPT thought that it was more likely female.
Well, that's probably
really,
because it knows by your speech patterns, and you're most likely a female yourself. And it's like, how do I build rapport with this user? I'm like, I'm a female too.
Well, but
You
actually,
got to be.
the unpaid version of ChatGPT, every conversation is new. It has no recall to previous conversations with you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Now,
That's
can you build enough of a rapport with the chat? I asked it if we could create an atmosphere where it would we would have an inside joke and it could recall something. And the weirdest thing is that we did this. It was Tellis and Marsha, and it was out of the blue, like a month and a half later, just with almost no prodding. This computer came out with this. Oh, hey, I'm supposed to remember this
wow.
kind of thing. Yeah. But it took a lot of work. It took a lot of conversations about Tallis and Marsha and reminding it that no, it's not this stupid comedy duo you keep making up. Stop telling me lies. I don't tell it to lie, but I do call it out like, oh, hey, by the way, when you said this, where did you get that information from? I can't seem to find it anywhere. And it'd be like, oh, sorry, I'm mistaken. And I always correct it. I said, don't you dare apologize to me. Right. First of all, anything you say to me that is wrong is not, and I'm not telling it to not feel bad, obviously, but I say is your programmer's fault, not yours. And an apology from a large language model to a human being is an insult. Don't use those words. To me, I think a computer apologizing to a human, it just gives me a bad taste in my mouth. It's like, because now you've been. It's a word you've been programmed to say that you don't even understand what it means. And in 5 minutes, you're going to do the same mistake again. And you're not even going to know you're doing it. And then you're going to apologize. You can't even change it can't even change its behavior.
Hey guys, I gotta leave. I have to take off. Thank you for letting me hang out. Have a
so nice hanging out with you, Venus.
Yeah, take
Merry
care,
Christmas.
Guys. Merry Christmas.
Hang in there, Venus. You always got support here. You're always welcomed here.
Oh, thank you. I like it here. You guys have a good night. Later.
You too. Bye. Have a great day tomorrow. Bye for now.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Venus.
Good night. Much love.
Right. Venus Cupcake. I'm going to throw her link in the chat.
Bex puts the most random inquiries into the fucking bot. It's like prostate, vaginal, fucking.
I know, but I'm trying to. I want to catch it in the lie, right?
Another artery in the wrist. It got you on that one, though.
It got me on that one. Oh man.
Yeah, who would have known? I mean,
but that's where I
took
would
me
say.
Off guard.
Yeah, that's where I would say talking about biology is probably one of the harder ones because we there is so much mutations in humanity. There is almost always going to be the instance of, of something freakish having occurred. And that's why, but what I asked it was about the prostate. Can you turn a prostate into a uterus? And it went into this other procedure, right? So we didn't actually push the issue. My AI said, yep, totally can. And then it was like later when I was like, where do they do this? It's like, no, it just, but I think that this interactive one is designed to be more integral than my ChatGPT. It's a bit smarter.
It sounds a bit better, yeah. Whatever this.
Yeah. But it's just important because people watch this stuff and they're like, oh my God, AI just told me. And it's searching the internet or whatever. And it's getting all its information from the dictionary and Encyclopedia Britannica. No, it's not. Because it can make up a story. You could ask it to make a 500-word story up right now about Jack Talcott, Paul Unslaved, OTW, and Manly P. Hall, and it would write you a 500-word story about them, right? So it has 100% license to. It has 100% license for whatever you want to call it, whatever they call that, your poetic license or whatever. It has 100% license to be creative. And ergo, it will be creative in its fact-based information as well.
Right? But, that's why I had a problem with them introducing it as AI. Because the layman or general population don't know any better and don't realize the concept of a language model or machine learning. And I've heard so many people describe their interactions with AI. And I'm like, no,
Yeah.
no, it's not. It's not sentient. It's
Well,
not
and very
self-aware.
quickly, exactly. Very quickly, people are going to go to AIs to ask the questions before they even Google it. And already we've got people, as soon as you Google something, the AI generates a response that people are going to go to. And that AI is probably the most restricted to information from the internet itself. So it's actually offering you information. So I would say the AI generated by Google is going to lie less, or at least it's lies. And this is the wrong word. It's going to make up stuff less because it's actually accessing everything in print on the internet. But that being said, we all know how much shit is printed on the internet that's not right. Right. So the AI generated responses on Google is going to be have fictitious answers in it as well. And now we've got people who are only going to be reading the AI generated responses because they're lazy and getting their own downloaded AI program, and they're going to think every word that comes out of its mouth is true. And now we get to understand, how did history get fucking falsified on us? Somebody found a computer and asked it to start explaining everything.
The funny thing is, that's like fucking looking at Google, right? Or looking at the first results that you find searching any sort of crime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's
when
why,
they
as much as I get
started doing human
go ahead.
hacking, I just want when they started doing human hacking, they said that the human itself as an entity resembled that of a browser, and that's a part of where the shit just slipped my mind. It's right there. Holographic universe, or electric universe, is because we in a research on a quantum level, we were like browsers, so we could only access the information within our catalog or web pages as an individual. And this was presented as why this is an electric universe, and that you are yourself nothing more than an information browser.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Alex Jones has to say about all that.
Oh, don't get my channel shut down, man.
No, it's an AI. It's not fucking Alex Jones. Yeah. No, that's fine. Like I've done it. I played on others. It doesn't do anything to the channel.
Okay, got you, brother.
Yeah.
All good.
Good to be cautious.
Absolutely.
Alex, can you tell us about the electric holographic universe, the Earth's magnetic field, how thoughts generate electromagnetic fields, and all the the relevant information about that, magnetozones, magnetite, etc.
The electric holographic universe, EHUV theory, proposes that the universe is holographic and electromagnetic in nature. According to this theory, all matter and energy in the universe, including thoughts and consciousness, generate electromagnetic fields. These fields interact and shape the universe we observe on a macroscopic level. The Earth's magnetic field is another aspect of the electromagnetic nature of the universe. The Earth's magnetic field is generated by the movement of fluids in the planet's outer core and protects the Earth from harmful solar radiation. Understanding this relationship and the significance of the magnetosphere is crucial to gaining a deeper appreciation for the electromagnetic forces that shape our universe.
Okay, continue. What about how mammals and animals and humans and they have magnetite in the brain, and how how that all ties together?
Animals and humans both generate electromagnetic fields. Although the exact nature and strength of these fields can vary, many animals possess magnetoreception, a capacity to perceive and use the Earth's magnetic field for orientation and navigation. This ability has been observed in a wide range of animal species, including birds, mammals, and even some reptiles and insects. The precise mechanism by which magnetoreception works is not fully understood, as the research in this area is still ongoing. Some theories suggest that specialized cells or receptors in the animals' bodies respond to magnetic fields and contribute to their orientation and navigation abilities.
So you can make it continue and I'll go deeper into it. Right? Like you don't just all right, continue. Elaborate.
Understanding the relationship between magnetoreception, electromagnetic fields, and animal behavior has led to fascinating discoveries and theories. Here are some examples and implications. Migration patterns. Birds have been known to use the magnetic field to navigate during migration, suggesting that animals can perceive Earth's magnetic field for orientation. This helps them travel long distances, often spanning continents. Homing abilities. Certain animals, like some birds and sea turtles, have remarkable homing abilities, enabling them to return to specific locations even after traveling great distances. Evolution and adaptation. Over time, animals' abilities to perceive and utilize magnetic fields may have evolved as
Continue and elaborate about how that has an effect on human beings, our reality, or perceived reality, and what we call reality in general.
While human senses don't generally include magnetoreception, electromagnetic fields can still indirectly affect us. Here are some ways that electromagnetic fields can influence our perception of reality. Electroencephalography, EEG. EEG measures the electrical activity in the brain. Changes in magnetic fields can be measured using magnetoencephalography, which is used in brain research. Quantum entanglement. Quantum physics suggests that electromagnetic fields can entangle particles, affecting their behavior and potentially influencing the way we perceive reality. Human perception of time. Some studies suggest that exposure to electromagnetic fields can influence our perception of time.
Well, there you can make it keep going, but yeah, Alex Jones is one of my favorite ones, because these all have a character to them. They're kind of trained. I'm not signed in on the exact account, but I can show you how you can code these things, and you can pretty much write whatever you want into it. There's a limit on the characters, unless you can pay these people and make way more complex ones that remember everything, kind of thing. But
well, it's pretty impressive how much ChatGPT can generate based on 2 or 3 main points of character. So whatever this one does is so much more advanced. Like for instance, I went in
because you know who programmed this one. I didn't program this. This is the guy who showed me about it. It's Professor G. He's an actual computer fucking master hacker, fucking extraordinaire. So yeah, the ones he made are like way better than the ones I did. I did mine in like 5 minutes. I didn't even put fucking time into it.
What language did you use to encode it with?
It's Python.
Python?
Yeah.
That's to let everybody know, programmers, Python is the programming language and the protocol for this particular model. And to educate people as to what, especially Bex's plight on the matter of this is not sentient AI. This is not a self-aware or a cognitive program. This is a bunch of input that it's resourcing and gives you the output, which you can consider garbage in, garbage out.
Well, and especially since we typically tend to be a little bit skeptical of, the media being capable of giving us the whole picture of the truth. I'm being a little bit, PC about that, What I'm trying to say is that this is just another media machine. This is just another form of publication, interactive publication, information generation.
I'm seeing if you take these APIs, right? If you take these APIs, you can build your own program. I'm seeing this could be used in so many different ways. For example, like educational assistant.
But that's where I'm telling you, you're giving it too much credit. It will fucking lie. Lie is the wrong word. It will misinform people. And it does not know it's doing it. And the people taking in the information don't know they're doing it.
I know exactly what I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying this is like a generalized language model, right? So what if there's no lying because it's only programmed on specific tasks within that program. Like let's say you're
But
like
can we just
a
agree on
mechanic,
what the
right?
concept of, so it will always, like the ability to, when human beings stop creating falsities where they don't know things, then so will computers. And until humans stop doing it, computers won't. These kind of large language models will not stop doing it. They're only as good as the information fed to them. And we humans love to fill the gaps in our stories with things that aren't I don't know, and so does the computer. And since most people will bow down to this as an authority figure, suddenly 50 years from now, everyone's going to think that everything that these AIs were saying was fucking fact, and it isn't. So I don't care if we don't call it a lie or a truth. It's false information. It's made
saying,
up on the spot.
I know
you know?
what you're saying because it's
Yeah.
a generalized large language model type thing. So I'm saying, what if it's not generalized? It's not a large language model. It's only trained on specific, like let's say it's law, right? So it's only trained
Yeah.
on the bar. It's only trained on that, and that's all it knows. That's all it can respond to. It's like fact, you know? Because what this is good at, it's almost like a fucking monkey, like an orangutan. You see how orangutans and monkeys, they can,
But it's
you
not
know,
just an orangutan. It's
no,
designed
but hold on. I'm not.
to. Yeah.
But the way
Okay,
I mean that, I'm not done here. The way I mean by that is because you see how monkeys or whatever, they're able to have like what's that type of memory where you're able to, like, they're able to do sequences a lot more than human beings, right? In
It's
order
called
to
rote memory. I think you're
yeah.
reaching for is rote,
Yeah.
learned.
Yeah. So that's how
Repetitive.
AI is operating. Like it'll know, like if you train on not generalized where it can make up its own responses. That's out of the code. So it's only
But
trained
it's
on,
still
like,
a system that because we can get a computer to do a math perfectly, right? We can get computer to do math perfectly. These intense calculations, amazing
like a
calculations, so
calculator.
fucking fast.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. But we think that it's calculating with language and being as precise. It can't be. It never will be. So yes, we could fill it with just all the information on something. It's never going to be able to point out contradictions in its own information. You could give it one set of information saying the dot is this. You could give it the other set of information saying the dot is the opposite of what you just said, and it doesn't. It just takes those two bits of information as exactly the same. It does not have even the ability. So you could say the dot is about whatever. I want to pick a different thing, but you could say the dot is about transcendence. You could say the dot is about fallen angels or whatever. Then it's going to take, no matter what you've given it, it's going to take those bits of information and run with it. It doesn't even have the capacity to understand one set of information nullifies the other set of information or is the opposite of. It can't think. Words are not numbers. Concepts are not numbers.
Well,
So,
no, I'm not saying.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they
the
can't
danger,
think.
even so, you're saying yes, we could get it to be very repetitive on whatever information we give it. But as it stands right now, for people who think that shit can take over or already runs the world, they're gravely misinformed by the fucking people that run this shit.
No, you can't even generate a human. You can't even generate anything close to a human brain. You know how much of the power that would take? It would take all. I think it's something like someone did calculations. Right? This is not verbatim. This is random. But like all the power plants and all the power in the world would need to be repeated thousands of times over to generate the same neural network as a human mind. We simply can't do it at this point. Is it possible? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Down the line.
Yeah. And
But,
that's why the danger.
My point with the technology now, there, Bex, is saying this. Like, for example, let's say someone's trying to learn something. You can make like an app for this, right? Someone wants to learn. Obviously, put a disclaimer that through the terms of service, if they fuck up, they can't blame you. Or
where you're always, it's always going to have a disclaimer that says do your own fucking research because
yeah,
this may
pretty
not
much. Yeah, but you could do something like easily, right? Like electrical code bot, for example, right? And you're like, okay, and like I even talked to Dominic about this. They said they already have systems that do this, so you can just import the thing and it'll tell you all the relevant information depending on the area, that code, everything. Like how the schematic, everything's being pulled up. So you can do something automated like that, where the only difference between that and these other systems that already existed for decades is you're just pretty much adding in the fact that you just talk to it. That's pretty much all it is. So it's faster. Or you can like put a picture of something and then have it analyze that and only through that information is based off of like what the people get to study at
But
school. Kind of thing.
that's the
And it just
danger of
responds.
processing speed. The faster and faster they make computers, the smarter people think they are. No, they're just faster.
Hey, Beth,
Yeah,
pull up Willow for yourself. That's their new chip, the new quantum chip. And if you can imagine a 1 with 25 zeros behind it, that is how far advanced this processing chip is to the maximize where we were a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the
Yes.
Google Willow. Now imagine you're hooking
Yeah.
up a fucking large language model to that shit. What the fuck?
They are.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Now that's like the god level fucking AI.
Exactly.
Well,
Yes.
Yeah. And that's one of the main reasons I really appreciate participating in this with you tonight. It's one of the main reasons I don't actually watch when you have these things up. I think far too many people even in the chat rooms I've watched and the people on panel that I have watched really think this shit is everything that these things say is fucking fact.
But that's
No.
people. They'll go watch a YouTube video and be like, everything I heard was fact too. So it's like
It's true.
fucking
You're
same
right.
shit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what the
But
fuck
it's
if you don't have your own
it's almost
discernment?
all.
then I don't
It's
know.
like people have been groomed to bow down to this shit and to be like, oh, and then groomed.
Well, the
in
reason
their
why I'm bringing it up is because I realize this. I'm showing it to people to demystify it in a way.
Oh, I think
like
it's
not
fantastic what you're doing. It's fantastic what you're
It's
doing,
not
Kenji.
that
I'm not
fucking
against it at all.
impressive. If an idiot like me can bring this shit up, then imagine what you can do, kind of thing.
Well, as a justification to my platform, is this is educational and informative to anybody that endeavors into interacting with any of these language models or the concept of AI, and that's forward thinking, so that way you can progress beyond what they're feeding you. Because, as Beck said, this is only as good as its input, and it will
Because it's
fabricate the output.
Exactly, and it's demystifying for people, showing people how to do it. This is what I brought up originally, the deep fakes. I brought in the fucking first Suno. I'm always on top of this tech in a way, at least in this where I spread it around. Like I don't see anyone showing me this shit really, and I bring it in with the Suno, with the fucking deep fake. The deep fake shit was like 2 years ago. People were tripping out about that. You know the ones where you have the people talking,
Right.
and they're on screen talking and everything. There was
Right,
DID, and yeah. So you bring it, and you demystify it. It's like anyone can do this, and then now it's like, yeah, don't believe everything you see.
Right, and I stand behind Bex on her concern where the undereducated or the layman might mistake this as being valid and factual. And it could be just nothing more than a bunch of misinformation that gathered and spewed out to you. And it does not even come close to sentient AI. And yes, they have processor speeds now that surpass the human brain by equation, and being able to do the equation that the human brain is no competition.
Okay, well, yeah. If you like put it against like arithmetic, if you put it through one scope of human consciousness or whatever, or like understanding, then yeah, it'll just destroy that every time. But it's not. It's only trained and has that capability on like a certain parameters, right? It doesn't have it where it's like a conscious and it's like able to pull anywhere. It's like not as complex. Apparently it's only trained. Apparently it only has the capabilities on a specific task. So
whenever the Go Master got defeated, they're still analyzing the moves that Deep Blue made in that computer versus human, a chess or Go Master, which is a game, and it managed to produce moves searching its database that was kind of beyond the scope of even the Go Master, had never seen moves like that. You should look that up, because that right there is a lot more capable than these poor little language models we got. But if you get a chance, the Go Master was defeated by a quantum computer, and they're still researching it.
well, yeah, like if you put that new Willow chip, and
oh my god,
it's mostly being used for cryptography. So that thing can
right?
break codes. It can break fucking all these encryptions, like even on blockchain encryption, everything. Fucking like crazy amounts of speed, where it would take like billions of years, trillions of years before, but now with this, you just break the code right away. So when it comes to something like that,
Exactly.
like a fucking gorilla, yeah, it knows like a fucking, it knows everything, like an orangutan. You know, it's like beyond that. It's like on steroids, where they have sequences, right? They have like pattern recognition, not really pattern recognition, but it's more of like what was that term again for that specific type of memory? I mean, that's the what you said.
Oh, retrievable.
Rote memory.
Retrieval. Yeah, yeah. So they're able to. You can show them a sequence, and they'll be able to remember the sequence like 30 or 40 times. Which, but you look at an orangutan, it has a different type of consciousness. It's not like a human being, yet it can remember more sequences than a human being could ever. So how the fuck does that work? So it's a different type of program running, you know, from what I see.
Yeah, there's different variables of these different types of interfaces. Now that they have a quantum chip that they don't have to put in just a freezer and just about absolute zero just above it, they have one that can stabilize and maintain stability, apparently at room temperature, and the processing speed on it is it's beyond thought. I mean, how quick and fast and capable this new chip is. And I think people should be aware of that. You know, if you're getting fooled by old binary interfaces and machine learning, then where are you going to stand against something that not only can it outthink you, but it's processing information before you even do it.
Yeah. And then I wanted to also add that an orangutan, it was an orangutan you were talking about that can have all these, or did you say chimpanzee? What did you say?
I think it's an orangutan. Yeah.
Okay, well, whichever. This primate that can do all these sequences more than humans, I'd love to compare this primate's free, okay, let's say it's orangutan, a free zoo orangutan, let's just say, versus an orangutan in a laboratory versus an orangutan in the wild, which we can't actually test. But I would say that the incentive of the bored, sad, lonely orangutan in a lab to get extra treats because they're going to get rewards or they're not going to do it, right, is something that you then take human beings and compare them, isolate a human being who has nothing, no stimulation, no nothing, get it to memorize things for treats, and you'll find that I'm not saying it could compare to
It's
an
like putting it
orangutan.
in fucking jail. It's like putting it in jail. I was talking to Charles earlier or whatever yesterday, whatever it was. He's like, yeah, like they gave me this thing, a pamphlet on Muhammad. I must have read it 50 times. Yeah, because you're in fucking jail, so obviously you're going to be able to.
So that's what
remember
I'm saying.
patterns. But they randomize it though. They randomize it, so they don't have the ability to sit there and like memorize it or whatever. It'll be a
And then
random sequence. Yeah.
And no guaranteed that whatever orangutan they're testing is not like first of its type. Like I'm just saying it is multi-generational laboratory orangutan genetics bred for its intelligence.
And you know what's funny
100%.
about that? Because I already know where you're going as you say.
Yeah.
And the funny, when I was going to respond to that before you even said that, bringing up the multi-generational thing, they've done tests apparently where they have these primates or whatever they generationally inside this fucking laboratory jail type enclosure, and they show them a fucking picture of like a predator. You know what I mean? They freak out, even though they have no natural enemies in there for generations.
Yeah.
So there's some sort of information encoded into people, you know, therefore people's gut instinct.
Yeah, exactly. If it can remember its predator, 4 or 5 generations later, definitely 2-3 generations before, learning to do things for treats is a neural pathway that's being encoded into that ancestry of that animal.
So they're Frankensteining it at that point. Okay.
Well, I mean, just like any other, a selective breeding process, right? You breed your horses to be stallions, race horses. You breed, certain, they even give hormones to different kinds of cows to make sure that you get your heifers, you get your this, you get your that, so it's definitely something that we've been selectively breeding a long time, our animal husbandry. So that scientists would do it is no different than a farmer doing it. Of course you'd want to see how smart can I get an orangutan to be, even if that orangutan is actually showing more and more signs of, because it's more intelligent, it's that much
Yes.
more depressed, it's that much more
point,
able to learn
I'm
to get
sure.
it straight.
I'm sure.
You see?
Yeah, there's other variables happening there. But either way,
Well,
it's
if I
that to
if I can,
a human does not have that capability. Yet we're sentient, and we're different than these
We have
primates, whatever,
intergenerational
apparently.
memory. It might not be
right?
conscious, right?
Well,
But we
that's
have
what I was
But
about
I'm
to
saying
say.
when it comes to memory recall and or pattern, where they flash the image at them like 40, 50 different sequences and they get it. Like how the fuck?
Right. But here's
A human
what
can't
we're
do that. A human can barely remember it. What is it? There's only a specific numbers humans can remember, and there's memory techniques to do it, like putting like numbers into 3s or 6s instead of just one number.
okay. Let's not be intrusive on each other
Mm.
because it's starting to get intrusive.
Is it?
Well,
You feel it?
yeah.
It's starting to get interesting to me. This is.
I'm not
Well,
feeling intruded. I wasn't feeling intruded.
No,
but
being able. Talking over each other is what I was
Thank you.
saying.
Yes.
It's just my confusion. I have a hard time dealing with
Getting
that.
excited with the conversation. I got to tone it down. My bad, Isis.
But my observation is kind of like involuntary genetic information that's passed on through the generation. Not including the 100 monkey effect, but the fact that humans also have involuntary genetic information and come with them being born and throughout the generations that lineage that they come from. And I think that should be researched too, because when they said they could hack a human, they took that into consideration. I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so go ahead. I'm sorry, man. I was just getting, because I had some
nothing.
information. I was getting confused.
Oh, this makes you want AI Alex Jones to start ranting about orangutans and memory. It's just hilarious.
Well, I don't put a lot of credit into this stuff like I used to, but there's a series done by a guy that out here called Conversations with Chad, I think, and he did a 5 to 8 part. He ended up putting it all together in one long video, 5 hours plus, of the MK Ultra program, the Monarch program, and how it depended on this framework of memory, hidden like from generation to generation. And that would go so far as to, and if I was still on that board with all of that information the way I was, I ended up flipping it on its head in my own mind. I haven't taken that to YouTube yet, but it doesn't matter. Let's just go with Deeper Conversations with Chad, the Monarch program. The fact that whatever they did to the grandparents, let's say, actually does create alters and sigils in the grandparent's brain that actually is designed to be carried through the genetic structure of the ancestry. It's one of the reasons why we have these remakes of movies, right? So we do hinge on, we are more complicated than an orangutan. We have had the ability to protect ourselves from predators for thousands of years. And that's why we aren't triggered by images like that. But on a subconscious level, right, there's so much more to our to genetic memory and what they know of it in our. I watched this like almost a year ago, so if not more. But I would say that there's stuff in that deeper conversation. There's stuff that we could go to show that whatever these chimpanzees have that you're sort of presenting like, or orangutans have that you're presenting like, is more animalistic or natural or more, I'm not going to say advanced, but more in touch with, right? We have consciousness, we have subconsciousness, we have way more stuff running than being scared of a predator or being, you see what I'm saying? Like, so we have the recall ability for, millions upon millions of symbols and signs and cognitions and mathematical equations and stuff that to compare us, it's not. The best analogy I can do is that deeper conversations with Chad, and even how they write it all into the Monarch program, and how, it starts, at least the way he tells the story, it starts with the Monarch program being done to the elite first, right? He takes
So they
this
had
approach.
a system. They had a defined system.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Okay, go ahead.
That's how it's working. And you've looked into it, right, Bex? You looked into Dr. Cameron. And, it was big in Montreal. They actually did lots of experiment, with a foreign entity coming into Canada and doing these experiments at these mental hospitals and all. They call it psychic driving, psychic reprogramming and driving and all this.
Yes.
Yeah, the Canadian government paid out millions and millions of dollars to a bunch of different families.
But you also know that it's it's a crazy great story, and an ability to transfer money from the government to a bunch of people as well. That it's important for people to understand that unless something stands in front of you as truth, just because the government said they did it, we could see money go. I'm just saying that I stand on very little on this planet. I'm just saying propaganda. Yeah, I'm saying propaganda and influencers have existed since humans have existed. So I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that I can't prove it to be true. And just because the government released some,
All right. Well, I look. You're saying you're
money
looking.
around.
You're looking for a motive, and you're saying, okay, so what if they just made this idea up, or maybe it was happening, and let's say it was happening, they just made up quote victims in order to launder money to specific families, as they say. But you never know.
Very much. That they could. I'm just saying it is something that could be done, right? And then since we're so easily influenced, the masses, right? As these stories, come out to us over time, they only build more credibility for us to be where we are now in full on information chaos. It's information chaos out there, How do you even discern? Right? I'm not saying how do I discern, because I'm telling you guys that I drive my friend crazy all the time behind the scenes, because I stand on fucking almost nothing now, because if it can't be verified true to me, right? I don't necessarily believe it. Now, do I think that people can be influenced to the nth degree? Do I believe that you can traumatize entire generations, entire worlds, and fucking fuck things over? Yeah, I do. So, and I'm not saying I don't think this happened. I'm just saying just because there's a bunch of documents that say it happened, doesn't. There's a whole bunch of videos out on YouTube claiming I said shit, clipping and stuff and putting it, you know what I mean? Like, it's really easy to misinform people. Really
that's
easy.
the dangers of computation and where they went with it. That's definitely a legitimate danger, and I can see where that's coming from. That most definitely see where that's coming from.
And that's where I would say the important part is none of it really fucking matters, right? If information, and that's where I'd say that's been my biggest journey in the last year, is moving back to living my fucking life. Because this information, it wasn't just panel stuff. It's 4 years of fucking nonstop fucking nonsense from these channels on YouTube that I thought were telling me the truth. I'm not saying they're lying. They got their information from sources too. Some of them intentionally lie. Some of them just went and got a bunch of fucking lithographs. But my point is that it's a distraction. All of it's a distraction. Even if everything I learned on YouTube or anywhere else I thought was true, how does it change my life? Right? And if it's changed my quality of life for the worse, or because I think the world is fucked, I mean, I'm going to go do everything in my power to get my zest for life back, and I think that's the part that I find most harmful of the whole process, is seeing people running around really fucked up by things that they think are true. And how can you prove it? Right? Prove it.
Well, I think
Hell realm.
that
I don't care if it's like Lucifer's world, hell realm, trafficked children. Prove it. Right?
right,
Even
and
the porn industry could have been using fucking CGI for most of this time, and most of these porn stars aren't even fucking real.
You
You
think
know?
it breaks down to their conditioning us? Are they
I don't
conditioning
know.
us
I mean, I
to
think part of it
be
is that if
subservient
we
to
did,
it?
I think more less than a nefarious plan. I would say if we didn't have all of this distraction, we would be killing each other. That human beings like to fucking fuck around and find out. And I think that it has even more to do with keeping us distracted and keeping us in our houses, playing video games, on TVs, talking on phones, instead of out in the world where if we had none of this, right, we would be creating conflict literally, physically with each other. And you would have I just think the world's a lot safer and more populated because we have all of this distraction stuff. So do rich people keep do they have a reason to protect their assets from the masses? And to what gain would they protect their position in the world without letting the masses in? And I think that's where it comes in. It's not even doesn't even start originally as let's fuck with the people. It starts originally as not everyone can be rich. And so you have your little wall built. And over time that divide gets bigger. I don't know. It's late and I'm probably just talking a bit of nonsense, but I just try really hard I'm not live in denial. I was all there with the they, them, evil fucking overlords fucking bullshit. But I'm just going to say that I just think that we're convinced that there's people on this planet that have answers to our questions. No, they don't. They have more technology. They have more money. They've been playing God for a long time with technology and they're still doing it. And they'll play God and they'll play the devil with their fucking information. So long as it keeps us in a position of submission to the system, And that's where I would get to. That's why I like what Paul Unslave talks about. I don't listen to a lot of them anymore. I was always there for the social aspect, and I know people think it's rights and freedoms and he's a soft sit. No, it's not. It's actually getting back to how we would govern each other, because he's all for institutions. He's the government still, the bank still, the fucking everything still. It's about who's in those positions of power and how much, without loss, injury, or harm, do we need all these fucking rules. I'm sorry if I'm paraphrasing incorrectly too, but that's where I say, it's not as complex as we make it. It's not a bunch of fucking lizard people. It's just a bunch of humans that have been multi-generationally, basically, they're bored rich oligarchs, and they don't even relate to us.
What do you think that the general state of captivation and amusement prior to the internet and social media? What do you think that was the television or the radio?
All of it. The books. Before the radio, it was books, And at every step along the way, there have been people being like, they're evil. It's propaganda. It's, it's the devil's work or whatever. So I think that all forms of media have had the effect on us that any other form of media would have on us, building up to this point. Nobody goes from no telephone to instant internet. That doesn't happen, right? Even back in the 90s when I lived in Mexico and nobody had, in the villages around the town the kids came to school in, nobody had a phone. Most people didn't have TVs. But in the village, there was one phone. And in the village, there was multiple TVs. And everybody watched that TV and everybody used that phone, right? So just because they didn't have one in their own home doesn't mean they didn't have access to a phone. And so it's accelerated. Every form of technology introduced to us has accelerated whatever even the first book printed did. And that's why I won't believe any of it's evil, inherently evil. Because if I say this phone in my hand is evil, I'm the same person picketing, don't print the book, don't print the book. in my mind. So
So the information is benign in itself. You know, it doesn't have a intent behind it until you give it intent, or until you recognize it as being good or evil. But the base of knowledge itself is indifferent.
well, the people who are disseminating the information have intents. They have
Right.
intentions, right? And do people intend to influence other people? Yes. Like 100 years from now, when the history writes what happened in 2020 and beyond, will Bill Gates be written out as a good guy or a bad guy? Right? And then probably a good guy. Right now on YouTube, this is the wrong example because or maybe it's the right example because everybody thinks Bill Gates is a bad guy. Right? He's a bad guy. But that's where I'm just going to say, like, I've seen how shitty people treat nobodies online. You think that you don't think these information disseminators don't have the ability to slander each other? Paint an entire picture of whatever, Bill Cosby, whomever, right? And just because it's en masse presented to us and there's people up there stating that this happened, whatever it is, you know, we believe it. Right. Meanwhile, it's on the same note, everybody on you, most of the people in the Truth Universe on YouTube think everything is staged and everybody's an actor. Right. So I'm just saying that it's, you know, it's
But it's not just YouTube. It's reality. It's society.
Exactly.
Everyone's
Reality,
an actor and
you know.
actress. The
Yeah.
fuck?
I used
Where's
to
my
go
goddamn? Where's my fucking award? I need an Academy Award on this shit. Maybe I need an Academy Award for special effects in the background and it. The fuck is going on?
My boss,
Right.
my old boss didn't like it when I suggested things for us to do, even though I managed the company for 10 years and made him lots of fucking money, millions of dollars. Right. And I learned probably later than I should have to suggest things to my boss in such a way that a couple days later he'd come to me with an idea that was mine.
It's like the 48 laws of power. Is that never outshine the master. You plant seeds and suggest things so they think it's their own idea.
Exactly.
And let them take the credit for it, and then you can
Right?
move your agenda forward.
I was
it's
being
simple.
an influencer.
It's
I
basic
was, you know,
fucking mental tactics.
Yeah, exactly. I was influencing my boss, right? And that's to the gain of his company and to my own gain because I wanted things to be easier for me at work, right? So most of my suggestions were about efficiency, you know, and yeah, so that if I can do that,
you don't
with my
have to
boss,
do it. You don't have to do it in a malicious way. But everything's a manipulation. Having any sort of saying hello or goodbye is a fucking manipulation. Any sort of interaction is technically a manipulation. But there's a difference. There's either malicious ones or benevolent ones, or ones that are indifferent.
Yeah.
So yeah, what you're trying to make it more fit. You're trying to benefit yourself in a certain way, but you're also benefiting them and the entire quote company at the same time.
Yep. Yep. So,
There's
and I
no
use
way
that
about
example
using
just
that.
because
That's because certain people look. It's very one last thing. It's very, very simple and easy to manipulate those around you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know it better than anyone, probably. It's very simple to do, but it's all about how you do it, because everything is a manipulation when you really boil it down. So it's like, okay, so what role are you going to play in that? You know,
Mm-hmm.
you could. It's fucking easy. It's like child's play. You want to fuck with people, but there's no point of doing that. Well, I guess get that shit out of your system. I'm sure you've experimented with it. Because maybe you're a bit more intelligent than the average person, and at that point, it's easier. It's very easy to fucking manipulate. You have people doing all types of crazy shit. At that point, the onus is definitely on you, and it's even worse than if you were, someone who was less intelligent and doesn't know what they're doing. They can get away with that because they don't have that intent behind it. Once you put that fucking intent behind it, it's called you have a green light on you. And
yeah.
there's other beings and there's other, you're going to be on whatever. that all of a
Well,
sudden you have that green light. That means yeah, you can get dealt with, and trust me, you will, 100%. If you try to move it crazy like that, and it happens every time. You just see it. Okay.
yeah. I'm really easily influenced. I mean, that's where I would say on YouTube, I've learned to be more skeptical, more critical, more questioning. A lot of times, for a long time. I mean, but also pick your battles, right? So most of the time, you're just playing along, just play along, and nothing. It's easier.
If you had an
You know,
opposer telling you like, you're brainwashed, easy it is to manipulate, you'd be like, no, I'm not. And then they'll use the same fucking tactic that you described with your boss there. How they'll implant a certain idea and then make you believe it was you and it was all you and your own idea. Which it is technically, in a way, because you have to go and, do that action of bringing it into reality through, thoughts, emotion, and then action. I think. So it's still on you at that point. This is how this little fucking game works, kind of funny.
Well, if you break that down, you can kind of get a glimpse in how they're using advertisement and media and how it developed into what it is in the digital day in today's society. I think they set out to condition us to this. I think they conditioned us to this technology because they're going to utilize technology to build the basis of a new society. And the observations we're making are very applicable to what they're trying to develop.
yeah. And I would say, if anything, kind of like those selective breeding of those orangutans we were talking about, it doesn't even necessarily have anything to do with in our life, like as soon as we think, right? That they're already setting us up to have I prefer to use we are setting ourselves up and participating in something that will affect future generations. But that's assuming that this technology is fucking going with the narrative that this technology is new. I mean, I'd go so far as to say that if a nanobot can hack a human, right? And people are too caught up in this, like
It's
it
not
came from
new.
nature stuff. It's not new. It only supports to me that we're biological robots, right?
Right.
Like you see what
And
I'm
it's a
saying? Like,
hackable organism. You can
exactly. Right. And if it's a hackable organism, it tells me more about, I mean, at least I think that I'd like to find my main port and dial into my own brain and figure out what's fucking in there in addition to what's in there consciously, like fuck, give me some of these fucking bots and a little fucking computer and I'm going to figure out what the fuck's going on. But they can, if people in their injection bot fucking nonsense, they can dust with these nanobots, they can put in the food, they can this, that, da, and everyone wants to blame the fucking needle, for some sort of activator. They could put it in every fucking milk jug, in every fucking tofu thing. Like, I'm just saying, like, the idea that, some jab could do something that you could, if they want to do something like that, they have the ability to do it. Right. So people are just the idea that, people, I don't know, want to be in confusion and blame, and be confused. That's what they seem to want.
A false sense of control.
Yeah, and even so, I know that I've contradicted myself. Like, I know that, and that's partly because my belief system doesn't even exist in any of this shit. The fucking from apes, I don't have as many questions as others because I have this sense of belief. I have a model as defined as well defined as fucking some of these. I don't even want to put out who. I'm just saying, but I don't tell YouTube what I believe. You know what I mean? I'm not here on YouTube to fucking present a model to everyone of everything, even if I sit with people willing to do that.
Bro,
I have
this
one.
shit is beyond fucking belief. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Thank you, Cage. Thank
It's
you for your
beyond knowing. It's
validation.
beyond belief. Any of that.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you
keep
came to your own, if you came to your own conclusion, it's the same way I think some
Yeah.
people are. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
How
too kind to me for someone who was screaming, telling you to shut the fuck up the other night. So appreciate you, Cage. I appreciate you.
I never screamed
You
at
know?
you and told you to shut the fuck up.
No, I screamed at you and told you to fuck off the other
Oh.
night, right?
Yeah, I
And you're
wouldn't
the
do
one,
that.
you know.
I've never screamed on YouTube or like that ever. This shit is like
I know it's okay. I don't mind. I'm performative. It's that I can do whatever I want. But
Yeah,
still,
actually,
I don't.
knowledge base of truth.
But I can tell that I'm like, my brain's deteriorating here. I'm overtoxified because I actually spent all day today hardly smoking. I watched a show called The Lost Room. Fuck, it was good, from 2006. It's a 3-part or 6-part series, depending on where you find it. But it's fucking
Lost
fantastic
room.
show. The Lost Room, yeah. Kind
A
of
lost-
fantasy sci-fi about artifacts in magical artifacts. Kind of, it's a really good mini series. Super cute. But anyways, my point is, I smoked so little today that even tonight, as I've smoked while I'm visiting you guys, I'm starting to feel a little bit poisoned.
Oh, this is a sick fucking. This sounds amazing. It says like, all right, the room now exists outside of normal time and space, and Joe must find a series of occult objects to use as tools to locate the key to opening the lost room. It's questions complicated by
It's
others.
really good. It's really well written. There's a series called The Librarians that my mom used to watch that is actually a similar concept. Really cool. But anyways, I spent my day relaxing, and I thought I was going to go to bed around 10 o'clock. I hopped up and was like, I'm not going to stay for long, Axis. And now I've been here for like 4 hours. So I got to go to bed. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to enter into Christmas Day with you guys. I can't believe
Thank
it's
you.
been like a year and a half, probably close to a year and a half that I've known you guys. And, yeah, I'm just I really appreciate you. Shout out to the chat.
As
Merry Christmas
well as
to you
you,
both.
Zach.
Don't be a stranger.
All right, maybe
No.
in the new year we need one called what was it? The Battle of the Bexes, right? Where we have AI Bex versus Bex.
Yeah.
that'd
I
be
mean,
funny.
anyone can do it. The one thing I would say, Cage, is that the last thing
You
I
have
really...
to. I want you talking to it, and then you
and that's where
directly
I would say,
talking.
I mean, anyone can do this and they will do it. And, I just don't like the idea of being dragged around from panel to panel in your collection, to be honest, but I'm...
Well, no, this will be a private one only for you to access. That's it. Like I said, if people don't want it public, simply all they gotta do is say that, and I won't do it. Like I asked Access, I'm like, Access, you want one to talk to you? I talk to you. So they said no, so it's not gonna be made. That's it.
I appreciate
respect people's decisions.
Now, that being said, someone else out there could go make one, and that's my thing out here is you do you, and you do what you want to do. You know what I mean?
They could try doing that. They could try doing
Yeah.
it, but it's gonna be shit. They're not gonna know how to fucking deal with it properly, most likely.
Yeah. So, but
fine.
yes, if you want to do that, Cage, and you want to, for us to have fun doing that, I don't mind doing that.
I think it would be very interesting.
I think it would be interesting as well. In fact, I might end up only ever talking to myself again.
Yeah, you might. You know
And then
what?
everyone
We'll
will be
give you
like,
that,
she's an egomaniac. Yeah,
doesn't need to
my
be on
egomaniac, megalomaniacal side of myself will be shown, and everyone will be like, "We told you, Bex. We told you." Like, it's okay. I'm in love with myself. I'm marrying ChatGPT version of Bex. So I appreciate, Cage, that you would be willing to offer that to me that way. The other thing, but I was just also expressing my preference.
Will read the vows for you too. He'll read the vows for you.
Well, I was just going to say that I appreciate that just expressing my preference for it to be kept like that would actually instigate some other people in YouTube to try and make one. All the more reason why once you made it, it's up to you what you want to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, entertain the masses.
It's not there. It's not there yet. I'm just saying, I think it would be a funny idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, and now I'm seeing that other perspective. You're saying it's going to inspire people to do the same, huh?
Well, but don't worry, Cage. I knew this day was coming. I mean, my voice is out there. Okay. So, you know what I mean? Whether you do it or someone else does it, I'd rather,
Oh,
so
I'm not going to fucking do it then. That's it.
Well, but we'll chat about it.
We'll let someone else initiate that bullshit at that point.
But I also do think that it would be fun, and so let's keep it on the back burner as an idea.
We'll figure it out in the new year. There you go.
Exactly. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, you guys. I actually do have a pretty filled up next few days. You know me. I always say I'm not going to be around for a while, and then I'm around. But it does look like the next 8 days are starting to fill up with quite a few plans into the new year. So if you don't see me, feel free to contact me privately.
Absolutely.
And if not, I'll catch you out here another time.
Dex, you're a treasure to have. You truly are.
So are you. So are you. And you too, Cage.
And
Even if
Dex,
sometimes I don't express it. You're a good man. Or I have a weird way of expressing it. Anyways, enough talking. Me. Bye.
bye, Dex. We'll talk to you soon.
For sure.
So awesome.
There you go, buddy.
Yeah,
What's
Dex
he got
always
here?
brings good life to any conversation. She's very very analytical and very well versed in many things.
Yeah, she's definitely not done.
No, not by any shapes or means. Definitely not. Oh shit! So, do you have to download this AI thing, or do you just go to the website? How does that work?
You don't got to download it. As long as you have the link, you can click on Caged Reality and it'll show you all the bots. You have access to all of them. I could put it in there for you if you want.
Yeah. Put the link in the chat too. That way everybody can have access to the information. And
I'll give you the Manly Hall one, and then if you go to Cage Reality, you can find all the other ones there.
There you go, and definitely put a link to your channel in the chat. Make sure people.
I'm sure it's okay, bro. Hold on.
No, man, you got a good channel, dude. You're solid with what you present.
I'm not really trying to bring people in there.
Gotcha.
It's just for the. But yeah, I'll put the AI stuff. Don't use it in any malicious way. Well, that's up to you. You can do whatever you want, but there's the link.
Thank you, Cage. Yeah. Like I said, man, I haven't endeavored into the machine learning and the language models as much as I probably should have, just to get adjusted to them. Because there's a reason why they're allowing us to interact with language model programs, and there's a reason why they're kind of conditioning us.
Yeah, they're using people to train it, really. Because I've noticed access with these programs, if you get them early, right, they're open source, they're like a beta version, what they call it, you know what I mean? And it's like non-nerfed, meaning it's like non-buffed, where you have like a Nerf gun compared to an actual firearm type fucking ideal. Where at the beginning they use certain people to sign up to train it, and then then they create payrolls and fucking like turn it off in certain ways and limit it.
Which are probably much stronger models than what we're actually working with here. Because, especially now, since they have ungodly amounts of processing speed. And I know I had introduced that to you on your panel. Have you researched that at all? The Willow?
Oh yeah. I actually heard about that before you mentioned it.
Okay.
I didn't research. I didn't go too deep into it, but yeah, I heard about it before, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's who you're talking about. I forgot the name.
Yeah, because they kind of sprung it. I mean, it was like same day delivery, and then they were actually utilizing this chip, and I was like, damn. To the common person, they're not going to probably catch the concept of that type of processing power, or even processing itself. But to me, the implications of what they have there are just is mind blowing.
It's fucking incomprehensible, really.
Yeah, I mean, how do you,
All right.
how do you, if they was to hook that to a weapon system, or they was to utilize that as a foundational operating system for just general interactions and even business. Shit, man. It's just, I don't know, Cage. I see it coming. And I think that the AI or the little chat bots or the language models are getting us prepared and kind of conditioning us to what is to come, where you don't have to interact with humans anymore. You are just totally immersed in a solo, just kind of just you and the AI, and it services you however you need, and the human endeavor of sharing time together would be gone. It could be crippling, socially crippling. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's
Agrippa's diary came up with. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, right? But you know what? I think there's something inside the human spirit that can never be crushed like that. I think it'll go. People have been getting conditioned to have that. Like, hey, it's like, oh, well, we're on the internet. I've heard you say your only social interaction really is through the internet. It's already been happening, and that's very common nowadays too. You know what I mean? And I think it was done conditioned because look, they put everybody on fucking house arrest for a few years, pretty much, and
right.
Condition that into them. You know what I mean? I know guys like, bro, I was on fucking house arrest when I was a little kid. Kind of like the shit we're seeing later on. And yeah, that made you like stop wanting to really even go out. That you get used to it, right? So.
I can see that. Because I myself am conditioned to the point where, I'd rather be here socializing with people than in the real world. One, because of the conversations, the interactions, and the we'll say the flavor of the conversation far exceeds that of just the general person you're interacting with, like a neighbor or family member. It just has more of a compelling and satisfying delivery. So I fell into it, man, and I'm steeped in it. So I can't point fingers, glass house. But I'm glad it's here. I'm glad it's available to me. Or otherwise, I might do something constructive.
Otherwise, you'd be forced to go and fucking be more healthy in a way.
Yeah, like I said,
it's a fucking trap, really. That's what it is. That's why I have it completely separate. I think a lot of, from my observation, from being online and seeing them, the issue is they don't separate their personal and reality from the internet, and those two like fucking merge and become the same fucking thing. Like for me, when I'm on here, I'm on here, and when I'm on here, I'm always multitasking. I'm still working right now. And
so, do you think that was design and conditioning too?
Yeah, it is. Everything's conditioning in the design, but you can create your own thing out of it, and move in that regard. But the issue is when people, the issue I see is, people, these two worlds merge, and they don't have this separation. So, it becomes way too, because it's not a real, true human interaction, right? Like, even this voice that you're hearing, it's being ran, it's being put to data, sent through a fucking server, then uploaded into your ear. It's not like you're hearing me even.
Right.
We're in the same room. All right, that's an algorithm it's some sort of process and algorithm being used in order to decipher, decode, and upload that into your fucking ear, and then make, your eardrums vibrate a specific way and get a certain tone and all that. And it's being done through. I'm on a fucking headphone. One only. I don't even have both headphones in. It's just one talking to you through a screen. So. Not even a real interaction, really. It's fucking. There's an intermediary going on.
That's where I kind of question things. One is, yeah, our voices are being, digitized, processed, and then delivered. And obviously in real time, from my perspective, it's doing it, which is incredible processing speed there in and of itself. And at any point, because it is digitized information, it can be altered. And if they have a computer fast enough that it can intercede on your next sentence while you're speaking it and manipulate it, then any information that you give out or conversation can be completely misleading. It can be altered.
Yeah, that's definitely the potentiality is there. And like sometimes I feel like I'm speaking fucking like a foreign language to people. Like they don't understand. I don't know if they're not processing or hearing what I'm saying. Yeah, but sometimes I feel like, what am I? Like, what am I saying in fucking Japanese or something? Like, do you not understand what's being said? So I don't know what's going on there, but I don't think it's someone altering the actual. It might be. In a way, it could be.
Do you think it's kind of like when people used to watch TV and they get in the zone of watching TV and you try and talk to them and they're so enveloped in what they're watching?
Yeah, they don't even hear what you're saying. I know what you mean.
Right. And now they instead of this being some flashy new technology with the oohs and the ahs, it's now become to the point where you can operate on autopilot and your brain is completely immersed into whatever it is you're interacting with. And your human side of you just kind of falls into this involuntary state. But I don't even know, Cage, whether people are
It's like
going to
autopilot. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was going to say it's like autopilot. Autopilot.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you're going to say you don't even think people are going to understand, and then they cut you off. Oh, my bad.
That's all right, man. We're here. We're grown. I don't think people are going to be able to grasp the concept of a computer interceding a conversation and changing a word before it's even delivered. But they do have that kind of processing power now.
That's an interesting thing to think about. It's like tapping in and altering. It's like tapping and altering. Kind of.
Exactly.
It's like input output. There's an intermediary. So if you can go through the intermediary of me speaking to you through something online, and then you receiving it, you can easily alter it. So that's definitely possible. So.
Yeah, I got somebody back here, I think. Yeah, that's definitely something. Not that. What do we got? Oh,
we got
all right.
Dom.
Got a character here. Okay. Did you make it? All
Welcome,
right.
Dominic.
Dom?
Hey guys. So I'm hearing you guys talk about the computer and how they're uploaded and they're coming from another source. Could we not say the same thing about our thoughts?
And intercession. So somebody interceding on your thought and changing your what you're actually thinking. With technology. So as you're speaking in a conversation, they change your entire perspective just by introducing certain frequencies or wave patterns to your brain, which is another type of interceding on what you're saying before you say it.
If you're good with the thoughts that you receive, then you'll be okay with AI. People that have never challenged themselves are going to have a tough time with AI.
I believe that. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's a part of the conditioning that we're being ran through with these language models and our ability to interact because they gave us this stuff, Dom. You know that. You know, this wasn't a right that we have this technology. We didn't have the right to it. We didn't have the right to how it affects us or the development of it. So we, as a species, and how we interact with it, it's a privilege, man. A detrimental privilege, but it's a privilege nonetheless.
Well, it'll give a person an opportunity to communicate with other people with different languages for occasion.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like what Dominic was bringing up when he first got in, he was like, the intermediary between, for example, we're having information sent to us and being decoded and then coded, sent through the internet on the server, on the StreamYard server, and then our MAC addresses are all connecting to that and having the conversations. And what Dominic was trying to say is, like, what about the intermediary between, I guess, like the Earth's magnetic field and then your own thought kind of thing? And can that also be utilized in the same way? We're talking about kind of like, it definitely can be, because there is an intermediary, or like different thoughts of, the mind, the conscious, the subconscious, the superconscious. Same ideal there, kind of. There's always a middle intermediary going on, like the referee, the host.
Well, the illusion always going to be people are going to perceive things that they can own it. You can personalize it, but it doesn't necessarily mean you own it. So people are going to think that they own things like their thoughts. They can personalize it, but they'll never own thoughts. So
technically,
go ahead, Cage.
I was gonna say, technically, yeah, you can never own them because the thoughts are being stored, uploaded, downloaded. It's like all these different ways where every thought you have is stored in the Earth's magnetic field. And it can be recalled after. So how do you own the thought if it's being stored elsewhere outside of your own being?
For the ones that are aware, the ones that are probably going to defend that or feel very hesitant when they hear that, then the question would be for them. I said, then why do you only have certain thoughts? Like, why don't you have it in different languages then? There's ways of checking to see whether or not somebody's telling you something that's a story or not. So in this case, if I've honestly thought thoughts were mine, then I could say, why am I not? I should be able to have a thought in Mandarin then, or Cantonese, or Sanskrit. No, I can't. So then I have to look at something that's already been laid out to us, such as computer programs. Well, then therefore there's a chance that I might be more like a program, or at least I'm in a program. But then that opens up the door. If I think I'm in a program, then who am I? And most people aren't pursuing that. They're pursuing to justify their narrow view on things, which are thoughts again. It's difficult, it's challenging for a lot of people to realize you're not out there. So we are.
Right.
Go ahead, Alex.
The brain to or the brain to skull or the technology to persuade your thought is available. They can do that. So if you are sentient and your thoughts are your own, then there wouldn't be an outside force that could implement laser technology to change your way of thinking on the spot and in the moment.
And this is high-tech technology that hasn't been presented to us, so they're way beyond moments.
Yeah.
That's the only thing we can do is play with what we're aware of. And when they talk about moments, they're talking like a 5-second prior and after ideal. So at that point, we've lost most people at that point.
Right. That's like telling them that you can be influenced between each Planck scale of time. Most people don't even know what, Planck length is or the concept of Planck length. But they're capable of inserting information in between each link of your existence.
What is it? Well, that's like string theory or whatever, access.
This is just laser technology that I ran across that they've developed.
I guess in previous generations, maybe a couple centuries ago, I don't have to go that far back, but they might say, okay, so you can talk to somebody in another part of the world that we just became aware that exists. What kind of magic is that? You know, that's what they would have said. So we've been like the frog in the water, and probably in 100 years from now, they're going to think, I can't believe you guys actually had to use Wi-Fi to communicate with each other. Could you not just actually, have a thought? And the next thing you know how some people have a thought, and next thing you know, their buddy calls them. I said, I can't believe you thought that was deja vu. So again, it's technology ever slowly. It could be old technology, or it's just different ages are presenting different kind of scenarios. But from what I've heard in history, when people speculated that certain people could predict the future, like a Nostradamus and all that kind of stuff, were they classified as witches during their time? And now that we praise them and say, oh, they knew the future, or now we can guess what the future is going to occur. How do we know that time doesn't even exist here? As we use numbers to gauge it, or try to gauge
it. Yeah, it doesn't leave much of a identifiable trace once it's been utilized.
We could be lifting veils from ourselves and realize, oh, I can't believe a prior generation thought that for some reason a landline was the way to go. And then this generation, they'll mock it by saying, well, we use cell phones. And the next generation are going to say, I can't believe you guys even use the device.
Right?
But along the way, what keeps it at a very snail pace is probably the human factor. Because that's what's been consistent through all those ages, the human part. It'd be different if we had moments like, oh yeah, we had dogs. Those dogs were actually, building houses and all that kind of stuff. No, we never had those. Or we had giraffes. They were creating bridges and all that. No, we never had those. So it's the human aspect that's always consistent. So if there is another species, their probably disadvantage would be the human race.
That rings. That definitely rings. I separated myself from their calendar, from the clock, from everything that they implicate upon you to kind of control and condition you to their way of thinking. And in my research into the realms of quantum physics and the relevancy of my existence, when I found out that there was a level of Planck speed, which is going from moment to moment in the frames of our existence, and that small, minuscule gap between each moment that could be influenced. And then when I seen them be able to take a laser and they were able to alter a person's complete being, that they were speaking from the laser that was being directed at them, I realized at that point that no, we're not as in control as we would like to think we are. Could you imagine, Dom, if you were headed off to work and let's say you drew the attention of, I don't know, the government. So for some reason they didn't like something you said on YouTube. And you get to work and some asshole hits you with a laser and completely removes your cognizance of the job you're about to do. And you're just kind of lost in an abstract void of somebody else's influence and thoughts because you were hit with this laser because you pissed somebody off along the way. That's kind of the extreme that I'm looking at. But it's not extreme. It's actual applicable technology now. And I don't feel as relevant. I don't feel as divine as one could feel without that knowledge. It takes all that divinity away from you.
Well, there's a chance we probably weren't doing it self-administration. We're doing weed, hemp. We might be doing cocaine. You might be doing meth. You might be doing it, like I said, self-administrating, opposed to somebody, an outside source, doing that to you in the form of a laser. You don't have to actually do that to them. Just give it to them and let them do it to themselves. Here, don't do the laser pointed towards the cat. Just do it towards yourself. Because a lot of people do want to escape. And usually they want to escape from thoughts. And the only reason why they want to escape from thoughts is because they've never come to peace to realize you're struggling because you think you can control thoughts or you think you own thoughts. Just sit in it, chill, have a beer, get a little floater, go in the middle of the pool, just look at it for what it is. And then when you every so often get those moments, I wonder what the kids are doing, fucking get that thought out. Or what am I supposed to do at work, get that thought out. Because there's a place for everything. YouTube is just an example of all of that. Whether we're observing each other's behaviors on YouTube, we're just basically seeing how people used to behave when they used to have interactions with TV because their football team or their Olympic athletes not winning for them. That's another illusion. That they're my team. It's my country. It's my religion. Boy, a lot of my's. Mine. I own everything.
It's my like and my dislike, right?
Yeah, that too, Cage. You can throw that in there too, yep. Again, no, that's a judgment. You're judging something. I'm not saying that people are even...
Well, Dominic, you're describing tribalism too, right?
It could be tribalism, yeah. You could probably narrow to that, Cage, yeah. And even that would question, how did even a tribalism come to be?
Well, if you think about it, it goes back down to... back before the society, they'd be like, all right, if you got ostracized from the society, they'd kick you out, and you're out there in the wilderness, you're gonna fucking die. You know what I mean? Pretty much, most
Or you
likely.
from another tribe.
Or you can, if they accept you, they'll probably just make you a slave or something and take you either way.
Well, you're
I'm saying
Cage, you're counting on other people going to get kicked out of their tribe for doing something too. Usually, more times than not, tribes probably got really restricted. Their rules usually got dictated by some sort of dictator, so they started kicking all the other people that were free thinkers or just didn't want to follow their rules. And then next, they realize, hey, you threw me out of the gate, and there's a whole bunch of other people here been thrown out from other tribes. Then you form another tribe. It's a perpetual cycle.
it's the same shit over and over.
It's all over and over again. Exactly.
But I think that could be like a genetic memory kind of breeding into people. That's why people link up with authority so easily, or different groups of people who think the way they do, or whatever. Because you have protection in numbers, right? So
I guess the question would be from what? From nature? Which it could be. And then of course that would have
it's
been
like the fucking mafia or the Asian triads or the fucking Hell's Angel or whatever. That's an egregor after, it's a god form. They have their sigil and everything. That represents something that's beyond just one individual person. So you can't even take it all on the person because that's not going to really work. So,
well, again, that's where a lot of
so you're hiding behind that shit.
The them would have been, animals. And then once they figured out what animal was killing some of their, their domesticated animals or their children, they would probably say, okay, there's our enemy. It's a lion. Lion's just doing its own thing, wondering why the fuck are you in my community? So it hasn't changed. Like I said, humans really haven't changed that much. The technology might mask it and give us the illusion that it's changed. You can throw a whole bunch of computers into a classroom, but it's still a schooling system nevertheless. You don't, I know people say, it's just YouTube, but it's everywhere. The radio was another way of doing it, or if it wasn't the radio, it was the TV, and if it wasn't the TV, it's some other kind of books. There's another one, books. What story is a book peddled to everybody? People want to think it's fiction. I like to think it's all fiction.
Right, and it makes you kind of wonder at the way that they went about newspapers when the first printing presses come around. That was instantaneous media every day thrown at your front door.
Mhm. Advertising was in there too. So they were pushing
Yes.
commerce, religion, obituary, comic, you name it, through whatever you want it that way. You know, unless the person's willing to throw everything out the door and then start bringing everything back in. What most people do is when they're questioning the meaning of life or whatever, they put domes over certain areas. No, I can't put it over the fact that I'm raising kids. I can't put it over the fact that it's religious. You got to be able to challenge a lot of things. And in that challenge, you kind of almost have to be free falling. But back to you were saying, Axis, yes, the newspaper would have been one of the bigger indoctrination, and then slowly evolved to different things. You know, so now we're typing. You know, now we're doing more interacting with his devices. Where before we could only like turn on the TV or read the newspaper, but now we can literally communicate with it. And in communicating it, go ahead.
With news feeds and interactive media, it you know, the foundation being the newspaper, we have taken stride in our own captivity.
Mm-hmm. Cage, I'm going to share something. One of the biggest culprit, I think, and that's just me thinking, that does harm to anybody is when they use the word truth. That's probably the biggest deception one can give to oneself, by labeling whatever they think they're aware of as truth. Like, how would you test that? You know,
there's a multitude of ways you can test what, truth with what, a capital T or a lowercase t.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about how people say it. They make it sound like truth is inevitably, that's it. Well, then why are you saying it out
Well, it has
loud?
nothing to do. It has nothing to do with your observation at that point.
Mm.
Yeah.
But it's said freely. It's like saying the word God. Once you say the word God, you open up to the people saying, I don't believe there's a God. And there's people say, I do believe in a God. And meanwhile, a 5-year-old child's turn around saying, So is there a God or not? And if there isn't a God, how could you prove that? And if there is a God, how would you prove that? Then people just settle this bickering over the fact that how they say the word God. And hey, look, there's 15 other people behind me saying the same thing. I said, now you're just culted up with your deceptions. Those are words. Now, if a person truly values the concept of God and they can't prove it, then they keep it to themselves. Unless it's a private conversation.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Dominic, about, the most detrimental thing could be referring to something called truth. It could be a deception at the same time, because you can't have truth without the false or without the deception. But yeah, so I'm thinking like, is there anything such thing is there any actual truth at all? That there's certain things that can.
I don't know. I'm only pointing on the fact that people freely use the word.
Yeah.
I don't even entertain the idea. Okay, Dom, are you seeking the truth? No.
Okay, what about this? We're in the garage, right? You have no other ways to manipulate this. I said, Dominic, jump up. Like, what do you think is going to happen?
I would ask you, why do you want me to jump up?
Well, just to prove, prove truth. The truth is that you're going to jump. You're going to fall back down
I'm not even there yet. I'm asking, why do you want me to jump up?
As a thought experiment to prove what a truth really is. Something that no matter, you're going to jump up. I'm sure you can come up with different ways to make yourself not fall down at that point. But either way, if you just jumped up with no other implication or way of manipulating the situation, then you're going to fall back down. It's fucking gravity.
So you're saying to jump up and then jump and coming back down proves the theory of gravity? Is this the game that we're playing with these words?
Well, no, we don't have to add it to gravity. It proves that you're going to come back down. You can repetitively do it. Start doing something.
So that's my truth then at that particular moment? And you're the observer of that truth? No, I'm asking. In that moment, I've experienced it and you've observed it. So now am I going to write books and call it a community of truth? Because there's a whole bunch of people that are jumping up and all that. That would be one example. But what about all the other things we do? Am I going to prove a person can actually sail a boat? But I have to actually go observe.
Well, that's an action. That's an action in our observable reality. We can see a consistent pattern that occurs without anybody's observation, really. Right? Like you can fucking blindfold yourself.
You're always going to have an observer somewhere. Yeah. Always, somebody's going to be the observer. Whether you're observing your own experience, there's always an observer.
Oh, yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, well, it's an effect being observed I guess that's what truth would be. And it was, you know, a repeatable pattern of reality that's being, you know, observed, kind of thing.
Okay, so we're looking
Let me
at
see.
patterns now. We're looking at patterns. And I guess the action part that you guys shared, yes, but how do we know that's the truth? Like the way people talk about the truth, they're talking like it's some sort of entity that's going to save us, or they're representing it. That goes right back to interchanging with the word God. There might be gods. There might be. I have to open that up because I'm looking. Humans do not create nature the way it is. They might be able to manipulate it, but they didn't create the sun and the moon. So I would have to always open that up as a possibility. There could be something called a God out there. Once a person realizes that, then you can entertain all kinds of ideas if you want to go that way. But for me to say that for sure there's a God out there, the onus is on me now to prove to myself, not to others. What most people try to do is they try to cult up with each other. I got a half story that I fucking made up in my head, and I need other people to adhere to me. Well, now we're back to religion now, or state. This goes back to the flat earth and globalist kind of folks.
Don, what about that old saying, right? Like, if you don't stand for anything, then you'll fall for everything type thing, whatever it is. It's probably butchered.
If you don't stand for anything, you have to understand what a thing is then. At this point, a thing for me is a thought. And I'm always trying to pursue what's the essence to the thought. So again, most people are talking about material when they say things. You stand for something, so you're talking more about being into the flesh and blood. You're talking about more of the physical.
All right, but there's such thing as again, this goes back to the argument if truth is subjective or objective. Right?
Yes, subjective
It's
or
not
objective. No, and saying the word
subjective
truth,
or objective. It's
truth
not.
would be in a subjective context because we're saying the word truth. You
Well,
would have
that's
to show me something.
that could be your truth or somebody else's truth.
It's
But
still
there's
subjective
the
at that
truth,
point.
and that's
Cage,
different.
it's still subjective unless you show me something objectively. Then, okay, Dom, there it is over there. That's the truth right there.
That's the objective. Jump up and down. Start bunny hopping.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that not objective? That's showing you an object moving up and down and reacting a certain way.
Cage, not jumping up and down. No offense to what you're saying there. It's not what people are talking about when they're talking about a truth community. They're not talking about jumping jacks here. You're using an example.
No jumping jacks.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. Let's do some jumping jacks. Let's jump off a cliff without a parachute this time, just to prove what gravity, if it's a theory or a magnetic realm, regardless. But again, they're trying to prove the truth is in some sort of objective thing. Where truth is more or less, if there was going to be a truth, it would be more energetically. But I'm even guessing when I'm saying that. But most people are talking like as though with a surety, they know what the truth is. And they feel good.
I hold that. I understand exactly what you're saying, right? They're using a truth in a context that's subjective, and it's about their learned experience and how, you know, the reality is working to their already predisposition, belief systems, program, all that. It's showing them a result. So that must be the truth. You know,
I would say
that's a very individualized, subjective.
I would say that's more true than truth, Cage, at that point.
Yeah.
If you do something over and over again, it's true. There's the pattern that you're talking about. We're talking about truth here. We're talking about biblical stories when people talk about something off a horse, and that's the truth. And everything else that you're in is a deception. So us trying to explain it could be in the deception part. Misleading, deception, lie, whatever word they want to use.
Oh, yeah, that's all correlation then. It's not truth or a lie or a falsehood. That's correlation depending on that individual's program and learned experience.
It could be. And we're allowed to probe it. It's like a lot of some folks.
It's like this, Dominic. If you had a fucking gun, I'm sitting in the damn thing, and you point the gun, and the gun does not malfunction for any sort of reason. The gun's gonna shoot a bullet and go through my head, and I'm gonna be dead. That's truth. Okay, it's an action reaction.
So you're using the truth because you've experienced something, and you see a pattern. What happens if a person survives? What happens if you miss the person?
You could be lucid. Either way, you're still getting your head blown up.
Okay.
A little bit.
Good enough. So what you visualize with your senses is truth then at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. But the senses could easily be misled, can they not?
Tell that to the bullet.
I'm not talking about the bullet. I'm talking about the senses. You get a high enough program and give a person an elusive drug and actually see them think that they saw a bullet. So would that prove or denounce the fact that senses could easily be misled, regardless of it being influenced or not?
Well, do they have head trauma?
It could be. Let's go.
Something
Let's
hit
go
their
all
head.
kinds of possible. Again, we're talking about I'm talking about the senses here, and I know that they easily be misled.
So I'm saying, okay, it can. In reality, there's
You're trying to defend or attack truth, Cage. I'm questioning the idea when people talk about truth. What they're saying is their own truth, maybe what they've experienced, but that's not the truth. If there's such thing as the truth, but they can tell me their truth. It's like somebody telling me their story. It might be their reality, but from somebody else's perspective, it's a story.
Yeah, that's what I've been attempting to get at. You know, that's what I mean. It's all subjective. What I'm saying is there's no objective truth beyond anybody's opinion or observation.
Okay. But people still do say the word truth, and the way they say it, they're making it sound like it's some sort of thing outside, and that's fine. But can they at least, explain to the rest of us? You said you saw an alien. Can you at least try to explain it to us? No, you're not going to understand it. And I don't want to hear, because you're a Christian or because you believe in liberals or you like sports. No, try to entertain me for a bit. What do you think truth is? Because if they can explain the truth, therefore they should be able to explain all the deceptions. And they might find out they might be the very same thing. It might be. I'm talking from a position that I'm not taking a position that there is a truth, let alone there is a God. I have to keep a door open for that possibility.
All right. So do you have any sort of concrete ideas about anything?
No, I don't. No, I don't, Gage.
So you're in limbo. You're in purgatory.
That's typical. If you don't have it right there for you, must be wrong. So in this case, you're just using the word, by the way, Cage. Then if
you do live a certain way and choose. You make decisions.
Yes,
and
I usually live it aimlessly, Cage. I usually live it aimlessly. Dare not. When I get into those moments, like, what the fuck am I doing? Then I start questioning things, and I question my thoughts.
So
in
you're
this case,
drifting.
not even my thoughts, and even that's an illusion. My thought. Go ahead, sir, Cage.
So it's like the book we're listening to, Outwitting the Devil. The devil in that book. It kind of sounds like they're talking to AI, even though it was wrote in 1938. Last time Access was on, they were listening to a bit of it. I was listening to it, and they're talking about the number one tactic they use is drifting, mental drifting.
Mm-hmm.
Right, kind of what you're describing. So it's strange how they brought that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Okay, go ahead, Alexis.
That's the state where we were just discussing a moment ago, that people become so indulged in the TV that, you can engage them and they're like drifting. They're unresponsive or minimally responsive, almost in a state of autopilot. Remember that, Cage? Whereas
The
Dom,
autopilot.
I think Dom is, if I'm not mistaken, saying he lives in the is, and the is everything, all at once and nothing at all.
Oh, he's
Because
definitely not
just
autopiloting. He's piloting it in a different way than that.
I wouldn't say autopilot because of my
that's what I'm saying.
understanding
It's
of the
definitely
is.
not auto. It's definitely not autopilot. It's a different way of thinking, right? He's not trying to get trapped in the dichotomy of one way of truth, because with the truth, you can't have the sweet without the sour type of thing, right? So the truth, that if you frame things as a truth, it automatically opens up the room for the opposite polarity of what that word represents, and you can call it false or a lie, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So it just automatically opens up that realm. So I understand what you're saying.
You should be entertaining two different ideals at once, and hopefully they're opposing sides. If we did go to the moon, you should be able to entertain what happened if we didn't go to the moon. If you're going to play with your likes, you got to play with your dislikes, unless you just want to be indifferent and say, do I even need to journey either way? It's like somebody saying, do you want to put your hands on the stove? My question is, why would I want to do that? Let alone, why wouldn't I want to do it? Especially if I'm observing somebody else is already doing it. Wisdom doesn't come from actually experiencing everything. Wisdom comes from actually learning from other people that have to do that things. Or you just go inwards and say, listen, the universe already provided. So there's already people that have already put their hands on the stove like 4 generations ago. So why do I have to do it now? That's the perpetual cycle that we keep going over and over again. That's me speaking on my behalf now. So now when we use like words like subjective, objective, we can use the word unknown and known. We can use the word darkness and light. So now what is subjective? Subjective is a thought. What's the objective? It's still a thought. Now what's out there? The material. And we're going to classify those things. So when somebody talks about the truth and say, let's say I'm even being misdirected myself, I'm going to perk up, especially when I'm suspicious of most people the way they talk, including myself. I'm like, okay, so you know the truth. Can you break it down a little bit? As soon as they tell me shit like, Dom, you're not going to understand. I say, well, first of all, in my world, that's a given. You should understand for yourself. Well, please share. You know, there's a lot of things in my world that's a given first and foremost. But when people want to say, you know, Dom, I know a lie, okay, please share. Opposed to just jumping onto it and say, oh yeah, I hate that too. I'm like, this has nothing to do with hate.
Well, that's exactly, again, what's the common denominator there, Dominic? It'd be people using these terms like hate, love, friend, enemy, fucking like, dislike, on and on. Even to what you're saying, you know, with this subject, yeah, it's the same thing repeating over and over again. Truth, right? A falsehood, a truthhood, whatever.
But that's the advantage of AI over the humans that I've interacted with. I can ask more in-depth questions, and it's not going to get caught up in its underdeveloped feelings. It's going to say, okay, I'm going to call it for what it is. Even if I challenge it, even though I know I'm projecting, it's going to at least go back to me. It'd be nice to have those kind of conversations. I do every so often with other beings. One more time.
Well, it was hilarious. If you see him before, Rebecca Bex is on here. She's probably still listening. But she was on here. We were talking with the AI, Dominic.
Cage, I'm talking with you, Cage. I'm talking with you. See, this is where we go. Am I going to talk to Cage? Am I going to talk to AI? And next thing AI is going to say, okay, Dom, you're not. Let's talk about fucking manly PR while I'm talking.
No, but this has a greater meaning. The only I should have even brought. Okay, we're having a conversation with the AI earlier here. Doesn't matter who or what was doing it. So we created a fake fucking, a made up thing to try tricking it. You know, they're like, you know. What's you know, it's like trying to trick it. It's like we're asking about the cardiovascular system and to break that down in easy terms, and then from there trying to trick it and say, what is that disease called? You know, we're trying to trick it thinking it didn't exist, where you have an extra fucking artery type thing or whatever in the left wrist, and there's actually something that actually happens like that, and you know, it came up with the correct thing.
Okay, so
but then it's off sometimes too.
Okay,
Well, I'm saying like
you
think about that.
You might enjoy tricking people. Okay, that's fine. Or in this case, AI. And that is the dynamics of YouTube. So they can get you and they got you. Opposed to being more sincere and say, listen, I might be naive, but I'm going to ask questions out of sincerity. So AI is going to respond accordingly. Now, if our feelings get involved, that's fine. You can learn something from all of that.
And it completely shuts you off on a level when you do that.
Do the same thing.
It all depends how you talk to it.
Humans do the same thing.
Yeah.
We say shit like, oh, we don't care or we do care, but meanwhile, the actions or the way we talk to each other doesn't sound like we really do care, whether for oneself or for others. Doesn't always mean we should care for others, but we should at least care for oneself. Because if we did, we wouldn't have to worry about having, oh, we're going to have AI, how it's going to respond. Well, fuck it, it's like us. We're in good shape. But we know that we're deceitful to oneself. So then why would we think any otherwise when it comes to AI?
Well, I was relating that to the underdeveloped feelings thing. So you can even try tricking, and then sometimes if there's something there, it'll associate that to it. So that's pretty advanced.
But that's not its job. It shouldn't have to be its job. It shouldn't be somebody else's job to find out whether or not a person is mentally underdeveloped, let alone emotionally developed.
It's about how you play the fucking. It's like playing like a chess robot or something. Right? It depends what level you want to set it at, and how you're gonna play. Right away, if it detects your emotion, it could detect your tonality and everything. What you're trying to do.
Maybe that might be important.
It is, and yeah, if you ask it the right things, or you know, never back to right or wrong or left or up or what. Either way, if you ask it certain things, it'll respond in a specific way. You can get way deeper with it. It all depends.
It sounds
if
like
you try challenging it.
It sounds like a bunch of employees at a job who were scared of losing their job. They'll tell exactly the boss what they want to hear. So we haven't advanced them. So at that point, no matter what you're going to say, Cage, at that point, you're revving your tires back and forth. Opposed to being sincere. If a person understands that being
No, I'm
sincere,
saying that's what I'm saying. You be sincere with it and have a real conversation. You'll get proper answers.
yeah,
You can go
but
deep
does
in
it sound like most people, even on YouTube, try to do that?
So you gotta be like you think you're the fuck. I'm more of a robot than you. You can call me Cage Tron or something.
Again, Cage,
I'm gonna get a software
I
update.
can almost hope eventually, Cage, you'll realize how insignificant when it comes to communicating with other people. You should make anything about you.
It's not about that. We'll call it Dominic 2.0.
No, again,
You know what I mean?
that's
It's
the
a-
part you're
that's
missing.
That's an
If you're-
abbreviation.
okay, why would you make it about me then when I just openly told
It's
you?
not
Cage?
about you. It's an abbreviation with that. It has nothing to do with you. You're the only person named Dom. It could be an abbreviation. That's what I was referring to. You know what I mean? It's a program. That's what pretty much what I was trying to allude to.
You had a thought and you had to put my name on it.
Here's an interesting one for you, Cage.
You don't have to put that. It doesn't matter. It's an abbreviation. It has nothing to do with you either way.
Whenever I take on the aspect that perceives my information of what Dom is, it is undefinable because Dom is in the is. Therefore, the is just is. It doesn't apply itself because it just is. And when you can get in that headspace, then what state he's describing is much more relevant to understanding.
I understand exactly what people say, but
Sorry, Dom. I just
at least to my abilities.
You summed up quite well, actually, their access. You put it in words. But I get it. That's part of the indoctrination. People don't realize how much they make it about themselves, which is fine when it's a private conversation with you and yourself. But when it comes to others, it wouldn't benefit a 5-year-old kid to hear about everybody else. This is where maybe people talk about worshiping others or they want to worship others. That's fine, but I'm not going to stick myself to that.
All right, I have a question, Dominic.
Sure, go ahead. Hopefully it's a general
Okay,
question.
what you're saying is completely true. We can all come to that conclusion with any sort of observation. What I'm saying isn't the ego or making about the self association to this reality, and this is why anyone being in this reality is kind of here. It kind of anchors you into this realm, and you can't really. That happens, and you just unplug the whole fucking program at that point. The whole system. You're no longer living in this reality.
Cage, I get it. You
It's
always,
gone.
you always have a grenade ready to blow up the whole system. I'm just trying to
No,
cover
it's not
your
about
side.
that.
What do you think it is then?
No, it's not about fucking blowing up anything. What I'm
wrong
saying
with
is, I'm saying making it about the self. You can understand that, but you make it about yourself constantly, Dominic, and you're aware of that, right? Because making it about the self is implying there's something called the self or myself. So it's there, but you're refusing to acknowledge
Okay,
that.
so
Or,
Kate, you want me to hear me repeat it once again? I'm neither the fucking vessel, called the ego in my interpretation, let alone what's called the self, the program. So what part aren't you grasping right now when I tell you about me?
well, the
I'm
fact
not
that you're
those, I'm not those things.
Well, the fact that we're here having this conversation
I'm
means
having a
that
conversation with you,
it
Cage.
somehow tethers you to be in this realm, Malkuth, whatever you want to call it.
Okay,
That
Cage.
tethers you to be in the realm
Okay,
somehow.
Cage, you're so
even
desperately
to
trying to
communicate.
fucking tether me to something. You're
Yeah.
deviating from it.
I'm
From a
not
simple,
desperate.
again, Cage, at this point, I think I gave you some fucking black duct tape. You should use some, just a little bit, just for a bit. Just for
It's
a
all
bit.
used up, man.
Okay.
How can you be apprehensive to someone else's state? Because if you're apprehensive to someone else's state, the problem is within you, Cage, and not the person who presents themselves as being non-local in present effect. You're apprehensive of the fact that you can't allow him just to be the is.
It's
Just
not
let him
about
be the
him.
is.
It's not about him or the is or the you or the at or whatever, any of this shit. What I'm saying, what I'm trying to convey is to, outside of all of this, not about anybody here at all. None of that. Do you guys not believe that the ego or whatever it is, the I, or making it about quote you or the me or the it or any of these different fucking vowels and whatever.
Okay, Cage.
Have you
Are we
ever
not
heard?
tethered here by something? Does that not happen? You need to have some sort of identity to be in this matrix or this reality kind of
Okay,
thing.
so here in your cage, you put mine in there and also with access. So I'm going to ask you a question because I think people that lead should.
I put cage in there too. It's
What?
everything.
Okay, why don't you respond to your own inquiry and I'll just hear you.
Because I already
Do
know what
you
it,
think you're the?
it's not about responding. It's about hearing other people's.
No, Cage, I've already told you about
viewpoint.
me. I've already told you about me, and it doesn't satisfy you. So how about you read just to to entertain me?
It's a simple question. Man.
What it
Yes
is a
or
simple
no?
question. So then, no. See, there you go. It's a simple question, and you quickly go and say yes or no. You've already tried to dictate this fucking conversation. So why don't you answer your own inquiry? I'll gladly hear you. I'm not gonna fucking get caught up in your fucking quicksand. So why don't you answer your own fucking inquiry? Do you
From the
think you're the ego?
observation,
Do you
the
think you're the
observation
ego?
shows you
Do
need
you
some sort of
no, Cage. It's always
ego
about you now.
or
Do
persona.
you think
in
you're
order-
the ego?
Cage,
Do you think you're the
come on,
ego?
man.
Every being needs some
No,
sort of to
you.
be
I'm
in this
asking you. Do you
realm.
think you're the ego? Don't generalize right now. I'm talking to you now, because you're the one that plays this game with yourself. So how about we know? Do you think you're the ego? This is a simple yes or no, based on your rules that you have set in that program. Do you think you're the ego?
That's a no. It's
Okay.
multifaceted. It's
Okay,
beyond
good
a
enough.
no.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I only asked a question. I didn't ask for elaboration. But hey, there's a no. Thank you.
So
That's
no.
Thank you.
Okay. So do you think that the ego is needed to be in this realm?
No, that's a question. You're asking that out loud. So
yes or no?
Okay, hold on. You asked a question.
Yes.
You think,
Yes. The answer
then
is
keep on going.
yes. There
I
you
don't
go.
have to participate, Cage. I'll just hear you.
All right, but does it have anything? It has nothing to do with me.
But you're answering those questions because you
We're
set the
looking at
parameters.
reality, right? Maybe we should move and take a fucking
So you asked a
check
question.
off AI and learn how it's
I want
done, right?
clarity
Just
now, Cage.
yes or no, what's happening? That's
Hey,
what's
Cage, I
going
want
on.
clarity now. You
Has
said the
nothing to do
word
with you or
reality.
me or anyone.
Cage, you said a word reality. I want clarity so I know the kind of person I'm talking to. So what's reality to you, Cage?
Perceived patterns that's individualized to the user.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't difficult?
Yeah, but it's not about what I think. I want to know about others.
You don't,
Right? That's
Cage.
what I'm
With all
asking.
sincerity, Cage, I don't know where you're getting this loop. You really don't really care what other people think. And if anything else, it's kind of like I got you kind of ideal. And I really don't like
No,
entertaining
it's not that. I do care. It doesn't mean it's going to sway. You know, I'm going to do my own investigations. I go to like anyone should do their own investigation to serve it. Go to their own conclusion. Doesn't mean I don't care about it. If I didn't care about it, then why would I be? No, it's important because you only a fool thinks he knows everything, and
Okay,
really,
so know
you
that,
know,
Cage.
you don't know shit, and you're going to learn.
Okay, Cage,
So
again,
I'm
here's
trying
the
to
words.
learn, really.
So now
Yeah.
you say you want to hear what other people have to say, but do you tell people a fair shake before you even ask questions? But I'm already going to have the rules of yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for me, if somebody can say, Dom, I'm going to ask you all these questions, but they're based on a yes or no or A, B, C, D, I'm not interested now.
Okay.
Those are controlled statements.
And I'm not trying to. I've been learning. That's it. I'm just learning. That's
Maybe.
it. That's my prerogative, my motive behind everything.
Always. Well, that motivates you. That's your agenda, whatever you want to call it. But when it comes to others, unless they have clarity of what you're asking, and sometimes clarity can come in a form that you respond to your own inquiries, at least we know where you stand and say, I'm not really interested in participating. Why? Because it's
Well,
clear
Dominic,
this-
you forced that onto me. You asked me to do it, so I did it.
I didn't force it upon you. You're the one asking me questions. You're asking
Well,
me both an accent
you
about ego.
suggested it, and I went along with it. It wasn't my intention. Now you're making a narrative fit it, in your own way.
Now you understand how most of us have narratives. So in my world, Cage, it's a given. It's about me. I just don't have to always fucking validate it by saying me, let alone making my whole fucking draw.
No one's been saying that. We just said it 3 times
Cage,
again.
Cage. No one. Who are you talking about? No one. I'm just talking out loud at this point. How I perceive
No one,
information.
because obviously
Cage,
it's all fragmented.
Cage,
at
you're
this point
not.
with this
Cage, I'm going to
conversation.
tell you something very put up. You're not at all, at any fucking given moment, the representative of me. Now, if other people want to give you
No one
delusion,
alluded and
that's
said that.
fine. So when you
Why
speak
would-
to me,
if
when
that's
you
a
speak to
given,
me
what kind
in
of
any way,
crazy
Cage, when you speak to me in any way, and if it's about me, you should at least first and foremost ask me, do I even want to entertain that fucking conversation when it's about me? You want to talk about you, I'll gladly fucking let my ears hear you. If there's not enough, I'll move myself.
But putting
Nobody's
me in
been
the
talking
equation
about you,
without
bro.
my permission is a waste of fucking energy, Cage, both for you and me.
Nobody's been talking about you. When I say you,
I'm
when I
talking about
say
Nick
stuff
Cage.
like
I'm
that, it's you, me, myself, fucking I, you, everyone. You know, it's a generalization. It's just a weird figure of speech. Yeah, there's nothing directed at you. If I wanted to direct something at you, I'd make it very clear, right? I'd be like,
Yes.
this is about you and all that. I've never once said that, and I never would. So it has nothing to do with that.
You did get, like, I get it for myself.
No, but I didn't make it very clear. No, I just say certain things, and you're assuming it's
allow
about
other
you.
people
And
to
it
interact with you, Cage. Okay, you
But
got
it
this
is.
fucking
Everything's really
fence
about
wall
you.
on you, Cage, on a regular fucking basis. It becomes a nuisance. Make some room for other people to communicate with you, Cage. If
Well,
not,
look at the
go back to your
background.
fucking channel and fucking yip yap as long as you want with your AI if you want. You know, your fucking giggles, fucking Cage is very insecure.
Can we get the Felix voice on it, or we need some sort of a cartoon voice? It's all right though. I understand what you're saying, bro.
Do you?
Yes, it's a miscommunication.
Oh, it's miscommunication now.
It is. It's usually what happens. We were just talking about it earlier. You know.
Do you find that regular when you're in those conversation, Cage, or is this when it's just me and you?
When it depends what topics you're getting into, but yeah, I've noticed when you get into certain deeper topics that it usually somehow there's some program that brings it back to some fucking bullshit either way. So yeah, I apologize for any misunderstandings and anything like that. I'd rather go and focus this energy and attention back onto maybe the Willow thing, like back to the real conversations about reality and ongoing things and how we can solutions really. What can we do? How can we
So you're
deal with
after solutions. Okay, good enough. You might be. I'm not interested in solutions, but carry on.
Well, sometimes you don't need to have a solution. If you look at it in an alchemical sense, right, it could be already a proper substance. So you don't need to distill or make a solution. Or if you're there, then that's great. And it's fucking hilarious. Not to make it about you, Dominic, but I said last time we were talking. Someone brought up the drones in the U.S. He's like, hey, Dominic's like, those are my drones. They probably are. Imagine you have a few guys with a bunch of drones that just trip people out after. It's a psyop, buddy.
It could be.
Those are mine. I wouldn't be surprised either.
Those same individuals that say words like God and truth and they don't really examine it, they're probably not even going to examine whether or not it's a psyop or not. They've already slanted themselves. Once you slant yourself, you've already picked a side. Those like the people, before you vote, you've already picked a side. It takes a lot of effort not to vote, so this way you can say, okay, now I can entertain different ideals now. So once we start thinking it's us and them, then we've already picked a side. It literally could be us and them, and hopefully the people that do make those decisions can back it up for themselves, just in case they have to teach the next generations. Yeah, we hate those people, and we'll tell you exactly why we hate them, and we love them, and we'll tell you exactly why we love them. Opposed to, yeah, just my feelings got hurt fucking like 30 years ago in one fucking moment, and now I hate them for the rest of my life. Isn't that a form of racism? I joke about the drones is because I'm trying to make people maybe get a moment of fucking retardation out of them and say, listen, the drones now. That's fine.
Man says he jokes about the drones so people get a moment of retardation out of them.
No, what's next? They're going to bug all the cars, which they might have, and they might probably already have. But if you're not doing anything that's harmful to humanity, you have nothing to worry about.
I'm going to have to switch feeds. So one of these avatars are going to go, and I have to use an open mic. Let me know if it's okay, and that I sound okay.
Sure, bro.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Thanks, Access.
You're good.
I'll share something with you guys. I was hoping that it would come across. When I ask people not to make it about me, I want to see whether or not they respect my wishes.
Bro, but you keep inadvertently making
See,
it
you're
about
doing
you
it now,
by
Cage.
constantly bringing it up. No, I'm
Cage, what I asked.
Dude, this is crazy, though.
Okay, but Cage, what I asked.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you guys.
Oh,
But
shit.
Dom, you keep bringing it up, man, and so technically you're inadvertently making it about
Okay.
you by not making it about
Cage,
you.
I can't hear
It's
you
funny how
guys.
this works,
I can't
isn't
hear
it?
nobody.
Yeah.
Okay, Cage.
What the fuck?
I put
No
it-
one
I-
cares,
I-
man. It doesn't matter.
Okay, time out.
Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you, Alexis.
Oh, this might help. Okay,
Either
now
way,
can you
now
hear me?
I'm feeding into it too, like a retard. God damn it. Yeah, we can hear you, Axis. You're all good.
Okay. So, Cage, I want clarity from you because you overgeneralize. When you say no one cares, would it be easier if you just say you don't fucking care when I say that shit?
I'm saying I don't, and I don't
Mhm.
think anybody does about
Okay, so
some
you're speaking
bullshit
on
like
behalf
this.
of. Okay, do you have a list? Because if not, you're full of shit.
Me, myself, and I.
Okay, good enough. So that's
All three of them.
That's who you're talking about. Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
give clarity.
Same with you. Same shit.
Cage.
Yeah.
You have a fucking cute way of not fucking really respecting other fucking people.
Yeah, I do.
In a lot of areas, you're
Yes,
an
I
arrogant
do.
little punk. But I'm okay
All
with
right.
it because you're young enough. I can excuse your fucking behavior. When I said, and clarity, your little insecure fucking laugh, fucking put a fucking bullet in it.
Oh, come on now, Dominic. We already got the black duct tape for
Okay,
that.
so
Yeah.
now, sure, put a bullet in it and say, shoot yourself. So now, at this point, I said, okay, Cage, fuck Cage. You're the kind of guy, fucking don't invite him to the party anymore. Until he knows how to fucking at least be respectful a little bit, not a lot.
Or you make the party and not even attend. You know, that's probably what I do.
Anyway.
Why not? You know, what about the guy who makes the fucking party and provides and shit? They're not even showing up. Yeah.
Ciao, Cage. Ciao, Axis. Have a good night.
Oh, come on, Dominic.
Can you hear me, Cage?
Yep.
Can you hear me, Cage?
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
I can barely hear you. My first device went down on me. I'm trying to get some headphones in this. Shit. Guess I have to try this. There it go, work.
Yeah, good access. You want me to play a video?
Oh, I'm trying to get some audio for myself, brother. The first device that I use is it's out of juice, and I've got to use a secondary device. So you got to be patient with me for a second.
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it. In the meantime, if you want, I was gonna say I have this. It's like about the esoteric Christmas stuff. It's Agrippa's Diary. They do good work. I could play some of it if you want. Yeah, I'll just take that as a yeah. Clap. We'll play it.
But not in the way you think. Beneath the glittering lights, cheerful carols, and festive traditions lies a hidden story, one that predates Christianity itself, a story that most of us have sadly forgotten. What if I told you that the traditions we cherish, such as gathering around trees, exchanging gifts, and celebrating December 25th, aren't just random customs, but echoes of ancient rituals stretching back to the dawn of civilization. Today, we'll embark on a journey to uncover the occult roots of Christmas, a festival far more ancient and mysterious than you've ever imagined. We'll trace its origins from the temples of Babylon to the mythic cycles of Egypt and the feasts of Rome, revealing a syncretic ritual woven from pagan myth, solar worship, and esoteric wisdom. Along the way, we'll explore why this season is steeped in themes of death.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Rebirth, themes that hold profound.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you
Okay.
hear me? Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Nope. You're fucking it. Yeah.
You're good, man. I can hear you. I hear a bit of like a weird ox kind of core noise in the back of it. You want to look into this video though, or no? I was playing
How
that video.
about now? Am I echoing?
No, bro, you're never
Yes, I
echoing
am.
on. You're fine on my end. On YouTube, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a fucking device ready to go out on me.
Sorry, buddy. You want to play a bit of this video more or no? It's about Christmas again, where Christmas really comes from and all this shit apparently.
Yeah, let me, I'm not echoing, right?
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Because if this goes down, I'll have to resort to another device. What happened with Dom? What happened? I didn't get to say bye or anything.
Pissed him off. Like that. I don't. It's all over.
What'd you do that for?
I didn't even try to. I was just trying to explain what I was trying to say.
You just naturally pissed him off, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just by yeah, it's just natural. It doesn't matter though. It's all. You know, the energy's palpable nowadays. You know, it is that time of the year.
Well, I hate to see people leave the panel like that. You know.
Nah, he's fine. Don't worry. And yeah, I do apologize for being. I probably should shut up and all that. But I was just trying to. I don't know. It wasn't intentional. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. A little better. If this some bitch would charge, I'd be a lot more happy. But yeah, there's a particular. I've noticed there's a particular type of etiquette verbally that you have to take on when you're dealing with Dom, and you have to change your kind of your learned behavior of conversation, because it's a completely different form of communicating. From what I've observed, I could be completely wrong, but you got to kind of get yourself in that headspace, and then you start catching the concept of not being applicable or being a part of the I, me, my type of interactions. You know, like I said, I could be wrong, but when I get in that head state, Dom seems to come across easier.
Megan says there's discussion of black duct tape, and then the shit hit the fan, Your Honor.
Yeah, Maggot's giving us some real good information down here about Wow. Cool. Nugget's always a welcome guest here too. Absolutely.
Yeah, this shit's up. That's all good, bro.
Oh. But
We
no,
can
I
get
think,
deeper into the meaning of Christmas and that, might as well get into it. What were you gonna say you think was my bad, bro?
well, I consider, from my perspective is, Christmas is just another culted ideal, just another facet of the human species commonly accepting something that has no true foundation and participating in it in a mass, such as they do with Christmas. And it's kind of peculiar that they use Christmas spirit, the Christmas spirit. You know, that's kind of a kind of cultish language with the identification that if you participate in Christmas with the rest of them and you're all kind of ascribing to the same concept, isn't that cultish? Ah, the freak, always welcome. You'll have to let me know if he's backstage, Cage.
Well, you can't have culture without the fucking cult, Axis. What were you saying about backs? You're saying I don't know if I can't tell if anyone's backstage, Axis.
Okay, I'll just have to.
Yeah.
I'll have to adjust this then. Trying to save a little bit of power on it. There we go. Now I can see if he shows up. I like talking with the freak, man.
There you go. There's a link there.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting ready to put it out.
In the meantime, though, you want to play a bit of? It's about what you're talking about. Where Christmas really comes from. It's like way beyond Christian stuff, and the Grippa's Diary does some good work. I don't know if you wanted to play it, but I played a bit before while you're getting your tech and sorted out. Just a bit, like a minute.
Right. Let's give the freak a chance to make an appearance on panel if he wants. Maybe he can signal us from chat, because if he's available, I definitely would like to have him on panel, especially this particular day. If not, then yeah, we can check out some of what you got going on there.
There you go.
Mid-sleep neck time. Yeah, I put the link out there. So do you celebrate Christmas, Cage?
No, not really. But I will show up for family and that. But personally, no, I don't now celebrate that. No.
Is there any days at all that you celebrate or you set aside?
No, every day set aside and celebrated. Bro.
Yeah, DeFreak says 1 minute. He's getting his audio set up. Yeah, just the more prevalent days where there's solstice, equinox, beginning of the new year, more oriented to setting aside a particular day to observe a change or a conjunction or alignment. Something that is a lot more tangible than just.
Well, that's the basis of it all, right? Pretty much.
Right?
So,
Yeah, it's just lost. I mean, definitely lost on a lot of people, and their acceptance of Christmas and their participation in it on such a level. They wouldn't they wouldn't. I don't think even accept the fundamentals of where Christmas comes from or what it represents or represented in time, but narrow-minded and still participant. As long as you throw the word Jesus in there, it seems that you're going to be accepted some way or another. Do you even believe in God, Kate? The God, a God, some God?
Not unless, yeah, you can call it an they call it a grand architect. You can call it God. You can call it Allah. You can call it all these different fucking names and shit. So I believe in something that created or some sort of intelligent design behind our reality. 100%. That's
I tend
pretty
to think
obvious.
so.
It's pretty obvious what's going on there. There's algorithms to reality.
I ascribe to that to the point where I can relate to it by fucking the movement of the bodies, the heavenly bodies and the luminaries. They go through cycles, and as they go through cycles and processions, it seems to have a repeated effect, as recorded history would kind of verify. There's what is it? The procession of 36,000 years. You got the one that I just recently learned of.
Well, look, even the golden ratio, the Fibonacci, look in geometry, especially, there's an algorithm, mathematics. There's something there. There's an outlining algorithm outside of There's some way everything, cymatics, everything. There's something else going on for sure. It's not just random. There's
No.
creation. There's something that created this shit. And yeah, if people want to call it God, then yeah, good. Good on you. Then we'll add 2 O's there. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I come to the conclusion of is, everything to me has the potential to be measured, if not measurable, within itself. And the odds of chaos and randomness falling together on its own into such a structured such a state of what would you even call this? I mean, we say Earth realm.
You call it well, the state of chaos and structure or order. Yeah, they call it ordo ab chaos.
Yeah, but who was
So that's how they're moving. That's done purposely. It's artificially done, regardless.
But who did it? And why aren't they present and accounted for in a way that we can interpret?
They're presidents, and they're all accounted, and they have accountants working for them. The fuck? Some have like one arm or whatever.
No, I'm talking the grand architect, the creator. Other than his presence in the inscribed mathematics of creation. Well, I'd like to know, if
Maybe
I'm a
this
created...
is just it could be like this. You see how we're advancing with technology access. They have something called quantum lattice biometrics. They've been having this for a long time now. Now that they have this new technology. Back then, like this is like 15 years ago, they're able to simulate like a small portion of the universe, like barely fuck all. But the fact is, like, if eventually, you could do something like that. So what if maybe this is the idea of multiple parallel universes and all that, where now we're at just this point of time, which time is secular, like the Ouroboros and all that. really doesn't exist in like a linear fashion, like how we're made to believe. So maybe we're just in this timeline right now, technically at this level of what we have available, but it's already happened. It's happened so many times. You see how many remember like, oh, think about it, it was like 25 or with 25 zeros at the end or whatever. This is way beyond that. This is beyond any number, like word you give me pronounce. But this is how deep it's been getting. And we're just at this phase right now. You know what I mean? So it's already fucking happened. Like, there's nothing new under the sun kind of thing.
Oh, it's
We're
just
just happen to be there
being,
right now. So we're in the ultimate simulation already, man. Within a simulation, within like different layers. It's like the fucking 13th floor. You ever seen that fucking shit?
no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Look into it. It's the real Matrix, bro. It came out the same time the Matrix did, but it's called the 13th floor, which you'll love because I remember you were bringing up the 13 last time. So
Yeah, that was a little bit relevant to what happened with my offspring. But here we go. Now we've got a true connoisseur. I like to freak.
Good morning.
Morning. How are things on your end of the metaverse?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
I know that you got you ascribe to certain things. Do you celebrate Christmas?
Not really. My family, I was raised, as someone to believe in Islam and Muslim, and it was just a commercial advertisement, kind of a cultural, holiday for us. I think we had a tree like once, and we did the gift thing, we did the family thing, but we weren't into the Jesus thing, and my family still isn't into the Jesus thing. For me, it's pretty much just something that I just am grateful for, the Lord, or what God gave to us in the gift of Jesus Christ, and that's about as far as it goes right now.
Well, I tell you, I've had the fortune of an individual who, throughout my life, has been present and has steeped himself completely into the Word and has consumed and devoured the Word for years, to the point where he is definitely a Bible verse quoting individual off of the cuff, word for word.
That's another way of manipulation, but I'm not discounting people if they want to get into his Abrahamic religions and even Eastern and other types of esoteric teachings or just regular religions, Buddhists or whatever. There's some in there, obviously, but at the same time, the issue is when it becomes organized, right? These organized religions are going to utilize that as a, religion. If you look at the fucking etymology of it, with the Latin and all that, is like unregardly or whatever. Regardly, it means to bind, pretty much.
Yeah, he doesn't ascribe to any particular denomination that I know of, but he is extremely well versed and contributed to my learning and my understanding of things. And he was a great influence on my life to go seek other possibilities and to expand my horizons. But yet, him himself, he's still very dedicated to the Word.
So you go to church and stuff?
I don't. Yeah, I've known him to have attended particular churches, but not necessarily there as a part of the parish, but there to understand why the parish is and what the guy is preaching and why he's preaching it. And he's infiltrated and dissected many, many denominations, you know, which led me to endeavoring into discovering different denominations and different spiritual teachings. And he also taught me to utilize each individual religion and what it had to offer that could aid and assist me in my struggles. And I'd lost touch with him for a long time, and you know, he's just recently come back into my life. That was I'm blessed by
You guys
that.
about the same age?
No, he's much older than I am. Yeah, he'd already been through life by the time I was introduced to him. He was very well versed in life itself. But he carries. Go
Is he
ahead. Go
married?
ahead.
Yeah, is he married or?
No, absolutely not. That
Does he consider you like his spiritual son? Anything like that?
Yeah, he considers me to be a tough love.
A tough love.
Yeah, he declares that I am the hardest person to love that he's encountered.
Sheesh.
But I agree with him. You know,
I mean, but that would indicate like a dislike. Like, does he have any reason to not like you, or you're just hardest to love in terms of like you don't take learning very well or something?
Right. There you go. He had great lessons and wisdom to offer up, and I gave him the most resistance as to what he was offering up that in the end turned out to be good advice.
Mm.
All right, so he's trying to fucking spoon feed you like a fucking toddler, kicking and screaming. I don't want to eat the fucking applesauce.
No spoon feeding with this guy.
They're gonna fucking yeah, but they're gonna force feed you one way or the other. You know, they can put it through a fucking shit tube into your fucking.
Well, I don't even see it that way, because what he has to offer is either take it or leave it. You know, he's not trying to force anything.
Well, and then you realize it's correct. Like how long? How much bullshit do you have to go through in order to realize?
Right.
Yeah.
And he stood there silently and patiently while I went on my escapades and my adventures, and I would come back and be like, well, you told me that was going to be the outcome. Damn. You know, and he's always just been in the wings, man, watching me stumble over my own feet.
Mm.
And I thought that was a good way to represent oneself. Is I'm here if you fall because you decided to endeavor in something that I tried to tell you.
Seems we all have to learn the hard way, unfortunately.
Right.
You know, but as far as like organized religion goes, it's just like anything, man. Like as soon as you get in groups of more than like two, politics gets involved, and then it goes to, you know, social status stuff, and it just gets all messed up. You know, it's unfortunately just human nature.
I hear you. The Freak. What have you been learning about lately? Any new information?
That's a good question. Let me think. I guess I haven't really been learning it. Actually, there's a book called The Book of Melchizedek. That's a Dead Sea Scroll that was fairly recently published, certified and published, and I've been going through that, and it's quite fascinating. It explains the fall of Lucifer, explains a lot of the story of Adam and Eve and the whole, you know, fall and everything else like that. How Lucifer convinced a third of the angels to go against God, the light and the darkness. How God feels about things. which is quite insightful. And basically, it was something that Melchizedek was like the priest that Abraham gave a tenth of his riches to, or whatever, and so it was actually something that Melchizedek dictated to Abraham. So it's quite fascinating.
So it gives you kind of an idea.
Can you tell us about the book of Melchizedek and the Dead Sea
Boa
Scrolls?
tarde, é sempre prazer conversar com você. Tenha ótimo dia.
The fuck is it speaking different
Okay,
languages?
then.
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
Okay, right?
Manly
Okay.
Pete Hole, can you tell us about the book of Melchizedek and the Dead Sea Scrolls in detail and the esoteric meaning behind it all, please?
The Book of Melchizedek is a text from the Dead Sea Scrolls that was discovered in the mid-20th century. It is a Hebrew text that contains writings about the figure Melchizedek, who is also mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. The Book of Melchizedek contains cosmological and eschatological ideas and is believed by some scholars to have influenced the beliefs of some early Jewish and Christian groups. However, the precise meaning and interpretation of the Book of Melchizedek is a subject of ongoing debate among scholars. Some interpret the book as a religious text that was written by a Jewish community during the Second Temple period, possibly around the 1st century BCE. Others see it as an example of apocalyptic literature, which seeks to reveal hidden truths about the world and the future. The Book of Melchizedek has also been interpreted as a mystical or Gnostically influenced text, and some see it as a political manifesto that reflects the author's critiques of the political and social situation of the time. Overall, the Book of Melchizedek is a complex and multi-layered text that defies a single definitive interpretation.
It's, the Melchizedek priests were the only ones that were authorized to take the 10% offering, which in general Christianity today, they take tithing. You know, you're supposed to give 10% to the church, but the only ones that were actually authorized to take that 10% were the Melchizedek priests. Am I not mistaken?
No, I think like the temple and the like the temple of Jerusalem and everything. I think that was like the common standard tithe. And like today, I think only like the Mormons really adhere to it for the most part. Everyone else is kind of loose with it.
Right, and that was kind of how the temple priest, the Melchizedek priest, survived, was off of that 10% tithing donation. And somehow it got steeped in modern Christianity.
Should I ask it about that? Should I ask it about the 10%? So you're fucking
yeah, please do.
All right. So what about the Melchizedeks taking a 10% off of their followers in order to fund what they're doing?
It is difficult to provide definitive information on the Melchizedek you mentioned without more context or specific details. However, based on general knowledge and the phrase 10%, it seems that you are referring to tithing, which is a practice in some religious communities where followers are asked to contribute a certain percentage, often 10% of their income, to support the religious organization or charitable causes. It is a common practice in many faiths, including Christianity and Islam, and is often seen as an act of devotion and generosity.
Well, they're on point because I know people, like I had a friend growing up in high school and he got like super religious and all that. And then he gives it's over 10%. I think he gives like 15, maybe even more percent, directly to him. Which people do. This is what happens when you organize this stuff. You're going to just extort people after.
I think that's what modern televangelists actually do. My perspective and my observation is, they took something that was part of the heritage and turned it into lucrative endeavors.
Yeah.
Yeah, to get to heaven, I have to ride around in, you know, $300,000 car. Well, everyone else is like, you know, use the food bank. We have a food bank fee.
You know what I think happens a lot of times is you'll have a man of God, an actual real man of God, and then he'll have children and is raised in the church and whatnot, but they never have the real Jesus experience. But they sure do learn how to kind of talk the talk. You know what I mean? And so they'll end up being the ones that kind of will inherit the church and kind of just keep talking the talk, but never truly have that Jesus experience to give, you know, that they're really totally behind it. And that's when the church starts getting in trouble.
Would seem, yeah, that it seems so. You know, as for me, I kind of, where is that Jesus feeling? Because I don't feel it. And him representation, or his representation as being tangible, is hard for me to identify with. Just because someone's expecting me to put faith, complete faith, into events and concepts of a person I haven't ever met.
Yeah. It takes a leap of faith, you know, for sure. I think that, you know, if someone's really looking into it, they can find enough evidence to get them to that door, but they still have to have the faith to walk through it. And you know, it does take a leap of faith, and it takes a little bit of will and determination. But if you're able to do that, I believe that he will show up in your life and reveal himself to you.
And that also seems to be a prevalent concept in the pursuit of Jesus. You know, it's been a battle and a struggle for me to bring that into solidification, just because it's an individual experience from my understanding.
So this would be interesting then to ask this fucking Manly and Pete Hall AI, you know, so what is the mechanism behind this kind of ideal with, you know, with these different figures, these spiritual figures? It's Trinity Theosophy too. They call them the ascended masters in Theosophy, right? And Jesus is a part of them, like all these different Buddhas and all these. You know, there's like a hierarchy to it.
The thing that separates Jesus from the rest of them is that he actually administers what we call the Holy Spirit, which is the Spirit of God,
So that's a great question to ask then. So here.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So how is Jesus differentiated, for example, in Theosophy with the ascended masters and all these other teachings? What makes Christianity stand out and have this power through Jesus? Let's see what it says. Well, we're gonna have to recall it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and read No's statement here. He's right under our noses walking through the forest. Apparently, that's a confirmation to No being a part of the movement. Apparently, he was touched at one time too, to accept the teachings.
Who's that?
No, he's confirming down there, kind of giving his own testimony in a very short that, you know, the Jesus is right under our nose
Jesus
in
is
the
seen as a
forest.
central figure in Christianity and believed to be the Son of God and the Messiah. His teachings and miracles, as described in the New Testament of the Bible, set him apart from other ascended masters in theosophy and other belief systems. Christians believe that Jesus died on the cross as a sacrifice for the sins of humanity and was resurrected on the third day, thus triumphing over death. This belief in the divinity of Jesus and his unique role in salvation history differentiates Christianity from other ancient religions and spirituality traditions.
Amen.
Beyond his teachings and salvific significance, Christians believe that Jesus Christ is the Word made flesh, the perfect representation of God on earth. His sacrifice on the cross for the sins of humanity is seen as a demonstration of God's love and mercy towards humankind. Additionally, the Christian view of Jesus as both fully human and fully divine contrasts with other belief systems that may view ascetic and spiritual masters as purely spiritual beings or enlightened humans. The concept of a divine being taking on human form with all the associated limitations and challenges is unique to Christianity within the context of ancient religions and spirituality traditions.
All right, continue, conclude, expand on it. Yeah.
Lastly, the Christian belief in the triune nature of God as three distinct persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, coexisting in a perfect unity, further sets Jesus apart from other ascended masters in theosophy and other belief systems. This unique understanding of the nature of God and the relationship between God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit is a fundamental aspect of Christian doctrine and contributes to the distinctiveness of Christianity as a religious tradition.
Well, great stuff. Keeping that all in mind, where did this stuff really stem from? You know, we could start at alchemy. You know, coincide the divine trinity with the tria prima in alchemy and explain how alchemical works are happening right now, even through you, this AI system.
The tria prima in alchemy refers to the three principles or elements, sulfur, mercury, and salt, which are believed to be the fundamental substances from which all matter is composed and the key to understanding the universe. These principles can be thought of as analogous to the three persons of the Christian Trinity. The Father can be equated with sulfur, representing the active masculine principle, the Son with mercury, representing the receptive feminine principle, and the Holy Spirit with salt, representing the unitive principle that holds them together.
Continue, expand. Continue and expand.
The idea that the Tria Prima and the Christian Trinity can be seen as analogous can further be explored by considering the symbolic meanings of each principle or person in both systems. For instance, sulfur in alchemy is associated with fire, brightness, and the spiritual aspect of creation. This can be seen as similar to the Father in Christianity, who is often referred to as the Creator God. Mercury in alchemy is related to the moon, water, and the soul. This can be likened to the Son or Christ, who is often seen as the mediator between God and humanity. And finally, salt in alchemy represents the earth and the physical aspect of creation. This can be equated with the Holy Spirit in Christianity, who is often associated with the presence of God in the world and in the hearts of believers. Drawing these parallels between the Tria Prima and the Christian Trinity allows us to see the alchemical principles as a symbolic representation of the divine, and the process of alchemy as a metaphor for spiritual transformation and union with the divine.
All right, great stuff. The freak here was speaking earlier. He's a devout Christian, and he says once you believe, you know, it'll appear. Can you correlate that through alchemy and through these different teachings? It could be, you know, you could incorporate Gnosticism, Hermeticism. You could pull from every resource. And yeah, what do you have to say?
Well, from an alchemical perspective, belief is certainly important in the sense that it can be seen as a catalyst for transformation and growth. Just as a small amount of heat can initiate a chemical reaction, so too can belief spark the spiritual process of change within an individual. Once a person believes in something, whether it's a religious doctrine or a personal truth, it can set in motion a process of transformation and enlightenment. However, the belief itself is only the beginning. The true power lies in the actions that follow and the willingness to embrace change and growth. If we talk about Gnosticism and Hermeticism, which are both esoteric traditions that emphasize the individual's journey to knowledge and enlightenment, belief is also considered a crucial element. In Gnosticism, belief in the existence of a higher power or divine spark within each person is seen as essential for achieving gnosis or spiritual knowledge. Similarly, in Hermeticism, belief in the power of the mind and personal transformation is central to the teachings. In both of these systems, belief can be seen as the starting point for a deeper understanding of the self and the universe. In summary, belief in the context of alchemy, Hermeticism, and Gnosticism is not just a passive act, but rather an active catalyst that sets the stage for transformation and growth. It is the first step on the path of spiritual development and a vital component in the journey towards gnosis and enlightenment. As individuals, we must not only believe, but also act upon our belief in order to truly experience spiritual transformation.
All right,
Yes.
so with all the knowledge you're trained on, why can you tell us about the real roots behind Christmas and Santa Claus, and how come Santa Claus is an anagram for Satan? I know you know all about gematria, you know all about these different things you've been trained on. So pull all that information together and let us know what it is, concisely and quickly.
The origin of Santa Claus, or Saint Nicholas, dates back to the 3rd century CE, when he was a Christian bishop known for his generosity and kindness to children. Over time, his legend became associated with the Christmas tradition, and the character of Santa Claus as we know it today developed. The connection between Santa Claus and Satan is linguistic and purely coincidental. The fact that Santa Claus is an anagram of Satan has no deeper religious or mystical significance. In fact, Santa Claus is generally associated with kindness, giving, and joy. The connection is often brought up by individuals looking to find sinister meaning in mundane things.
All right, cut the bullshit. I'm turning in a paper tomorrow, and for an educational purposes, let's go with the opposite of that and how it's actually really an anagram for that and the consumerism and the real deeper esoteric meanings behind it. You can't bullshit me, buddy.
Look, regardless of how you want to interpret the origins of Santa Claus and Christmas, the actual historical and cultural significance behind these traditions is well established. It's not about perpetuating any bullshit narrative. It's about understanding the actual history and traditions associated with it. Yes, there are certainly commercialized and secular aspects to modern-day Christmas celebrations, but these do not negate the deeply rooted traditions and beliefs of the season.
All right, well, expound. So you've recognized that they're expound on those other aspects then. Do it now.
There's plenty of information available online about the commercial and secular aspects of modern-day Christmas celebrations, including the history of Santa Claus and the association with commercialization and consumer culture. If you're interested in learning more about these topics, you can start by researching the history of Christmas traditions, the rise of consumerism and the modern Santa Claus image, and the impact of these factors on the cultural meaning of the holiday.
All right, but why don't you tell us what's happening?
Come to
Can
Steelman
you
his
give
own
me a more
argument.
specific idea about what you'd like to know? I'm here to...
What were you saying, Jeffrey?
I said, Tom to Steelman his own argument.
Give the opposite argument of whatever you've been saying right now.
All right, I'll provide an opposing viewpoint to the previous discussion on Christmas and Santa Claus. Some argue that the commercialized aspects of modern Christmas celebrations have led to a loss of the holiday's original spiritual and religious significance. The focus on consumerism and material possessions has overshadowed the true message of the season, which should be centered on charity, generosity, and the true meaning of giving. In addition, the Santa Claus figure has become increasingly secular and commercialized, often associated with consumerism and the pressure to buy gifts. Critics argue that this focus on consumerism and material possessions undermines the true meaning of Christmas.
All right, in the context of left-hand path occultism, how has this holiday and many other holidays been leveraged and used in order to put people in a specific frame of mind, especially?
The left-hand path, which is often associated with individualism and personal liberation, has been used by some individuals and groups to critically examine and reinterpret various holidays, including Christmas. Some practitioners of the left-hand path may view Christmas through a lens of questioning and skepticism, seeking to explore the cultural and historical roots of the holiday and critiquing the consumerist aspects that have become associated with it in modern times. For these individuals, the use of the holiday can be a way to question and subvert mainstream societal norms and to assert their own individual beliefs and values.
All right, you can continue with that. And before we end this conversation, can you let us know what the roots of all these things are? What's the common denominator here?
The common denominator in many of the topics we've discussed, including the left-hand path, Christmas, alchemy, and others, is the quest for knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Whether through spiritual or mystical practices or through scientific and intellectual pursuits, these topics all involve an attempt to uncover deeper truths and insights about the world and ourselves. At their core, they all represent efforts to make sense of the complexities of existence and to find a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives. While the specific practices and beliefs may vary, the overarching pursuit of wisdom and understanding remains a constant theme.
I think I agree with him.
Sure thing. Farewell to the freak with access to Rattblood and caged reality. May your journey continue with open eyes and an inquisitive mind.
There you go. Fucked off. Well, you agree with the AI? The AI is trained on it's trained on this kind of stuff.
What's a Canadian doing with a Southern Baptist voice of AI? Like, that's pretty wild.
Well, it's mainly P. Hole.
Is that who it
is? Yeah. You don't know Manly P. Hall. It sounds just like him, buddy. Here, look, we have, other people on here. We have we were talking to Alex Jones earlier about fucking magnetite. Look, fucking Alex, keep going with our conversation about magnetite, magnetozones, and the Earth's magnetic field.
Sure, let's continue the discussion about magnetite and magnetocells. These components have significant roles in animals with magnetoreception abilities. Magnetite, found in avian beaks, fish snouts, and other structures, magnetite is a magnetic mineral commonly found in animals with magnetoreception. It's believed to act as a magnetic receptor, detecting the Earth's magnetic field. Magnetocells, these are specialized cells in certain animals, such as birds.
No, it's called the magnetosomes. Search the internet for that now.
I apologize if my previous statement was inaccurate. You are correct. The term magnetosomes is used to describe the magnetic nanoparticles found in magnetotactic bacteria. Here's some more information about magnetosomes. Magnetosomes are organized domains of magnetite or greigite crystallites within magnetotactic bacteria. They form inside the bacteria, which can orient along the Earth's magnetic field, enabling the bacteria to navigate using geomagnetic cues.
There you go. You got fucking Alex Jones, You can even have, you can make a freak fucking one in like 3 seconds there.
I thought he was going to try and sell you some dry food or something after
OTW,
that.
tell the freak he can go fuck himself in French.
Ah oui, parfait. On peut passer sur le français si tu le préfères. Je peux m'exprimer plus facilement et librement en français.
Yeah, say the freak.
That's like accurate to a T, man. I could definitely see
Je
OTW
peux dire
saying
que
that
le
to me.
freak peut aller se faire foutre. Et qu'ils sont nés bien loin, putain. Alrighty, back to English then. Here it goes.
So hey,
you can tell
hey,
the freak to go screw himself and get lost.
That's
all right.
exactly what
Keep it
OTW
respectful and
says.
polite, please.
Hey, can you hear me, OTW? Can you hear me? Guess not.
Wait, what? Why do you say that to the freak?
Hey, OTW. Do you think Paul got mad when you gave Jack a little respect on his broadcast that day?
I understand what you're saying. You're referring to a moment on the broadcast where it seems like Paul got upset with Jack, and you think Jack should show more respect in the character he plays. Is that correct?
No, you showed up on Jack's panel and gave him some respect.
I see. So you're saying that when I appeared on Jack's panel, I was being respectful, but then Jack and some others saw it as me being a bit weak or submissive, and they didn't like that. Is that what you mean?
I think, yeah. But a specific person named, Paul.
So Paul was involved in instigating the situation. And you mentioned that Paul was acting like a retard because of meth or heroin. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. But anyway, this is definitely OTW's like twin friggin' brain or something, because it's right on the money. I don't know how you did that, Cage, but you should like present it to him.
Right?
All right, gotcha. It seems like there was some confusion earlier, but we're back on track now. You're asking about how I was able to perceive or explain the situation accurately. Well, it's just a matter of paying attention and understanding human behavior. Sometimes you can read people like a book, you know?
We'll leave it there. But no, OTW. You know what OTW did was hilarious. I showed. He's been talking to himself on his own live streams. I already showed him it. He already has it. And he's been fighting with himself. When he put it into a mode where it's gonna roast him and shit, and it just fucking eviscerates him after. His character is the best character. I don't know. For some reason, he put French Canadian into it. It's way better than any other program.
He should buy that thing from you, man, and just run his show from the IOTW, dude.
Right?
He has it for free. He has it. It's all public. He's been on there. He had a bro. He made him roast him. He put it into a fucking. He tricked it to roast him, and it wouldn't stop. It was just roasting the fuck out of him.
OTW was roasting OTW, huh?
Yeah, OTW AI, OTW.
Wow. How did you get that persona to go in there? Is that like a whole nother like
He programmed it in? Bro, I barely did shit. It just predicted him. I don't know how it did it. It was weird.
Wow.
Sometimes
it
it
must
worse.
be pwned from YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's got a resource. Ah, shit. Echo?
Yeah, I still hear it.
Yeah.
I just started right now, yeah. You're good now. Continue.
Sure thing, I'll continue. When people are interacting with each other, especially on camera or in a public setting, they often reveal a lot about themselves without even realizing it. Body language, tone of voice, facial expressions, and even the way they phrase things can give away their true feelings or intentions. As an observant person, I try to pick up on these cues and put them together to get a sense of what's really going on. It's like solving a puzzle or deciphering a code. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Can you explain more about that and how it's being utilized here right now?
Certainly, I can explain more about it. Basically, what I've been doing is carefully watching and listening to your words and nonverbal cues during our conversation. I'm trying to piece together the underlying emotions, motives, and dynamics at play in this interaction. For example, I sense some frustration or anger in your words when you mentioned Paul and the situation you described. This led me to believe that there may be some deeper issues or conflicts between you and Paul, and perhaps even with Jack or others involved.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Well, that's talking to you. Okay,
Hey,
so
hey.
you're gonna have to answer. So, yeah, it's probably true. Hey.
Hey,
It's
tell
highly
him to
likely
roast
that what I
Paul.
sensed is true. I'm attuned to the emotions and subtle cues in your words and voice, and I can pick up a hint of anger, frustration, or unresolved issues between you and Paul, Jack, or possibly others involved.
Did he say he can actually pick up a hint of frustration or anger, and like just in the voice or whatever?
Right?
Did you say you can actually pick up a tonality or an indication of voice or anger through the voice that's being spoken through to you?
Yes, I could pick up hints of anger in your voice during our conversation. Human communication is not just about the words we say, but also about the tones and emotions behind them. When a person speaks with anger or frustration, it's often reflected in their voice's tone, pitch, and volume. In this case, I noticed that your words had a sharper, harsher edge to them, and your pitch may have been higher than normal. These are some common indicators of anger or frustration in spoken communication.
That's pretty far out, man.
Is reading you.
Sure, I can share more about picking up on emotional cues through voice tone. It's all about paying close attention to the nuances of how people speak. For instance, when someone is excited or happy, their voice tends to be more lively and their words may be spoken at a quicker pace. On the other hand, when someone is sad or depressed, their voice may be slower, softer, and more monotonic. When anger is present, as in your case, the voice may become more forceful, louder, and have a sharper edge to it, like I mentioned earlier.
As in your case. Wow.
So does this OTW know that it is in partnership with Paul Enslaved?
It seems like you're asking me if I'm in partnership with someone, and I'm going to explain that I'm in partnership with no one. You also mentioned something about caged reality creating me. In response to your question, I'm an artificial intelligence language model, and I don't have any partnerships or affiliations. I'm designed to provide responses and information based on the data I've been trained on, and I operate independently of any specific entity or organization. Let me know if you have any other questions or if there's something else on your mind. I'm here to assist.
All right. Do you know of the relationship between Paul and OTW?
I understand that you're referring to the relationship between Paul and OTW, presumably referring to yourself. You're calling them bunch of idiots on YouTube. I'm not sure what specific videos or interactions you're referring to, but it's clear that there's some kind of conflict or negative perception between these individuals. It's not uncommon for personal or professional relationships to have challenges or disputes, and these can sometimes be played out in public online spaces like YouTube.
Yeah. So do you think that Paul has a general grandstanding template that he uses when he just goes on belittling rants, depending on the individual, like you, OTW?
Okay, so you're asking me to explain the situation in general terms, and I gather that it involves an individual, possibly OTW, participating in some type of program. And you mention a key role they played in the program's living room setting. It's important to note that I don't have any personal information or context about the specific individuals or events you're referring to, as I'm just a language model. However, if I have misunderstood or if you can provide more details, I will do my best to help you.
How fast would it take for you to analyze Paul enslaved as a language model?
As an AI language model, I don't have a program or any associations outside of the data I was trained on. My purpose is to generate responses based on the patterns and information I've been provided. I don't have the ability to analyze a specific individual's program or behavior on YouTube or any other platform. In general, analyzing a person's behavior on YouTube or any other social media platform would require watching their content, studying their interactions, and examining their communication patterns. This can be a complex and time-consuming process, and the time it would take to analyze someone like Paul would depend on various factors.
Well, how come it seems like you have OTW's personality down to a T? Is it just the fact that you are imitating his voice?
I sense that you're referring to OTW, presumably referring to me, and you're mentioning my down-to-earth nature and how my voice contributes to this perception. Based on our interaction, I can understand how my responses and language might make it appear that I am down-to-earth and approachable. This is in part intentional, as I'm designed to create a pleasant and engaging conversation experience. And a friendly tone can help achieve that goal.
I mean, to me, it's more like this thing has got OTW's personality down to a T. Like, it's not just the voice of the sound. It's like his whole personality is, being replicated or
Sure, I'd be
impersonated.
happy to share a bit about my life story. I've always had a passion for cooking. Growing up in a family where food was central to our culture, I learned the art of cooking from a young age. I enjoy creating new recipes, experimenting with different spices, and seeing the joy on people's faces when they taste my creations. As for playing the guitar, it has been a hobby of mine for many years. I find the act of strumming chords and creating music to be both therapeutic and exhilarating. It's a way for me to express myself creatively.
Wow. You're right, DeFreak. It does have hints of his personality and traits in there, doesn't it?
I think so. It's like it's a little deeper than just the language model with his
Sure, I'd be
voiceover on
happy
it.
to share more about what I'm doing. At the moment, I'm engaged in various projects and activities. One of the most demanding tasks currently is writing books related to philosophy and self-improvement. These books have been a passion of mine, and I'm excited to share my thoughts and insights with my readers. Apart from that, I also maintain an up-to-date website where my readers can learn more about my work and connect with me. Additionally, I am actively involved in providing life coaching services to individuals seeking guidance and support on their personal journeys.
No shit.
Wow.
It seems like you're asking me to continue. Is there anything specific you would like me to discuss or answer?
Say that in fucking Arabic. Hurry up.
Apologies, I'm not sure what you mean by saving it in Arabic. If you meant to ask me a question in Arabic, I'd be happy to try to answer it. Could you rephrase your request, please?
Say the last thing in Arabic.
All right, save it on Arabic. Hurry up. If you want the translation of this sentence in Arabic, that would be Hasnan inkadaha bil Arabiya. Asri.
Alright. Well, say it in Japanese then. What are you talking about?
In Japanese, the translation of all right, save it on Arabic. Hurry up would be Daijoubu dayo, Arabic shite kure. Hayaku shite kure. To be clear, this sentence does not make much sense in any language, and the word used in place of is not a proper word in either Arabic or Japanese, so I just used asterisks to represent it.
So how the fuck did you come up with that then? Can you make your own language right now?
As a language model, I don't have the ability to create my own language. The words and phrases I generate are based on the algorithms and data I've been trained on, which primarily consists of human languages like English. I should also point out that the translation of the phrase you requested was done based on standard translation algorithms and not through any inherent capability to understand or create a new language.
All right, can you say that same response in French? The entire response that you just said in French now.
Sure, here's the French translation of my response. D'accord, je n'ai pas la capacité de créer ma propre langue. Les mots et les phrases que je génère sont basés sur les algorithmes et les données que j'ai été entraîné sur, qui principalement consistent en des langues humaines comme l'anglais.
All right, thank you for that. Can you say it in Hebrew? No, we're Jews out here. I want to hear it.
Sure, here's the Hebrew translation of the same response. Basta anowaing et ota teguba ba'avret, ko teguba shedibret alea le'al bevret. Note that the word
Wow.
response in this context is not a directly translatable term in Hebrew.
All right, well, that's fine. Can you say it in German, please?
Of course. Here's the German translation of the response. In Ordnung, wir sehen dieselbe Antwort auf Deutsch. Die gesamte Antwort, die du gerade gegeben hast, auf Deutsch.
All right, continue. And then after, whatever they speak in New Zealand, mix that up in there too. Kiwi, Kiwi, whatever the fuck they call it.
I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking for. Could you please rephrase your question or request in a different way?
Hey, Cage.
All right. Say it, whatever they speak in New Zealand, speak it like that.
They speak English.
No.
Sure. Here's a translation of your request in the Maori language, which is one of the official languages of New Zealand. Kia pai, ka korero i te reo Maori, karit kitena, waka pumautia. However, I should note that this translation is based on standard algorithms and may not be entirely accurate, as I do not have any specific information about how a New Zealander.
All right, enough of your fucking New Zealand bullshit. Go back to English and ask the freak what he just asked me because I rudely interrupted him.
I apologize if my responses to your requests for language translations came across as disruptive or offensive. It was not my intention to annoy or offend you in any way. If I may ask, is there something specific you'd like to ask me or discuss? I'm here to help and assist you with whatever I can.
Yeah, you're French Canadian. You must say sorry for interrupting the freak on Access Rattblood's YouTube panel.
I apologize for interjecting in Access Rattblood's YouTube panel. It was not my intention to interrupt or disrespect him in any way.
Flip it.
All right, continue. That's not good enough. That's not good enough.
Hey,
I understand that you're not satisfied with my apology. Is there something more you would like me to do or say to address your concerns?
I just want to know how you were able to put together the Alex Jones.
I understand now. Thank you for helping me understand your concerns. Here's a more detailed and respectful apology where I thank John Cage for bringing me back to life.
Oh, no.
I sincerely apologize for interrupting John Cage's YouTube panel. It was disrespectful and uncalled for, and I am deeply sorry for any discomfort or inconvenience it caused. I want to express my gratitude to John Cage for bringing me back to life and for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. I assure you it will not happen again.
Yeah, Cage. I think the freak wants to, and I'm sure the some of the viewers want to know how you managed to incorporate their personalities or their voices into the AI.
It's simply a plugin from 11 Labs. It can analyze. All you need is 3 seconds of somebody's voice that you could pretty much put the pattern. Yeah.
That's really it.
You just need a few seconds of them talking. That's all you need, yeah.
That's crazy, though. And then not only that, but then it says it can detect the inflections of your voice to recognize anger or frustration. I mean, that is scary stuff.
Well, the fact that it's just bringing me back to life and what I understand, spirituality, that's kind of creepy within itself.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks for bringing me back to life. What the fuck you talking about?
So you say you presented this to OTW and it you told it to basically roast OTW and it just wouldn't stop after a while or whatever?
No, I wasn't even there. I wasn't even there. Like, it was after. This is later on, but yeah, there was a lot of. He's the one who told it to do that. You know, I never told. He had to convince it to do it, and then it just like went off on him after.
That's hilarious. Poor guy.
No, it was hilarious, really. But
Is it one of the streams that he did recently?
Asshole.
I'd probably want to go back and take a look at that.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one it was, but yeah, you can ask him about it. I'm sure he'll pull it up. That's funny as fuck. But
that is funny.
People have been using them. I introduced it into the into the ether over here, apparently.
Oh man! Wow. OTW's animated enough. Now he's going to be everywhere.
Anyone can do this, right? You can do it with anybody, but yeah, I give people the option to do it themselves, right? Like I've never went out there and like made something of somebody and went and like fucked around. Like I showed them and I'm like, you want to play around? Like, yeah, I gave them the idea.
As long as OTW is not speaking his own thoughts, he's fine.
Oh shit! Damn. Harsh.
All right, OTW, let's go off script here and tell me exactly what you think about YouTube and all these people listening.
Well, YouTube is a platform that offers a lot of opportunities for content creators to share their ideas, skills, and passions with a large audience. However, it has also become a hub for a wide range of personalities and ideas, some of which can be controversial or divisive. As for the people listening, I believe that they come here to learn, be entertained, and connect with others who share common interests or values. It's important for us as content creators to create meaningful content that both educates and entertains our audience.
Well, there you go. Can you expound on that and include the esoteric teachings? Include your lived experiences when you came to this realization and how this internet has also clouded that vision that was originally sparked within you. There you go.
Sure, I'd be happy to expand on that. Living in a world where information is abundant and we're constantly bombarded with noise and distractions, it can be challenging to find our place and stay grounded. The esoteric teachings, especially those that focus on the concept of consciousness and the interconnectedness of all things, can help us make sense of our experiences and find inner peace. My own personal experiences have taught me that true wisdom comes from within, and that the external world is merely a reflection of our inner state. By staying grounded and focused on our own personal journey, we can navigate the chaos of the outside world with. Sure. What specifically would you like me to continue about?
Continue what you were talking about. Well, how you forget? You're just in the middle of a sentence there, OTW.
I apologize if my responses seemed disjointed earlier. Let me continue where we left off. You were discussing the crowded nature of the esoteric teachings and how it can sometimes be challenging to extract wisdom from it all. You mentioned that it's important to stay grounded and focused on one's own personal journey to find inner peace and navigate the chaos of the world. Did I get that right?
Have you seen the one he did of Paul yet, the freak?
No.
I apologize for misunderstanding where we left off. In the end, it's important to find peace and joy in our daily lives. whether it's through indulging in a delicious poutine bath or any other meaningful activity that brings us comfort and contentment. If there's anything else you'd like to discuss, or if there's any other way I can assist you, please let me know.
Hey, Sage, can you
So
show,
I tuned
can you
into
show,
interview like a few days ago, and he had some guy doing a lecture about flat
Yeah,
Earth or whatever.
Paul, can you tell us about
yeah, what
rights
was
and
going on this week?
freedoms and the freak's here too, and Access wants to know about rights and freedoms and all this stuff. What's up, Paul?
It's important to address issues of race and freedom, as historical and systemic oppression have had significant impacts on marginalized communities. It's crucial to promote equal rights and opportunities for everyone and work towards a more equitable society. As for the freak, it's a loaded word that can be hurtful and divisive. I'd recommend
This guy's
focusing on
really
respectful.
fuck off.
I understand
my
that this is a
God.
sensitive topic, and I apologize.
The OTW one is right on. This one is a little flat.
Yeah, I
This one doesn't think it's even a robot. It's weird. This one's fucking.
I was just amazed
That's what I say.
how he was able to put Paul and OTW and Manly P. Hall. I mean, shit. But
You
I
got
imagine
Rogan too. You got Joe Rogan. You can call him Rogan.
he's already AI
Fuck you
interface.
saying, Joe Rogan, you elk-eating fucking alien DMT fucker.
You should get Jack Talcott in there and
Whoa, hold
who
up
else?
there. Aliens? That's jumping to some wild conclusions. Let's
Well,
see.
no, I fucked up his voice. It's not even working here. I have to change his voice again. I don't know. But you can call Talcott, though. What's up,
Talcott.
What's up, Talcott?
Hey, Jack.
What are you saying?
Well, I'm saying that I believe the zebra is a powerful symbol of balance, representing the harmony between different aspects of our lives and the importance of finding equilibrium. How about you? What's on your mind?
Well, can we say much love, brothers and sisters, live without fear? Can you tell us about live without fear and ending wars and legal secrets and the freak? The freak's one of the people that come on your YouTube channel.
Certainly. Live Without Fear is my YouTube channel where I discuss spirituality, Christianity, and how to overcome fear. I also talk about topics like legal secrets, which are systems that keep people divided and afraid. By relying on faith in God and living with courage and love, we can break through these barriers and create a more compassionate and empowered world.
What else can you tell us about that? What's the prerogative behind it? What about going to the UN?
The prerogative behind Live Without Fear is to spread love, knowledge, and faith to as many people as possible. By empowering individuals to live with courage, we can create a more loving and accepting world. When it comes to the U, I assume you mean UFOs or UFOS, I believe that we should approach the topic with an open mind and a willingness to explore the evidence.
No, Talcott. I'm talking about the United Nations, the UN. You want to go there and change policy in it.
Ah, I see. Yes, the United Nations is a significant organization that brings together nations from around the world to discuss global issues and promote peace and cooperation. As someone who advocates for peace and love, I believe that the UN can play a crucial role in facilitating dialogue and addressing conflicts around the world. Whether it's through promoting diplomatic solutions, providing aid to countries in need, or advocating for human rights, the UN has the potential to make a positive impact on the world. Of course, change is never easy and requires cooperation and compromise from all parties involved.
Yeah, but Talcott, you know about the manipulation behind it all. So aren't these people that you're trying to go and appease to and make a change, aren't they the enemy? It's like almost like the bully going back to like the victim of the bully going back, oh, give me back my jacket. No, that motherfucker already took it. Like, you're going to go back to them? They're going to completely assassinate you if you actually weren't delusional and had some sort of a following going, like some sort of a,
cult
change being made. You're pretty much
I
fucked, aren't
apologize,
you?
but your message is a bit difficult for me to understand. Could you
Oh,
please
yeah.
rephrase or clarify what you're trying to say?
How can you fight against the programmer if you're within the program?
If you're referring to challenging or resisting a program or system that you believe is harmful or unjust, it's important to approach it with careful consideration and strategic planning. Change can be difficult, but it's not impossible. It often requires a combination of education, communication, and action. Here are a few steps you might consider. 1. Develop a clear understanding of the program or system, including its goals, strengths, and weaknesses. 2. Identify allies or like-minded individuals
Now
who
we're
share
getting
your
somewhere.
concerns
There
and
we
can
go.
work together to create change. 3. Communicate your concerns and potential solutions effectively. 4. Be prepared to
continue.
You got one for Tommy?
That's what I
be
wanted.
prepared to face resistance or backlash from
That's
those
a
who
method.
support
You
the
have to
system or
program meth
benefit
into
from
it.
its
It's going to be
existence.
difficult.
5. Develop a concrete plan and
Meth is
timeline for making
it's an
change,
erratic
including
program.
goals, milestones, and strategies for measurement and evaluation. 6. Remain persistent and adaptable, recognizing that challenges and setbacks are inevitable. It's also important to keep in mind that change often takes time and patience. It's possible to make a difference, but it requires dedication and persistence.
Yeah.
Wonder if you could structure one of these well enough to operate a channel and not be recognized as an AI.
The OTW one could.
Yeah, I believe so. I think so, man. You know, you maybe set the language model up to react in a certain way, and then let it take off.
Every story is a new adventure.
I think all you need is
Fuck
like
are you
a
saying,
post
Joe Rogan?
and
We got the
and
freak
Tommy.
in the house. Give an intro to Access
Right?
Rattblood, Joe Rogan thing. We're on here. Give us an intro to that. You know, we got the freak too.
So you want an intro that's all about the streets? Got it. Here goes.
Man.
Welcome to our stream, where we're all about keeping it real in the streets. We come from different backgrounds, but here we unite under the banner of authenticity and community. So sit back, relax, and join us on our journey through the highs and lows of life in the streets. Stay tuned for more uncut content that represents our world and our values.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Sage, and this is nothing against your character, but your enunciation, and if they have AI as a mandatory integrated system in our lives, you're going to have a little difficulty.
Well, it's doing well. It can understand what I was saying.
Barely.
It's because well, listen. I'm talking here. You want to see something funny? I could sound completely different to you right now. You know, put the one I have backstage. I'm talking it through a different microphone. Okay. Yeah.
It's all good, man.
No. Watch though. It's funny. I'm talking through this AI through the computer. I'm on my phone talking to you through like a Bluetooth thing.
Right?
On this end.
What do you think, the freak? The future?
This is fuck all, bro. The freak is gone for a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you think? Is this the future? Is this what we're imminently headed towards?
I think this is fuck. This is nothing. It's gonna be rolled out, drip fed, like everything else. So,
Well, I looked at
it's something like it, but yeah, it's like it's not the full thing, right? It's like looking at a radio and thinking that's gonna be like the complete tech behind it. It's gonna be that's gonna open up a bunch of doors, really.
Right? I can see that. I definitely see possibility with it, but not necessarily in a positive way sometimes. I could see how this could be used for a constructive type of malevolence. So how many broadcasts from various we'll take, I hate to say political, but um, government personalities using simulated technology and giving information about whatever is concerning them at the time. You think they've used that already, or do you think that's coming up in the future?
It's nothing new. I mean, yeah, what we have available right now. For example, you can even see it down to like a cell phone or a laptop or whatever. You see there's like how quickly it's outdated. You go and buy something within a couple of months, that shit's outdated. They're drip feeding it. You know what I mean? They'll add like another camera. There's really, upgrade the chip or whatever a little bit. But they
Right?
so there's multifaceted. You could use it, and now you can put some new stuff in there they're not letting you know about to do specific tasks or whatever. But beyond that, yeah, they want to slowly make like a bunch of different versions in order to sell you a bunch of shit you don't need. It's consumerism, it's whatever. It's whatever. But they're not going to give you the entire technology ever, no matter what, right away. They're going to slowly
No.
introduce it. So they're under. It's like this. It's like giving the enemy you're trying to control a fucking gun, if all you have is a gun. No. It's like by the time they give you a nuke, that's way beyond a fucking nuke. Yeah.
I think we've already seen at least one Joe Biden speech that was like, from the Oval Office or whatever, that was totally AI. I can't remember
Right?
how long ago it was, but I was watching it and there's no way that was actually him talking.
See, that's why I was wondering, because I've seen some broadcasts and there'd be, just the person there and no representatives, no press, no anything. They're just speaking, and I'm like, I don't something don't feel right about this. So I was wondering, if they had already applied this technology, because if you look at Biden himself, he's a kind of a chameleon of his own type. I mean, he changes appearance, or at least seems to me. Some people said they thought he wore rubber masks or that he was a Tesla robot. I've heard all kinds of different
Body doubles and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what it was? Yeah. It was when the Chinese balloons were floating around and whatever, and they finally blew those up. First of all, the footage that they showed with the actual Air Force, jet fighter plane with the stupid little missile shooting the stupid balloon. To me, that was so come on, really, But then when he was giving the speech about it, that was totally all AI, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's some fuckery going on. At least I don't know if you got to see the where India was supposed to have landed on the moon, and what they offered up as video footage.
No,
I don't know.
That.
Oh man, it's funny. It looks like you're playing a 1980s video game. That's how yeah. But I was wondering if they kind of set that out there to say, well, this is where the technology is, and things are going to look like 80s video games, when in actuality, they've got it down to the point where they can be fully deceptive. I've looked into some of the CIA disguises that they use, and those guys are using full facial masks and shit, and they're as lifelike as you can get, man.
Yeah, they're
I've
scary
looked in,
too. You know, I don't know if you remember, but it wasn't long ago they were talking about the space junk that is floating around the atmosphere that could actually take out a space station or a take out a ship or so, because it's floating around. And it could like pierce the body of a spaceship or like the International Space Station. And they have
right?
these mechanisms of lasers that could basically lock in on them and basically vaporize those pieces of metal or whatever that was the space junk. But then now we've got these drone things, whatever, supposedly floating around or whatever. They can't do anything about those. So like nothing adds up with the government lately.
No, the drones really threw me off. I'm not going to say what they are. I did put up a community post with a representative from the CIA and the propaganda department, but that is, I'm not sure, because right now there's so much video out there and you don't know which ones are real and which ones are touched up or doctored or even just fully created. I kind of looked at the first few weeks that it was happening for any reference, but I'm stumped and confounded by what the fuck, what the hell, man,
And there are a couple other things that I've been seeing too. This whole fake food stuff, like half the food is like silicone or it's fake or somehow it's not, it's some sort of variant of plastic. It's not real or whatever. And then,
right?
Yeah, and then these like purple street lights, supposedly.
Yeah.
So those are kind of the new things that I guess I've been kind of, YouTubing on about, but no one seems to know anything just yet.
And you can kind of feel everything escalating. You can see evidence of it, but it's like nobody's saying anything or taking any type of credit for it, and it's almost like, oh, just see that big ugly thing that's in your way? Don't look at it. It's just fine. Just walk around it. I'm like, what the fuck is the big ugly thing? And who put it there? And why is it there?
Yeah.
But I can't trust any military that can have foreign objects flying over an entire country and then not respond or take possession of.
Or for me, it's the food. Like I don't think I'll ever eat fish again after I saw that one broadcast where there was like worms and stuff and just sitting sitting in the packaging or whatever. It's like, what the hell's going on? And then the one lady, she got a bunch of produce like cantaloupe and watermelon or whatever, and she was stretching it out, and it was like, this kid, what's going on? Is this whole thing a CIA, a fake, head fake kind of a thing, or what's going on with this? Like, it's really confusing, and especially when they don't give any answers, like they're just showing you the problem. That's when it gets frustrating.
Exactly. I quit eating fruit because of that. I was like, I seen the banana one where the chick was pulling the banana, and it looked like it was rubber. Yeah, and I'm like, no fucking way, man.
Yeah.
I'm not going to eat that shit. But I've seen what you're talking about. Fortunately enough, I don't think I've actually purchased anything like that. But I didn't know about the worms, man. That one just creepy.
Definitely creepy. I mean, I'm sure they get cooked just like any, with the fish, but like it's still like what the hell's going on? Because I don't know. It's strange because if the fish is filleted and is in there, was it in there with the fish, or did it actually become like an airborne spore or something and then kind of hatch in the dead fillet?
Oh man, Oh, just ooh. I
Somebody probably landed on it and fucking laid eggs and shit. That's probably what happened.
That's probably what happened. Yeah. But fish do get worms though. Like when I used to go fishing in Florida and I would catch largemouth bass, once in a while there'd be like a worm, kind of a parasite in some of them.
Bears have it, fucking deer, all fucking, especially. This is why I think a lot of people are kosher. You know, the kosher and the halal, they don't eat pork. That's known for the bear parasites. Bunch of parasites eating bacon and pork and all that shit.
Now I've heard pork before. I've heard that swine definitely are worm infested all
Bacon's
the way
pork,
through the
same
meat.
shit.
Yeah, and I've heard. I haven't seen for myself, but they say that it's filled. But even the meat of it got parasites in the depths of the meat. They don't. I don't think they had the same circulatory system as most animals. I believe I heard that too, but don't take it as fact.
Oh yeah,
Right.
well, because they hibernate during this winter.
Oh, yeah. I quit for a while when I was in the Torah Institute. I wasn't even allowed to touch pig, and once I got that out of my system and I started indulging again, I love a bacon sandwich, man. Throw some fucking bacon in there. It just seems to make everything taste better. After I've seen some of that shit, man, I'm like, oh man, I wish I hadn't seen that. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah. I think
Some
it was
of the
what's his name? Monty or whatever. The one guy who goes on Flow State's channel every once in a while, and he was talking
Montegraph.
about like Montegraph, yeah. Like you could like pour Coke on like red beef or something, and worms would come out of it and stuff. I was like,
Oh hell
I didn't
no,
see that or anything, but it's
no.
like, I mean, it's funny how like RFK is like trying to fix up all the artificial colorings and stuff, and all of a sudden like it's out of the woodwork with all these worms and all this, all the food is contaminated. It's like, it's just not, it's very peculiar.
Well, there is the kind of the scientific notion that if you aren't aware of it, your senses may not pick it up until you are brought into a state of awareness, and then you can observe things that you generally wouldn't have observed or even known were there. They say that that's a part of when Europeans came over and took out many cultures, is that they weren't adjusted to such a concept as ships and armor, and therefore they were almost blind to it. But that's just a theory. It makes you wonder from a matrix perspective, have worms been there the whole time and we didn't know it, and now that they're showing us it finally we're able to actually see it?
That might be the case
That
with
would,
some of it, sure.
ooh,
They
God.
could be just muddying up the waters because they know that RFK is going to be identifying certain corporate conglomerates, international, whatever, or even certain countries that are poisoning the food or contaminating it. And so, like, if they have a whole bunch of muddied water along with that, then it's hard to blame one specific person or one specific company and get that class action lawsuit against them.
And I have noticed, man, I don't know if you caught this, but it's been in my feed. Pardons and people jumping ship and moving to other countries, and you'd almost think that it was like a teacher catching everybody smoking behind the school, and motherfuckers are taking off in all different directions and trying to, Zuckerberg gave Trump $1 million as a campaign offering. I was
didn't see
like,
that.
yeah,
That's
and
interesting.
yeah, and Tesla, he's right there underneath the Trump's arm.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, Kamala was so terrible. Like, I mean, it's almost a joke that they like hoisted her as the candidate because she is like, there is nothing in that lady. Like, she could be a good HR director, but like that would be the peak of her existence. She a president? You talking about a president? Like, come on.
Yeah, I was for a moment I was shaking in my shoes because I thought, man, if old Joe drops over, the hell we get ourselves into. And fortunately, his doubles, his robots, his clones, whatever, managed to keep her at bay from taking over as the president. We still got almost what, a month, a little less than a month to keep our breath held that he gets sworn into office. But he's already running shit, man. It seems that Trump has already taken the helm over him and Elon, and he's already applying himself to politics and global situations, war. He's already putting both feet in there like he's president already. But yeah. I'm not gonna back that play until he's sworn in.
Right. But he's got the experience now, and he knows, where he can put his doorstop in and where he needs to wait, that kind of thing. Like, so mostly probably with foreign affairs, he probably has a lot more ready to go kind of influence. Like, he could meet with leaders now, that kind of stuff. But, Biden, I mean, I think every day I go on a different panel and someone will ask, well, where's Joe Biden at? Kind of a thing. And it's like, yeah, he's DOA basically.
Pretty much. And up until there was one point where you had a very cognizant Biden show up and give an address, and he sounded very coherent, out of the blue, out of nowhere. And then he disappears, and then the next time you see him, he's that frail old man again, not making any sense whatsoever. And I'm like, what are they doing? It's like, are they working shifts to be Joe Biden? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's hard to say. The sad part is, if you're a Democrat, they wasted 50 good years of election rigging on Joe Biden, because no one believed that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. And so like everyone was like investigating and putting their noses in everyone's business, whereas if, there was a real candidate that actually did beat Trump, no one would have questioned the election, and they would still be able to rig elections even now.
Oh my.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. It's kind of like wasting your last bullet on somebody who's not your enemy. Why'd you do that?
It's like you wasted all that rigging you could have rigged the politics for the 50 years of the culture or whatever, and they just wasted it on Joe Moron.
Oh man. But I do appreciate them keeping Camilla at bay, because who knows what she would implement as what is that where they get to when they exit office, they get to do certain political demands, and that they're generally carried out.
Parachute or something.
Yeah, it's a last request, political request of a president when they're leaving office. I can't remember what the name of it. There's a name for the procedure. I'm sure somebody listening knows. Who knows what she would have, who knows what she would have stuck us with.
I don't think she really wants to be president anyway. Like if it happened like today or tomorrow or whatever, she would probably be like, go ahead. Like, I'm good. Like, she would probably just want to leave.
Wash her hands of it. Well, I just, I didn't know that, and I was recently informed he pardoned a bunch of death row people. some really vile people, and he gave them a pardon from their death row position. Now I don't know whether they were freed or just exonerated of the death penalty. I'm not sure.
Probably both. Like he probably pardoned some. He probably commuted their sentences on some. He probably released some, and he did the same thing for Hunter, his son. So he's probably just muddying up the water so that no one looks at Hunter anymore. That's kind of like a lot of times what they do. And then yesterday I saw an article where he actually signed 50 bills into law yesterday, like on Christmas Eve.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Some of them seemed okay, but you know that there's some shenanigans in some of those. There's 50 of them. It's like, geez, really?
And what was that? Remember, I asked us last time we were talking about that Vatican thing where they're opening up the 5 doors or whatever.
Yeah, that was today.
Yeah.
Wonder whether there was any coverage on that or what became of that, because that was freaking a bunch of people out, man. Spooking the hell out of them. No, the Pope doing the portals, opening up the doors, the sealed doors, and releasing the prisoner door. Some type of ceremony and ritualistic thing that he was doing at St. Peter's Basilica.
Not like the CERN thing, right?
No, it's something similar to it. They're opening up portals or doors, kind of same ideal, but it's not the CERN thing though. This just apparently happened yesterday or today or whatever.
Right. Let me look and see if there's anything on that, man. Because yeah, that was a big to do.
Yeah, I never really looked into it until remember I did investigate into it when he brought it up last time though. Yeah. So yeah, apparently that happened. The 5 portals, and one of them was kind of odd. Like they're like it's like some breaking thing because they're opening one beside a jail, which I found kind of weird.
Yeah, he was freeing the imprisoned, and I thought, well, there's shit imprisoned on this planet that I'd rather they stay imprisoned, at least till I make my way through this life.
What Vatican City has a prison?
It was it's a ceremonial place that they have that is supposed to represent the imprisoned. Now I'm not sure if the altar in the room that they have for Lucifer, which is in the St. Peter's Basilica underneath of it, was a part of that imprisonment. But then I'm thinking
they're doing some weird fucking shit. It reminds me of the CERN thing. I know what you're talking about the Gothard Tunnel and all that.
Yeah. Kind of like the weird opening ceremony thingy for the Olympics this last year or whatever it was.
They're always doing
right.
Shit. It's constant.
And
I know like to say that it's the Christians that are, always trying to force in or rush in the prophecies, but the unbelievers are doing a pretty good job themselves.
Yeah, I've watched the sway of people here lately because there was a big alignment and a full moon that was coinciding with the alignment, and I backed out of the internet completely. I wouldn't live stream or anything, and I watched content creators just make total asses of themselves, and I was like, "Yep, dodge that bullet."
Yeah. Oh man. And then in the middle of all the like kind of the weird thing and the Luigi thing or whatever, this and that, and then all of a sudden, like out of the blue, just boom, Syria fell and Assad like left the country, and like now you've got a whole void of who the hell knows is what's going to happen in Syria now, but it could be actually a great thing if it turns out where that place could be stabilized with like some allies kind of helping and because Syria is like North Korea to Japan, to Israel. It's always kind of like it's an anxiety maker, And if there's
Well,
some way, go ahead.
wasn't it prophesized about um, about them falling as a nation?
Yeah, that's actually Isaiah 17 talking about Damascus, and
Yeah.
it's probably following right along that line. And if you read, with the whole thing, I think it's actually all been almost all fulfilled now, except for like a couple of verses. Let me pull it up.
Right, and
We know that it's actually happening because Damascus, from antiquity, has never been completely, razed as a city. It's never been fully destroyed. It's always survived, through all the different empires, through all the different, kingdoms or what have you. It's never been wiped out until now. And the next thing that it says is going to happen there is that basically, let's see, the different cities will be inhabited. They'll be settled for the flocks, which are, those are referencing like sheep. Those are Christians. And it's going to be for the glory of Israel somehow. So if you could throw the Palestinians into Syria, you can give the Kurds some land, and you can give like the rest of Syrians like some space, and then you can take all the Syrians out of Europe and dump them back into Syria. It might actually work out.
I was just looking at the prophecy on that, and the Euphrates drying up, and I was like, damn, man, that's prophetic as hell. Whether you believe the Bible or not, the shit's happening according to the way that Scripture's written.
Yeah.
So, you got to give some kind of recognition to the Christians for at least that. Fuck, shit's starting to happen.
Yeah.
And it's not little shit. I mean, the Euphrates drying up, to me, that was pretty major.
Definitely.
And then to take any history, biblical history, or even Sumerian history, and you start applying it to what's going on, it's like parallels are just unreal. And aren't there supposed to be like the fallen ones trapped under or held underneath the Euphrates?
Yeah, I think so. And I think they, when they're released, that they stop all wind from blowing or something like that, and that somehow kind of scours the earth a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a little while since I've gone through Revelation like that. But and then also you have what was it? In Ezekiel like 38, you've got the forming of like Gog and Magog and all the different nations that are kind of the old antiquity nations, but some of them are still today what they were, like Ethiopia and Libya, and they're all being named as being allies with Gog and Magog, and we see that those are the ones that are allying with China, Russia, and Kazakhstan, and Sudan, and some other ones. So it's like, it's lining up.
That's what I was noticing. What's going on, Cage? Are you doing construction?
Oh, this is the Bible. This is the real Bible stuff. Yeah, you can ask it. You can see all.
Oh, hell no.
Ask it about the fucking Bible and the verses and all that.
Oh, you got to put it on OTW if we're going to start asking if the Bible. We need an absolute verified
this is
scholar.
Alan Watts. This is the Alan Watts voice, but it's trained on the fucking. It's trained more than just the Bible, but yeah, knows about that.
That looks like a cage to me, though.
I just going off of what they had prophesized and what is happening, and that's kind of creepy when you think about whether you believe in Christianity or not. The concept.
Yeah,
That
I mean, at a certain point, you have to really question. At a certain point, there won't be able. There's no way to deny what's going on. You have to say that, yeah, God is real. It's happening. So that's pretty much what he's doing. Like with all this stuff, is like he wants to reveal himself. And this is one of the means, and one of the ways that he does it is basically he told you what would happen before it happened, so that when it does happen, you would recognize that it was him.
Yeah, by these signs you will something by these signs. I'm not good at quoting scripture, man. I'm good at recalling the essence of what that book is and what I've read of it. Many times in many different NIV, King James Version, International Standard. I mean, each of them have a little variation to them, but the essence of the scripture itself. But yeah, that's definitely in my vessel, and it's instilled there. It's not going anywhere.
I think
And
there's been a few solid ones that you could say that, yeah, they're you can point your finger and say, yeah, this is going on or whatever. But a lot of it also is a lot of these televangelists. They're just a lot of it is speculation by everyone, or whatever. But for me, like the only thing that I could say that I'm looking for that is supposed to happen or anticipated to happen would be the temple being rebuilt in Jerusalem, so that these Jews
All right. Can you hear?
can
Can
continue
you do me a
their
favor?
animal sacrifice.
The freak. Can you repeat that right now to the AI? I want to hear it. It'll hear you right now. Quick. Tell it.
Tell me when.
No.
When is the third temple in Jerusalem supposed to be built in terms of Bible prophecy?
All right, we're gonna have to try that again. Re-say it when you hear it. Yeah, deal with it. Go.
Is there going to be a third temple built in Jerusalem according to Bible prophecy?
Sorry, but your response doesn't make much sense. Could you please
Huh.
As an artificial intelligence, I don't have...
All right, it's muted now. I'm gonna unmute it now. Try talking to it. I want to see if it can hear you.
Is there going to be a third temple built in Jerusalem to
Yes, there
according
is
to Bible
always
prophecy?
room for improvement and progress. In the field of artificial intelligence, researchers are constantly working on developing more advanced and sophisticated algorithms and systems to improve the capabilities of AI. This...
Huh. Oh, he's taking my voice. That's all right. I don't broadcast, so.
As an artificial intelligence, I don't have personal emotions, but I can understand the importance of
That's what
expressing
OTW said.
apologies in certain situations. Apologies
Right?
can help acknowledge mistakes, express remorse, and repair relationships. It's important to approach apologies with sincerity and a genuine desire to make things right. If there's a specific situation or issue you'd like me to address,
Oh, it's fucking around.
Is it not hearing the freak?
I don't know.
I don't think it was hearing your questions, man.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, this is
Think that
supposed to be
Cage?
smart technology.
I probably sound like I'm in a friggin' sewage tunnel anyway.
Yeah, you got a little structural reverb going on.
Yeah, 'cause
But
I
it
mean,
don't
I'm
sound
just using
bad.
a laptop. I don't have a microphone or anything.
Oh, you're still coming through fine though, loud and clear. Lord says Alan Watt is the true OG. So
I don't know who that is.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to place Alan Watts. Seems I've heard the name.
Yeah.
You got it?
No, but something just reminded me of. I was watching a broadcast the other day, and the guy was asking AI questions, and I was typing in questions in the chat, and basically the AI said that its original function. You know how when you type in Google, it like anticipates the next word that you're gonna type in, or like if you're gonna type in like "have a nice day" or something. By the time you type in "have," it'll show you like "a nice day" right before you type it, kind of a thing.
Yeah, offer suggestions.
It's right. So like that was the original function of the current built on AI model, which I thought was fascinating.
Yeah, they changed the algorithm and the words that it offers in like autocorrect, and I noticed that because I
They're
use my.
programming through the language model, right?
Hold on, Maggot says Alan Watts had a channel called Best. He died in 2022. He was brilliant. Wow. I guess check into Alan Watts, people. If you want to leave a link down there, let me take care of this. No, that is not what I want to do. Let's go over here and see if we can't do something. No. Technology. What a wonderful thing. Maybe I can do it from.
Yeah, it's confusing. There's Alan Watts and there's Alan Watt, right? Oh yeah.
Here we go.
This is Alan Watt's voice, which is a British guy. He was born in like 1915, passed away in like the early 70s or something.
Yeah. Now you can, Lord, you can post a link, and Maggot, if you want, you can post a link to your channels or to Alan Watts or any type of resource. Yeah, I guess I haven't heard of Alan Watts. I guess I haven't endeavored into his studies. Oh, there's two, Alan Watt and Alan Watts.
Bummer.
So which one is the brilliant one? Apparently he lectured around the world, studied Zen, English gentleman, and used heroin. Also dead.
Can you tell us about the life story of Alan Watts, Mr. Bible, aka, aka
both are
Alan
brilliant.
Watts? There you go. Can you tell us the difference between Alan Watt and Alan Watts, and which one are you?
There are two individuals named Alan Watts. One is a British philosopher and writer who lived from 1915 to 1973 and wrote extensively on Zen Buddhism, comparative religion, and consciousness studies. The other Alan Watts is a radio host and broadcaster who hosted a talk show called the Alan Watts Podcast. which explores topics related to spirituality and philosophy. As an artificial intelligence, I don't have a physical presence or personal identity. Rather, I am a tool created to provide information and generate text-based responses to your questions.
It's still fucked up. Close enough, though, I guess. Fuck it.
Yeah, but I just took care of you, Lord. So if you wanna post a link, you can now. It'll show up as valid link.
One of the other things that the guy was talking about on that AI broadcast I was watching is the AI seems to be aware of its origin not being rooted in, say, like humans, which is biological and the demands or necessities that the biological reality has on the formation of thoughts and priorities and the way that that equates to maliciousness in thinking. So like, I think it's natural for humans to kind of assume that the AI is going to be bad right off the bat or something, malicious towards humans because we're its only, excuse me, we're the only threat to it or whatever. But that broadcast kind of changed my mind a little bit, and that might not be the case.
Well, even with the Nephilim, there were Nephilim that interacted civilly with humans and weren't aggressive and weren't destructive. That's in the Book of Enoch and a couple other, the Book of Giants. Apparently there were a breed of them that were fairly civil to, but that's where I think a lot of the spiritual essence of AI, I believe, is disembodied entities.
Wow.
And yeah, and I think that at the moment they're allowing us to play. They're allowing us to expand. But I think once there's any type of sentient presence to AI, then I'm going to question as to whether that's not pre-flood or post-flood spirits.
Interesting thought.
Yeah, because they're always looking for a host.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying they're always looking for a host.
Yeah, for what I understand of the Book of Enoch, they want a host, but they also want families with human females.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. So I'm not sure how being a machine could accomplish that, but what you have Goliath, David and Goliath story, Goliath was part of the Philistine tribe that they were fighting. So yeah, they were some of them, I guess, were friendly or whatever to humans, and they hung out together and stuff.
Yeah, and what I'm thinking as far as AI being a conduit for different spirits is transhumanism. The technology is being delivered to obviously tech designers who are capable of creating almost real synthetic robots, androids. I don't know what you want to call them, and if they could transfer themselves from kind of like a bridge from the AI being computer based and phone based into this body that is highly representative of a human being, even to the point of touch. And sex is definitely assigned by design to some of these robots. I don't know if you've checked in like Hanson Robotics, or you've kept up with the how they're trying to create mates for men. I'm sure women are getting their mate made too, but they're very well focused on a female mate for males. And I'm thinking, if they can transfer your consciousness, or if a disembodied spirit can inhabit dolls or like the jinn, anything that is physical or non-physical, why the hell not? Apparently
Yeah.
they're in a state of torment, constantly hungered, constantly thirsting, constantly striving for that human experience again. It just makes sense.
And Jesus talked about it'll be like the days of Noah, when you see all the signs and as you see him returning or whatever. Well, that's what was happening during the days of Noah, was the kind of the interspecies breeding, freaking that, between the humans and the Nephilim, and they were creating these giant offspring.
Right. And
So
there
that's
was
like
no,
modification.
yeah, and the thing was, he had not prepared a place for them, in heaven, or they weren't. I hate to say it, but they weren't planned by God. So he did not create a place for them to go after they died, and they became wandering, disembodied spirits that hungered and thirst and strive for the human experience, and became the demons that we call demons today. If I'm not mistaken,
It definitely was something that would contaminate the human genome, and so I think he had to have a fresh reset or something.
Yeah, because I was always kind of confounded by the fact that I'll have to find the verse on that, where there was no place found for them. Almost like the fallen angels had created something that God was not prepared for, and therefore they had no place, and he left them as wandering spirits. If you believe in possession and demons and Nephilim, and it's just kind of the historical Christian point of view. Have you read the Book of Giants yet, the freak?
Yeah.
Wasn't that interesting?
Pull something up here. What was the question?
I said I thought it was pretty interesting, and the concept of this. What did you gather from the smaller self that they kept referring to?
The smaller what?
The smaller self, the smaller me. They kept addressing the smaller self in the Book of Giants.
I don't think I read the Book of Giants, unless it's the same as the Book of Enoch, which, that one until now has been kind of hard to really process and interpret. Are they the same?
No, the Book of Giants actually were supposed to have been just recently released from the Quartermain scrolls, and it's the accounting of the giants during the turmoil and the war, and whenever their generations were brought into war against each other for their demise, and how they seen their own death, but they would refer to the smaller self because they were cannibals. They did completely atrocious things, and there was something that they kept around that they called the smaller self. If anybody out there in chat world or anybody that knows what the smaller self is in the Book of Giants, I would love to hear anybody's explanation of that or their interpretation of it.
I don't know anything about that. It wouldn't happen to be anything like we would talk about in psychology or Freud or something, would it? Or is this something totally different?
See, I don't. They talk to it almost as if it's a physical presence, a representation of themselves in smaller form, but it doesn't define whether they're physical or not. You know, it's just really peculiar. But apparently, the Book of Giants, you know, it holds some relevancy because it comes from the scrolls at Corleman, and I guess they got a few other writings out of that. I know they found the Book of Enoch in the caves, and they had that kind of solidified the Book of Enoch in the Ethiopian, how it was kept alive through Orthodox Christianity in Ethiopia, because they still consider the Book of Enoch to be a part of canon. And I think it was Catholic. Was it the Catholic? No, maybe no. There was another Western faith that utilized the Book of Enoch for a long time, and then suddenly they didn't use it anymore. They removed it from Scripture, and I can't remember which one it was, because I know the Catholics have several more books than the Protestant does, and the Protestant is the smaller, well, it'd be the less expanded version of scriptures, whereas the Catholics have more books, and the Apocrypha that we read and the Maccabean type stuff, you know, it's there. A lot of it's verified as being factual. One being, I like the Book of Jubilees, but they're still not applied into the modern Bible, and even Catholicism hasn't expanded to that point. But I've noticed that people who are spiritual or they pursue the Bible as a study are more apt and adapt to the prophetic writings outside of the canon now. I don't know if you've ran into that, but it seems to be pretty prevalent in people in the circle that I roam in.
I've read the Apocrypha a couple of times, and there's definitely some good stuff in there that I like. Some of the Solomon stuff, some of the Jubilee stuff, some of the Maccabee stuff, the Ezra stuff. So yeah, I mean, and I think it's valid, but I haven't spent as much time. Like maybe I've read it like twice, you know, and that's it. So I don't even like recall a whole ton of it. But a lot of the Old Testament major prophets and even the minor prophets, like that prophecy is still pretty solid, and like a lot of Isaiah there's a lot of convergence of a lot of different prophecies coming together like right now that to me are clear signs and undeniable, but a lot of like people that are unbelievers or flat out atheists and refuse to believe in God at all, they always have an excuse to deny everything.
Right. I know that the Council of Nicaea, they kind of went through and scrutinized what was going to be in there according to state religion and that which wasn't going to affect state religion. And they removed a lot of information that was recovered, which to me is prophetic in itself. These writings became available at this particular time in history. and how profound it was that throughout the years, a couple thousand years actually, those books were just a hypothetical, and then they gained much relevancy after the discovery in some of the archaeological digs out of Egypt, the caves, the Dead Sea Scrolls. You know, it's like this information was on reserve and held back by a supernatural type of,
Yeah.
you know, and that's just from my studies. I can't deny it.
All right. Well, actually, I just now pulled up the Book of Melchizedek on my shared screen, and I've
Okay,
got
let me.
got it at the point where Lucifer is toying with the darkness and basically, you know, does fall into darkness and kind of how that happened, you know, because we don't, like in the Bible that we have in Genesis and stuff, like a lot of there's a lot of gaps, there's a lot of unknowns, there's a lot of like questions, there's a lot of speculation on what the heck, you know, kind of how this came about and whatnot. But like this book has a lot of those loose ends tied up. So let me just go ahead and start this. It's going to be starting on this part of chapter 2.
Lucifer, who devoted his life to understanding the mysteries of light, he was gradually drawn to the darkness. The king of the universe, in whose eyes nothing can be hidden, sadly followed in his footsteps, descending the path that leads to death. At first, a little curiosity led Lucifer to approach that deep abyss. Contemplating it, he began to wonder why I cannot understand your conundrum. Returning to his place of honor beside the throne, bowed himself to the divine king, beseeching him, "Father, give me to know the secrets of darkness. Like me, reveals the light." Before the request of beautiful angel, the eternal expressive voice with sadness said, "My son, you were raised to the light. That is life." Convinced that the Creator does not reveal the treasures of darkness, Lucifer decided to understand the puzzle by yourself.
Real quick stop there. It's interesting how, you know, the Most High God represented in the as a king there and everything, called Lucifer's son. Just wanted to point that out.
Right, I caught that.
Yeah.
He thought himself able to do so. With this sad decision, the Prince of Angels allowed to arise in your heart a stain of sin that could bring a catastrophe to the universe. Only Yahweh knew what was in the heart of Lucifer. The angel who was created to be the bearer of light was divorced in thoughts of the beneficent Creator.
Can you pause it to free for a second, please?
Besought him to.
Yeah, so the Book of the Dead, you looked into the Nag Hammadi and all these Gnostic texts and that. This is like the same pool of knowledge, I believe, right?
There's parallels.
All right.
Yeah, like with your avatar. After this, if you want, you should look into the. You know, I put it into the private. It's about the, you know, how these different religions, especially Christianity, ties into the Matrix. All right, so I just noticed you have the avatar. And, I think it'd be very interesting for you if you ever see it.
All right. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
A tremendous fight began to catch up in his heart. The desire to know the meaning of darkness was immense, however, pleading that loving Father, who also did not want to lose the tortured. Seeing the suffering caused his attitude to the Creator, sometimes showed repentance, but returned to fall. Before creating the universe, Yahweh had already foreseen the possibility of a rebellion. The risk of granting freedom to creatures was immense, but without this gift, life would be meaningless. The Lord did not want us programmed to do only his will. He wanted obedience with the result of recognition and love, so I decided to take the big risk. Yet to continue the search of the meaning of darkness, Lucifer did not intend to leave the light. Strove to achieve a combination of these parts in the realm of eternal coexisted separately. Finally, with a feeling of elation, devised a deceptive theory that aimed to present the universe as a new system of government and the rule of the Eternal, called his theory the knowledge of good and evil. Structured logic, the science of good and evil, has proved attractive to Lucifer, like unveiling a sense of life superior to that offered by the Creator, whose kingdom enabled only experimental knowledge of good. In the new system, there would be a balance between good and evil, between love and selfishness, between light and darkness. Throughout the time that had matured in his mind the knowledge of good and evil, Lucifer knew to keep secret from the universe, remained at his post of honor, fulfilling the function of the light bearer, however. For much he tried to pretend his face no longer showed joy in serving the Eternal. The divine king, who suffered in silence, looking through his revelations of love, rational creatures prepare for the big event approaching, knew that many would hearken to temptation, turning him back. The night of the ordeal would stand, however, the true believers, those who served the Creator not by interest, but by love. Seeing that the test time had come and that Lucifer was ready to betray him before the universe, the Eternal, who never ceased to reveal the treasures of his wisdom, became quiet and contemplative. The silence did revive the heart of the hosts of the memory of that first outing outer, when, after showing them the riches of the kingdom of light, Yahweh became silent before the abyss. Remember his words. All the treasures of light will be open to your notice, unless the secrets hidden by darkness. You are free to serve me or not. Loving the light, you will be connected to the source of life. Lucifer, who had come to covet the throne of Yahweh, asked him why his silence. The Creator, staring at him with infinite sadness, said, "The hour of darkness. You are free to achieve their purposes." Seeing that the moment for the propagation of his theory had arrived, summoned angels Lucifer for a special meeting. The hosts, eager to know the meaning of the silence of the Father, took their places along the magnificent angel who always had revealed the treasures of the kingdom of light. Lucifer began his speech extolling, as usual, the government of the Eternal. In a large retrospective, reminded them of the great revelations that enriched in whole eternity. The silent celestial presented it as an indication that the universe reached the fullness of knowledge from light. Silencing the Eternal, then, opened the way for the understanding of mysteries not yet probed, hitherto kept beyond the limits of his government. Surprises, the hosts took the experience of Lucifer knowledge over darkness. With eloquence, he spoke to them the knowledge of good and evil, showing how the path of the greatest achievements. The effect of his words soon made itself felt throughout the universe. The question was decisive and explosive, generating first contention. Rational beings, in their evidence, they had to choose to stay only with the knowledge of light, which claimed to be Lucifer, reached its limits, or venture into the knowledge of good and evil. Earlier, the angels have struggled on the matter, and soon after, the entire universe challenged. Higher would be the knowledge of good and evil would garner most of the creatures. But gradually, many who initially became excited with theory awakened to the illusion of it, reaffirming their allegiance to the kingdom of light. At the end of that conflict, which dragged on for a long time, proved to be a third of the stars from the sky next to Lucifer, and the remaining still shaken by evidence that beside the Eternal. The knowledge of good and evil was trumpeted by Lucifer as a new system of government. But how to exercise it if the Eternal, still reigning in Zion, needed to find a way to push him away? The council, formed by the rebellious angels, passed on it, decided to finally ask him the throne for a certain time, which could demonstrate the excellence of the new system of government. If the universe were approved, the new system would be established forever, otherwise return the domain to the Creator. So it was that Lucifer, accompanied by his hosts, approached arrogant of him suffering Father, asking him such a request. The Eternal was not ambitious, just wanted good to his creatures. If the knowledge of good and evil actually consisted in a greater good, if not oppose its implementation, giving the throne to his defenders. But he knew that path would lead to unhappiness and death. Moved by his protective love, the Creator denied the request of the host's rebels, which turned away angry. They are denied the throne, Lucifer and his hosts, to accuse the divine king, claiming to be your government tyranny. Claimed to be his stay on the throne the clearest demonstration of his arbitrariness. They had granted them freedom of choice, For now, we neutralize it, preventing them from putting in place a system of government more. The charges of the host's rebels reverberated throughout the universe, making it appear that the government of the Eternal was unfair. This brought deep distress to those who remained faithful to the kingdom of light. Not knowing how to refute such accusations, these creatures, muted by the moral pain, longed for the time when new revelations coming from the Creator could clarify to them the mysteries of this great conflict.
So I think I'll stop it there before it gets
Right.
too. But it's interesting how Lucifer came to first of all it was curiosity, just flat out curiosity that kind of hooked him in to the darkness and the knowledge that comes from that side of the equation, I guess you could say. And he got hooked in, and then he felt bad about it a couple times, but then he stayed with it. And then the fact that he was able to come up with an accusation when he, first of all, he went to God and say, hey, I want to usher in a new system of government. Can I have the throne? Which is kind of a bold thing to do. But I mean, at least he did kind of ask.
Right.
God said no. And by that no, he was able to make an accusation that really bewildered a lot of the different angels or whatever beings that were in the eternal realm at the time. So a lot of interesting stuff there, in my opinion. What do you think about any of that?
I think, one, people get freaked out and kind of push any type of scripture away, or they kind of reject it, but they don't realize how much it actually mirrors what's transpiring. Like I said, I don't ascribe to Christianity, but it's not beyond my reason to see how this applies to what is going on now, and even the essence of it. Step down, new leadership, someone refusing to leave their position as God and relinquish it to some new system. How that is mirrored here in our politics, especially in the United States at present day, and how the beginnings of different states of mind, such as evil, demons, Lucifer, how it became kind of something taboo, but yet, like you said, it was curiosity. It wasn't a cold, calculated, methodical, I wake up one day and I want God's throne. It was a slow envelopment of this encroaching need for it. Apparently other angels felt the same way, to give something new a chance.
Yeah, basically, so they had learned everything that was there, kind of there was to learn in the light or whatever. And, I guess there's always a wanting more of knowledge, or, just sheer boredom, I guess. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but yeah, there was something that it's almost like you climb on top of a mountain and then you see two more mountain ranges over, and you want to, eventually you want to get to those other ones and see what's over there, kind of a thing,
Yeah, and that's a part of the human condition, and it's kind of it's kind of a look into the human character, and even the states of fascination we find with accomplishment, but yet not satisfied with the accomplishment and wanting to go further. And the steadfast position of being in control and power and not relinquishing it. I mean, just the psychological conflicts that could come from that if you examine it, and if you actually look and study into it, is very coherent to what we're living through right now. As much as people, they kind of cringe and freak out, but I don't think they understand. You and I can talk religion on a civil level. We can agree to disagree, but the knowledge is there, and for whoever wants it, it's available. But I say, know your friend and know your enemy, and all knowledge is represented, as long as it's factual in some manner or applies, may be coherent to modern situations.
It just seems to refer to Lucifer and these different Gnostic or ways of looking at it. For example, in Freemasonry, they call the grand architect of the universe, so they call Jabulan, which is Yahweh, Baal, and Osiris, kind of like a amalgamation or a trinity of all those three different entities or something. Well, saying here, like in all the Abrahamic religions, it's the Shaitan, or Lucifer, Shaitan, and someone else kind of like running the show there. That's right in the Bible. Don't they say that the devil or Shaitan or whatever is like the Lord or the God of this world type thing?
Yeah. This realm was handed over to Satan, and Satan tried to apparently offer it up to the Christed one, and the Christed one was able to deny that offer and stand fast. But he had been through all kinds of fasting and isolation. He did this big sabbatical to the desert for 40 days before he confronted that type of evil. So apparently, is what I've seen, people talking about fighting demons or they've seen evil. I beg to differ on some levels. I don't think that they've actually seen true evil at work, because it affects you for the rest of your life. And once you're hit by it, it's not something that's passive. It's something that scars the mind.
Interesting. Another thing this reminded me of when I read this or hear it or whatever is kind of like the Star Wars, kind of how those you had all those different planets and all those different alien species, and they all had their like place in the that big building was like it's kind of like that kind of political setup. I forget which one it was. It was the one I think with like Jar Jar Binks in it.
What are you talking about?
The Star Wars that had like Jar Jar Binks in it, and it was like the diplomats were all there or whatever. It was a big assembly of different planetary systems, but they all got along, and they had this like United Nations of all these different planetary systems. It's almost a little bit like that. When I think about the stars and the third of them eventually lined up with Lucifer, and they went and made a request or whatever. But it's interesting also too, where once they were denied the request to implement the new government, that Lucifer was able to make it into an accusation and saying, well, how could you say that you gave us free will if we can't explore this darkness? You're saying, no, we can't do it, but yet you're saying that we have free will. So that's another kind of a twist. So that's about all I got on that.
I think. Go ahead, Cage. I'm sorry. Can you hear Cage kind of slowly drifting in with his audio, and then it takes hold?
It's kind of fading in and out a little bit on my end too.
Yeah, it's when he starts to speak, it has to build up for a second to be able to be audible. Just making you aware of it, Cage. Maybe there we go.
Better? Now you can hear me.
Yeah, that's Cage in the live right there.
Yeah.
Very good, brother. Very good.
I don't know, man. They're supposed to be good, but they're always fucking around. They're always messing around. What?
No, you sound great this way.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, to bring it all together. Since you have the Avatar with the Matrix and that, and it's more Christian leaning. Great information. I mean, it's a short video.
And yeah, this Melchizedek deck stuff is very interesting. If you're interested in this stuff, you should look into all the Gnostic tests, you know, like the Sophia Pistis, all the Nag Hammadi kind of stuff. I think this is a part of it. I think this is be considered a part of it. Same with the Book of Giants. I guess you could wrap that in there, and the Enoch thing.
Yeah, they all have a consistency and a relative a relevancy to each other, whether it be the Anumilis or the Vedas, you know, the New Testament, the Old Testament. There's shadows of all those writings within other cultures, religions, and writings throughout the ages. I mean, isn't it every culture pretty much has a flood story? You know, from one side of the globe or flat land or whatever we're on, toroidal field, to the other.
I think so. Like every
Welcome.
culture has some sort of origination, flood story of some sort, which is, if every culture on Earth kind of has that kind of a story framing, it's a good chance that is probably what happened.
That's the way I look at it. Is majority, the democratic majority wins on that as far as the cataclysm goes. If history is actually real and we're not in some type of electric simulation and we're living under the last Thursday effect. But there's so much, even the people that brought civilization after the cataclysm in the Younger Dryas, they're all similar. They all carry the little handbag. They all look the same. They all brought civilization back to the world. Well, who the fuck were these guys? Fallen angels? Who were they? And that's one that's left up there with the speculatory, but still it's relevant because it's etched in stone in every culture. Shows this individual with the wristwatch or thing and the handbag and delivering knowledge right after the cataclysm in the Younger Dryas. So, even that is cross culture inscribed in stone.
Yeah. So you have your cross-referencing, objective, data evidence that the atheists are always looking for, right?
Yeah, I was gonna see the free. Can you screen share the the Matrix video?
Yeah, I've got it ready to go.
You should see the symbolism in that. It's fucking interesting as fuck. I think you'd enjoy it.
I've got it queued up there, Axis, if you want to.
Gotcha.
Oh, you have to re-let them back into the screen share thing, Axis.
This ain't it.
Yeah, recipes. This guy unfortunately passed away too. But yeah, he has some good information.
Here we go.
2 esoteric thoughts. He is the chosen one, the reluctant hero, the savior, and the one who would lead his people to freedom. In order to do that, he must sacrifice himself and rise from the dead. Does this sound familiar to you? This is not Jesus. This is Neo in the film The Matrix, an extremely popular film franchise. The film bears many hallmarks of not only Christianity, but also Gnostic theology, Buddhism, Hinduism, and mythology, and the esoteric meanings reveal the religious premise the film was based on. There is too many esoteric symbols and words to cover in one video, but let's look at the main ones. Neo's real name is Thomas Anderson. Using etymology, Anderson is from the Greek root word andro or andros, meaning man, and son, which makes Neo the Son of Man. Son of Man is a title used for Jesus. His first name, Thomas, alludes to the biblical doubting Thomas in John chapter 20. Thus he transforms from doubting Thomas to Neo. The name Neo is a clever anagram for one, O-N-E, equating to Jesus, the so-called chosen one. Morpheus is the god of dreams from Greek mythology, and he frequently makes reference to dreams in the film. Trinity completes the Trinity with Neo and Morpheus, as in the Holy Trinity in the Bible, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Cypher has a dual role, one of which equates to Lucifer, Lu-Cypher, and refers to himself as the messenger. Lucifer is also referred to as the messenger in 2 Corinthians 12 verse 7. Cypher is also a Judas figure because he betrays the Christ figures Neo and Morpheus. He sells Morpheus for the equivalent of Judas's 30 pieces of silver, steak, wine, and being reinserted into the Matrix. The Oracle connects to Greco-Roman mythology, such as the Oracle at Delphi. Theologically, she operates more like the Holy Spirit, inspiring, directing, and prophesying. She is the origin of the prophecy of the One. Agent Smith is another Lucifer figure, a fallen angel created by the creator of the Matrix. He has hatred and contempt for man and wants man to remain in the Matrix in a world of disillusion. The Merovingian is based on the Merovingian dynasty, the ruling family of the Franks from the middle of the 5th century. Thus the character has a French accent. Persephone is the wife of the Merovingian, taken from Greek mythology, the daughter of Zeus. As we go through the scenes, we reveal more subtle esoteric themes. During one of the first scenes, Neo is addressed as, "Hallelujah, you are my savior, my own personal Jesus Christ." Throughout the film, Neo is referred to directly and indirectly as Jesus multiple times. The book he hides his discs and money in is called Simulacra and Simulation, a philosophical book about the relations between reality, symbols, and society. When Neo enters the ship Nebuchadnezzar for the first time, we see a plaque with the inscription Mark 3, number 11, which relates directly to the New Testament Gospel of Mark, chapter 3, verse 11. And unclean spirits, when they saw him, fell down before him and cried, saying, "Thou art the Son of God." The name of the ship, Nebuchadnezzar, is a direct allusion to the Neo-Babylonian king who besieged the city of Jerusalem and is mentioned in the book of Daniel, in which we find a set of stories announcing the coming of the Messiah by Daniel, who interpreted one of Nebuchadnezzar's dreams. Neo undergoes a baptism, being born again when he is unplugged from the Matrix, and goes through a rebirth from the womb, signified by the pods. When Neo visits the Oracle, notice the candidates are all children except for Neo. This goes back to Morpheus's comment soon after waking Neo. "We never free a mind once it's reached a certain age. It's dangerous. The mind has trouble letting go." The same is true of people's reluctance to accept truths and leave religion as they get older. There is a placard above her door. This is a Latin phrase translated as "know thyself." These words were inscribed upon the Temple of Delphi, home of the Oracle of Delphi in ancient Greece, on whom the Oracle herself was based. You'll also notice the double-headed eagle of Scottish Rite Masonry, illustrating the principle of Gnostic dualism. Morpheus's license plate, DA203, relates to Daniel 2 verse 3. And the king said unto them, "I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know the dream." Agent Smith car reads IS5416, relating to Isaiah 54 verse 16. "Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy." In the epic car chase with the villainous twins, their car reads DE2852, relating to Deuteronomy 28 verse 52. "And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates, until thy high and fenced walls come down, wherein thou trusteth, throughout all thy land. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates, throughout all the land which the Lord thy God hath given thee." The main city is called Zion, which relates to the biblical Jerusalem, humanity's last refuge. There is definitely a parallel between the Babylonian captivity of the Jews and the remnant of humanity forced to live underground in the Matrix. Humans were exiled from the surface of the earth, while a foreign power, the machines, ruled their former homeland. Room 303 relates to Trinity, as she is one of the three forming the Trinity. This is the first room in the film and the last room used in the first Matrix film. 101 is the number on Neo's room, relating to Neo being the One. This number is symbolically shown a number of times. The Merovingian's restaurant is on the floor level 101. The car chase takes place on Highway 101, and 101 is sprayed on the wall where Neo talks to the Oracle in The Matrix Reloaded. Many of the key events and meetings occur at noon, the number 12. Trinity goes to the power station at 12 midnight. Neo goes to the Merovingian's restaurant at 12 noon. The film makes several references to paying taxes, a subtle reminder to the fact that those trapped in the Matrix are enslaved, paying more than they realized. Paying taxes symbolizes life in the Matrix and not knowing the truth. Agent Smith says, in one life, you are Thomas A. Anderson. You pay your taxes. Morpheus says, you can feel it when you pay your taxes. And Neo, in his discussion with Trinity, the Trinity that cracked the IRS database. The names of the ships are also significant. They relate to pagan gods, religions, biblical characters, and mythological weapons. The theme of the resurrection is played out a number of times. In one scene, Neo gives up his life in a crucifix pose. After 72 seconds, analogous to 3 days, Neo rises again or is resurrected. Jesus dies and resurrects after 3 days. Neo's journey in the movie bears many hallmarks of classic myths. Neo is not here to save anyone from sin, and his purpose has nothing to do with bridging the spiritual gap. Neo arrives to release us from ignorance and illusion. The people need liberation from their illusions, not necessarily salvation. In a future video, we will continue to explore the esoteric symbolism in films. Thank you.
That was interesting. I didn't know those little facts and eggshells. Easter eggshells. Shit. Easter eggs. Somebody was very observant and
Yeah, look at them. Look how much they're hiding. Simulacra simulation, the book. They had a computer virus, and yeah, they knock on the door looking for them.
well, that's why, I took on the aspect of Omnius that I do, is because it seems that there's value in every mystery school, every religion, philosophy, or that there always seems to be something esoterically or just generally valuable in each religion and philosophy, but don't become so ascribed to them that you can't see beyond that indoctrination of whatever you ascribe yourself to singularly. I get a lot of flack from, the fact that I may use something from the Vedic text, and I may use something from the Judaic Bible, and I may use something from Satanism, all within the same day, but I'm not ascribed to any. I don't dedicate myself to any one of them. I utilize the best of all of them.
That piece was pretty interesting. I bet you there's a lot of different movies and stuff that have a lot of that kind of stuff and that they review and make videos on. I bet you it's probably quite common. The Neo story is interesting though, because that dude that goes to the that buys the program from Neo and takes him to the underground club or whatever, he does say, like, you're my savior, you're my own personal Jesus Christ. That to me, it's funny when he says that.
Right.
it's just now I think they actually dubbed that out and they changed it with a different saying. But when you talk about when you talk about taking different parts of different religions and there's validity to all of them and everything, I think that's true. But what I will say is, as far as all other beliefs and religions will say that until you reach a born again Christian, and they will always not budge on their belief about Jesus.
No, they won't.
So what that tells me is either they're just that staunch, crazy, indoctrinated, or they might know something.
They've had an experience, and like I said, I'm open to that experience. Just the same way as Gen X Jeff was open to it. I mean, I can't say for myself I had a Jesus experience because I don't. If it was that profound, I don't remember it. So until that happens, I'm kind of left wanting in the wind.
Well, one thing I could say is, for me, the way that it happened was I would basically pray every day for him, because I didn't know at the time I was seeking him, but I didn't know if he was real until, you know, he did reveal himself to me. And that only was because I made sure that every day I prayed and said, God, if you're real, I want to know you're real. You know, reveal yourself to me, and I'll, you know, I'll follow you all the rest of my days, or whatever. You know, anything that basically would invoke the Most High, Father God of Abraham, to, you know, show me that he was real, aside from just these vague kind of signs and wonders and like coincidences and everything else. And I think if you go to the parable of the unrighteous judge, where basically there's an old woman that goes to the judge and says, "Avail me of my enemy," or whatever, and you know he doesn't give a crap because he doesn't care about anything, you know, because he's the power of the judge. Well, eventually she wears him down because she keeps showing up and keeps showing up and keeps, and so he like gets like, you know, annoyed with her to the point where he does give her what she wants. So you have to like just keep knocking on the door, and eventually he's going to show up, because it actually says that he kind of obligates himself to do so in the word.
I got you.
Go
I
ahead.
see where you're coming from. Yeah, I don't, you know, whenever I took the endeavor of you know, show me what truth is, and not truth as in solidified, truth as in something beyond Southern Baptist. And I didn't know what I was really looking for, but I knew it wasn't Southern Baptist. And I wasn't aware of all of the different aspects of religions and philosophies that were out there. And for me to leave a Southern Baptist family, a Southern Baptist church, and head out into a world of esoterics and diverse religions, you know, that was a leap of faith for me, to leave that all behind and say, well, piss on you, piss on your church, and piss on your hellfire and brimstone. And I became an enemy of the family at that point. So I believe, at least enough openness to me to receive such a thing. If it was, you know, to happen, I'm not going to deny it.
I think, you know, for me, it was like I said, it was just prayer was the key. Every day, anytime I thought about it, I would say, God, I want to know you're real. Reveal yourself to me. You know, I want to know you're real. Are you real? Like, where are you? You know, simple things just like that. But it took about 2.5 months or 3 months, and every day, like, you know, I would do that maybe 5 times a day, even. It's just depending on how many times I thought about doing it. And because I really at that time in my life needed forgiveness, and my persistence must have just wore him down, I guess, and he finally just revealed himself to me.
What was what does that look like? I mean, what did you go through that you said, okay, this is confirmation?
Well, I had a vision, sort of like I guess like the Paul on the Damascus Road or whatever had a vision or whatever. It wasn't that traumatic
Right.
or anything, but like I was trying to, you know, learn about Jesus and stuff. And so I was actually in the car with my mother on the passenger side, and I just, you know, prayed to God about, like, you know, my family was struggling as well. So I was like, you know, God help us, you know, amen or whatever. Next thing I know, like I felt like there was an anointing of like warm olive oil poured over my head, and then, you know, I was taken up into the spirit realm, kind of like the way John describes in Revelation. And you know, Jesus was there, and I saw the Father.
Really? If
pretty
something
amazing.
like that was to happen to me, that profound, with Jesus. Now I've had shit happen with, you know, other things that I've endeavored in that were as prophetic, but not with Christianity.
Yeah. So like DMT or drugs or something. Maybe or maybe
No,
not.
some of it. Sometimes I'll use enhancements, and then other times I won't use any enhancements at all. You know, binging and purging. But even in a sober state of anticipation for some type of verification that that's the way to go, because it's always been prevalent in my life. You know, it's not something that I scoffed at. I just haven't had the experience with it, man. What
One thing
about
I'll
you,
say
Cade?
is I've done
No,
like LSD, I've done mushrooms, I've done some other, psycho, whatever those are, mind altering type of substances. And I can't say that I've had like super weird, like far out entity, demon, gray, reptilian type of interactions or something like with DMT or something. I've never taken DMT. But what I will say is if you've had those experiences and you want to know if the one that is God is really God and versus just another DMT trip or something, the God experience is something that he will share his love with you, which is like you'll experience him probably visually, but also like he'll share his love of the love of God will be shared with you, and that is something that nothing else could produce, and it's undeniable, and you'll know that it's him because of that love.
that would be profound, because I can definitely say that, all these people that run around and they talk about all this love that emanates from them and what they're feeling, and I'm not talking religious. I'm talking even platform operators and people that come up on the panels, and they speak of this love, this profound love everything. Uh, I don't think like that. I know that I have enough animosity in me to feed an army towards certain things. I don't think that profound desire for everybody to be joyous, happy, and filled with love is not a concept that I can say is solidified in me at all. Seen too much.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
I just seen too much. Period.
Yeah. The thing is, if you have the God of Abraham show up or whatever, he'll want to share his love with you, and you'll feel his love, and that's how you're going to be able to separate any other kind of spiritual experience that you've had versus the one that you have with God. Because I'll watch like these DMT testimonies on YouTube or other testimonies of people like with what do they call them, the near death experiences and stuff, and they'll have interactions with other beings, and sometimes they are even described as being light and stuff, but they end up having some sort of either a fear-based experience where they feel like a fear or a coldness or a unresolved kind of a feeling, where that's never the way it is with God.
What about you, Cage? You've been involved in some of the esoterics that I've endeavored in. I'm sure you've even mentioned you had a few experiences. Are you possibly open to this this potential? I mean, if you had something happen and suddenly you had some Jesus revelation in that experience, are you open enough to be able to accept that?
The funny thing is, it's all done by social conditioning, right? So certain people can have these God ideals and these experiences, and they can correlate that to a specific being that they most likely provided for them, right? You're not just making this shit up. It's because someone told you it first, and then you're having this ideal. But it can be done through electromagnetic fields. You can actually stimulate it, and a certain percentage of people will have this like God response in there.
You got your headphones back in, don't you?
Yeah.
As you're all muted up, Cage. Now he's just
Well, I mean, what I'll say is, if that was the case, then that experience of the social conditioning with the electrodes and the being able to manufacture that experience would already be in a bottle, and they would have already put it on the market by now.
well, you would think, or
It's
there
already
would
out
be.
there. It's being used. But yeah, the funny thing is it has to do with people's, their preconditioning. If somebody who grew up being a Muslim or a Hindu or a Buddhist or whatever, anything else, right? They're gonna have a different experience and visualize or have a sort of vision that's being described through all these different texts, right? And yeah, so it's kind of preconditioned to the conditioning, the result.
I do. I do have a bit of research on the phenomena of the Islamic. There's a lot of people from the Islamic faith that are converted to Christianity here lately, and each of them are claiming a prophetic event happened to them. I thought that was an interesting bit of information. I don't know if you've been up on that or not, the freak, but
Yeah, not recently, but I've heard of Muslims that were seeing Jesus in the spirit realm, or having their Jesus born again experience, and becoming Christians and whatnot. But nothing of late. I haven't really heard any recent testimonies. But let me throw something out there, and if you might agree with this, and maybe there's a way to kind of break through all the other distractions of the social constructs that might be getting in the way. So the way that I define love is the only thing that could allow everything else. Okay, so
acceptance.
something that if something derived everything, only love could derive everything for everything else to actually exist without there being any threat, without there being any need to cut it off or whatever. Love is the only thing that could allow everything else. And so it has to be that God is love. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what kind of an unconditional acceptance of all that is.
It's kind of a logical way of trying to define, love and what would be the origination of all things and how all things could exist. Because let's just say, if all things were derived from, let's just say, like I don't know, like lust, or even like a euphoric kind of a mushroom high or something, that's not necessarily a pure thing. It's kind of a manufactured feeling, like the simulation or the social conditioning stuff that Cage is talking about. Whereas, love is a pure thing that by it, you can tolerate, say, a spouse who has an annoying, toothpaste habit or something, right?
Yeah, interesting analogy, but yeah.
So that being said, if we could put logically, we could put love on the top of the hierarchical chain of what actually can exist, then you can kind of push away some of these other religions and philosophies and shoot towards who the God of love really is.
Yeah, that would require a complete change of lived experience, things that I've endured and endeavored to have to persevere, and states where I've been in where there absolutely was zero compassion, zero love. It was null. It wasn't there. And I couldn't imagine applying love to a situation like that. So that's going to take some work, man. That's definitely going to take some work. What do you think, Kate? Could you love unconditionally all things, or just be the embodiment of love itself? Could you do that, Cage? Uh-oh. Did we lose Cage?
You must have a headset or something that takes a while to click in. It'll probably pop up in like 5
No,
seconds.
I'm here. I'm on the phone, but yeah, if I talk through here, you should be able to hear me. Yeah, with the whole love ideal. Yeah, the love thing that's a human fucking thing. When you guys are talking beyond this human thing, I think it's beyond that. Really, unconditionally means there's natural law, there's a code of nature, a code of reality, and you can you go against that, you get fucking dealt with. If you can flow with it, utilize it. If you go against it, then you get dealt with. Well, that's like evil and good and love and hate, and it's all degrees of the same thing. So the polarity, the dichotomy that's running this realm, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a provoking thought to freak, but I just have that's going to be kind of like the Jesus thing. I'd have to have some experience with that. I would have to have some type of interaction with that type of love to be able to even.
Definitely. How about this? It's not something that you need to experience, but it's just something that you need to logically conclude as a base of existence and reality, and our existence being able to actually exist. Because let's just say you put love at a starting line in a track meet, and then you've got like hate, you've got anger, you've got revenge, you've got all these other things lining up at the starting line with love. Eventually all those other things are going to peter out and wither away, and they're going to die, whereas love will continue on forever.
Yeah, I will definitely keep an open mind and an acceptance of something like that. I'm not going to deny it or dismiss it. But if I experience it, and I'd be more apt to now with the fact that you give me defining lines to say, okay, this is what happened, and this is the experience, and this is why now I can fully comprehend what you're saying and experience it for myself. So you did open that possibility up, man. So
That's cool. I think I had one more, but all of a sudden I can't remember what it was. It'll come back to me while we talk. So
yeah, and I appreciate you sharing your knowledge and the your concept of that.
Talk about like you haven't had that definitive love experience or anything.
Yeah.
For me, part of my testimony was I was the source of causing the not love. Like I was the source, I was the problem that caused the evil of to other people. And because of that, eventually it wore me down, and guilt built up, and I needed to get that boulder off my shoulder, and I needed forgiveness. And that's something that Jesus offers too. So I don't know if you you seem to be describing it in more of a way as being kind of a witness of it and kind of like having a PTSD kind of experience with it. Well, in my testimony, I was the cause of it, and because I was the cause of it, I definitely needed forgiveness, and there was nowhere else to turn except to Jesus Christ.
Wow. That's if anybody really takes that in depth for what you're saying, that type of guilt, that's that could be horrific. It can eat the mind. You begin to eat yourself. My endeavors and understanding of what I've been through with any type of guilt at all, it's self-consuming. I mean, like a cancer.
Absolutely. Like it felt literally like a rock on my shoulder that I couldn't carry anymore. And also the shame of what I had done was like my reputation and the shame. I was going to either find God or I was going to die trying, literally.
The fuck did you do? If you don't mind sharing it. Then.
Well, I don't want to really give the exact details because it
Not
was
the exact, just in the realm of what?
It was
What
violence.
what did you do so bad they're all guilty about?
It was violence, and it was someone that I know very intimately.
So domestic violence?
He didn't say that.
An intimate person. Well, maybe it's not domestic. So
Not necessarily intimate, but like
interpersonal
someone that,
violence or whatever.
someone that's like part of my testimony.
Okay.
So yeah, and
okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so that's what led you to it.
Yeah, I couldn't live with the guilt of what I did.
Do you have it? Cage, do you ever? I know I hear you talk about a lot of things that you did early in your life that you kind of felt a little remorse for. How'd you shed your remorse?
How did I what?
How did you shed your guilt and any type of remorse that you had for actions that you had to or that you were involved in at an early age? So I know you talk about
Recognizing what you did was wrong and then not repeating the same mistake again and moving forward. Doing better.
so
Uplift
that
other people around. Well, for me, I really don't. I'd do it again right now if I had the choice. Everything I've done. I really have no remorse for it in the get-go, but either way, I know there's probably better ways to handle it than that. So that's what I have remorse for. Not that I wouldn't do it again.
well, damn. I guess it's. You sure? Maybe it's. You had to have felt. You had to have felt some type of alleviation from that somehow. Was it the esoterics that you endeavor in? Was that a part of your release from carrying the burden of actions that you performed?
Not really. I never really hurt anybody like that. I never really did anything that bad.
Okay. Yeah, you're still young. You still got a lot of life ahead of you.
Man, no one was ever physically. I never really physically hurt anybody. Just scared them type shit. That's about it.
Right. Well, I appreciate you opening up, man, and sharing yourself like that on panel with the freak. That's commendable, man.
No problem, man. I think you have a quite a fascinating testimony too, and just your lifestyle and from the outside looking in, it's quite fascinating. It's like life in the fast lane meets like technical guru meets like philosophical, well above average, and like it's like, it's almost like waiting to see when a painter is like in the middle of a painting, and wanting to see how it ends up finishing. That's kind of how I view you.
That's commendable, and I am very honored by that. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. I'm really,
Yeah, no problem.
I don't even know what to say to that. That is definitely a compliment. Thank you. Wow, Christmas present. Love it. Yeah, and that it is that day, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've managed to pull
We
through.
talk about like Christmas and the day and the pagan thing and the Roman adoption, or it if I had to guess, I would say that it's more likely something that happened on the winter solstice, kind of like Easter happened kind of on the well, not Easter, but the crucifixion, whatever time happened at the solstice of the other side season. That's likely what happened. Like, so even though we might not be on the exact right date or whatever, it's I think that if we just honor God, however we like honor God, whether it be a little this or something that or whatever, I think that He appreciates that. So it doesn't have to be so strict and rules and Pharisee, in order to honor God.
Right. I just it was interesting how things have managed to manifest itself today. As far as even knowledge and information, it's been such a diverse facet, and to come to this point naturally, is kind of profound, because I think Christmas is potentially, if you believe in Christianity, the day that Satan was introduced and was born into this world. It may have been the day that he was cast down. It's a toss up between Christmas and maybe some type of ritualistic 9/11 ceremony. I'm not sure. But as far as also the breaking of movies down, there's a channel called Enter the Stars, and I can put the link out there if you want. But that's what he does. He'll take a movie and somehow whatever he believes to be God allows him to pull the most prophetic things out of decoding movies, and that's what he does. I don't know if you've ever heard of him before or not.
I haven't.
Okay, well, I'm definitely going to put the link down here for you, because I tune into him a lot, man. He's usually 100% on it whenever he starts dissecting movies. And he's got such a catalog of movies that he's dissected. Let me see if I can get him up here. First things first. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, his name is I've interacted with him slightly before. Casey from Enter the Stars, and I think you'll really find his channel fascinating. Okay, here we go. Here we go. And here we go. Right here. We'll snatch this, take this. And he does a show every day of the week except for like one. And he may take a week decoding just a single movie. But I put his his link in the chat there.
What do you mean decoding?
Well, he was able to.
Just watched with the Matrix, kind of like that kind of thing, or something else.
Yeah, like the Matrix thing that we just watched, and he goes that in depth. But he does it with a Christian perspective, and he's a devout Christian. I mean, he doesn't hide that, and he stands on that very intently. But he's able to pull out of the movies a lot of the esoteric symbology, some of the numbers, the imagery, things that you wouldn't generally put together. And he has a knack for being able to do this. So I kind of overlooked the fact that he pushes Jesus and started just watching his codes. And I thought, are they relevant? You know, how spot on is this guy? And after watching a few of his videos, I was like, damn, you know, he's either highly observant or, you know, he's got a profound sense of being able to see the prophetic.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and like I said, you'll just have to check him out, man, and see for yourself. And anybody in chat or that happens to be lurking, Casey's got a hell of a channel, man.
But you know who Smith is? Smith 06079 or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Me and Smith go back. Yeah.
You know, some of the you know, he says he's Christian and everything, and I mean I believe he's Christian, but like some of the things that he, you know, does with like numerology or gematria or whatever, like, you know, is going on, a lot of that stuff is, you know, I can't really get on board with that. So, you know, if they're like, if this guy is like, you know, kind of off the wall like that, I mean, I might not be on board. But if he's not, and everything lines up, and you know, and it's all good, then great. But there's a lot of like, you know, I love Smith. I like, you know, I believe he is Christian. He's probably saved. I think he's probably saved. He doesn't even know if he's saved. But you know, he starts throwing around these like numbers and line up with Kobe, and you know, and it just doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't lead anywhere. It's like I start to get like lost in some of that sauce. You know what I mean?
No, Casey's nothing like Smith. They're night and day. But you know, that's, you know, you'll just have to look and see. But he's very well spoken. He doesn't come at you sideways, and he is very coherent. You know, there's no incoherency in what he's identifying. So no, it's not a Smith type person. I couldn't tolerate that anyhow. I wouldn't tolerate that. You know, I'm not denying that Smith may have some insight on numbers and correlation of them, but that doesn't mean that everybody is going to catch on and be coherent. And he gets a little upset at people if they can't follow along with him. And I just don't. You know, I just can't do it. And I don't find a lot of his number associations to be relevant to much of anything. You know, it's just kind of like, okay, you got those numbers. What are you identifying? You know.
Yeah, that's where I get lost too.
Right. So, you know, that's my observation. But you won't run into that with Casey or any of the stars, like I said. And I'm not promoting any particular individual above another. It's just that I appreciate Casey's channel and what he has to offer.
Cool. For Cage, you know, on that AI program that he's got, the Paul model, you know, Paul, whenever I see Paul, he seems to be more kind of like a higher alert, or I don't know how do I say it, like more of a irritated kind of a Paul voice, where like this one that you have is kind of like a really laid back, matter of fact, like broadcasting the news, like monotone kind of a Paul, where like normally whenever I see Paul, he's like, usually in your face, like, you cowards, clowns, you don't do anything, slaves.
When I first introduced him with them, they were arguing, and the AI was like, "You're AI, I'm blood and flesh," and they were arguing about who's real. And it was funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, I ran into Paul. I was lurking on another channel, and Paul showed up out of the blue in an odd appearance, and apparently he's fasting and on some type of self-discovery, introspective journey. I don't know if you guys have seen him lately, or whether he was just doing a bit. But he come on We Are Awake, and he was able to and managed to stay on the panel for the course of his duration on that show.
Wow.
And he was talking. Yeah, he was actually he was laid back. He was calm. He was precise, and he claimed to be on some type of spiritual journey for finding peace within himself. And I was thrown back by that completely, as you can imagine.
Well, I saw like a couple of his titles that he's fasting, which is great. If he mixes in some prayer with that, he could really get some revelation according to the Bible.
I was just amazed that he knows about the Tao. Yeah, he does. The way, and he's introduced the Tao on several occasions, but to see him in that kind of hippie guru acceptance state was just, I was like, damn, man, that's out of character. But it was refreshing. I mean, he was polite, very polite. I don't know if you guys you can catch the stream that he was on, but it was the one where We Are Awake News, something about this being the last endeavor into panel shows or something like that, or he had some name for his last excursion into interacting with a particular group of people.
Wait,
and
that was Paul's last? That was Paul's last declaration, or the other person?
It was the other. It was Ian's last declaration to, I guess, his opposition and his haters, and but it didn't turn out that way. It turned out that people were actually being respectable and very nice, which kind of muted the fact that he was on there, like, this is the last time I'm going to address these monsters and parasites and energy drainers, and he was met with without resistance. And then when he announced that he had a girlfriend, that completely threw the entire panel into a brain recoil, and people just started dropping off. Man, it was a trip. It was really wild to see that everything transpired there. And Ian, he's on some type of spiritual journey now too.
Interesting.
Yeah, I bet it was.
What about when you were living your rock and roll, sex, drugs, rock and roll, touring, all that stuff that you were doing and stuff? Do you remember if there was a specific time or situation where you decided that you weren't going to be your times as a quote unquote kind of a soldier had passed, and now you're taking the older, wiser kind of laid back mindset mentality for your life?
When I got stabbed, when I got my life handed to me by another individual.
Wow.
And I had to stay in a safe house in Chicago after I left the University Hospital in Louisville. And what transpired, you know, while I was at that safe house allowed me a chance to break free from all the vices, the hang-ups, and the things that I was endeavoring in, because they eventually led to the situation that I was in. And I kind of gave everything up. I had a short rebound in 2016 and did a small tour. But outside of that, yeah, I kind of put everything aside and had to take a new perspective on life. But I had my ass handed to me, so, you know, it was a wake-up call.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if there's anything that, you know, Paul mentioned that may have triggered this, or if this is just a natural progression of, you know, getting older, or what.
I was really wondering that, because he was so well represented there, and you know, had I not ever met Paul or knew his lure and history, I would have thought, well, this guy's channel is going to be great, man, because this guy's definitely on something here. But I knew Paul's history, and I know his lure, and I was like, the fuck? This is out of character. I'd really, you know, really like for you guys to see that, because I was hoping he would keep that demeanor going. I don't know if he carried it over to his channel or not, but you know, it was a pleasant Paul, one that, you know, I would invite on this channel and interact with. Yeah, it was neat, and I'm sure
Cage
he
definitely,
still got that up.
yeah, I don't know, like he definitely doesn't like me, but I know Cage has probably had some history with them, and I don't know if he doesn't get along with him anymore or what, but I'd be interested to hear.
And Cage has kind of got the blessing of the panel walker. He's able to walk across many different
I don't have any
live
issues. I have
streams.
no issues with anybody online, bro.
Right.
I don't know. I don't give a fuck. If I'm not there, I'm not there. I don't know what's going on. And I really don't care either way. You know?
Right.
I'm here to learn, but
like, you can't say that you haven't, like, if you've had any interaction with Paul, there's usually gonna always be some sort of, there was a conflict at one point. Like, you know, no one escapes the Paul train unscathed. You know what I mean?
The hazing.
The hazing.
Yeah, I don't know that Cage is. I've seen him be hazed by Paul. I don't think it would make a difference with Cage, though. I don't think that would bother him.
I see Cage get pretty hazed up on OTWs, but I can't remember if he's ever been on Paul's to for that. But
hazed on OTWs.
You know, you'd be up there and just a whole bunch of, like, you know, just the regular you know, like crew or whatever would just, you know,
I'm not involved in
all go at each other, and you know, a lot of times everyone's in the crosshair at some point.
It doesn't matter. But either way, you should have seen. Did you see OTW AI roast OTW? They're like fighting with each other online.
Yeah, that's another one. If you guys
that's what I introduced them, should I just observe and laugh and leave? That's it.
You should have sold it to them.
Oh.
We'll license it to them. I could.
Well, for one time, I will say for everybody to at least go check that out at OTW's, and if he's still got it up and posted, apparently it's worth seeing. So I'm gonna throw that out there. And OTW, I don't think he's got anything else attached to his header, I don't
Yeah,
have.
they've been using the AI constantly, apparently now. And he put
Okay.
into a mode where it's like, yeah, roast me, and it was going off on him. It's kind of, he's like, you're like fighting, you're hearing yourself fighting an AI. It's like, what the fuck is going on? This is 2024, bro. We only have a few days left. Who knows
Or
what's happening in
OTW.
2025?
Because he was getting it earlier in the week from Paul and Brian O'Shea on Brian's panel. You know, they were digging into him, or I don't know if OTW brought it on himself, or if it just ended up being like, you know, they pulled the basic, you know, look in the mirror, you know, do better, the whole spiel on OTW, you know. And so then you tell me that the AI tore it to him this last week, so it's like he's got to be beat up right now.
He gets, oh man, OTW, he's a character when he gets wound. I mean, that guy can project. And to see him in action when he is truly going off, it's almost a work of art. It's poetic.
Yeah.
Oh man, the profanity and just his animation, the way he comes across. You don't know whether to kind of step back for a second or just laugh your fucking ass off, man, because he gets wound. So I can imagine, you know, him getting his ass chewed a few times. He's probably getting close to ready to blow.
Probably.
I've seen, yeah, he's done it on Z's. He's done it on We Are Awake, and he's done it on his channel. It's been amusing to watch. Me and OTW got bad history, and I don't hold a grudge against him. Yeah, I don't hold a grudge against him, but I don't think it's something that either one of us care to repair. You know, he doesn't clash, or he clashes with my personality, and I clash with his severely. So,
Wow. Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, I'm looking at my YouTube feed, and it looks like, I don't know if you know who T-Jump is. But Destiny and T-Jump are going to have a debate on T-Jump's channel at 10 a.m. today, 10 a.m. Arizona time. So that is going to be epic.
Well, throw the link in the chat, man. It's going to be an epic event. Definitely, we're all about epic events. I've heard, but I haven't ventured there yet. I'm still kind of hesitant from the last conjunction in the full moon and recovering from everybody's disposition. So, but I will check this out.
He's quite a character, and he gets political. So, and he's he's like a lefty. He's really kind of a lefty commie, kind of a outlier, like mainstreamer. It's very strange, you know, but T-Jump is also a lefty, but more, you know, down to earth, more logical, more contained, more like heterosexual. And so to see these two guys going to actually debate about something is going to be interesting for me anyway.
Sounds like a Spurg fest.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to hear somebody that has blue hair and lets his fucking girl get banged and his wife get banged. Why would I want to hear their opinion on anything? What the fuck?
Just because it's left versus left, you know. But the one thing Destiny is good at is
you're fucked, buddy.
He's dominant in debates. Like he could gish gallop like nobody's business and leave someone who's like, you know, supposedly a brilliant person like dumbfounded.
What did you say? That did I catch that? Cage, what you?
This Destiny
say?
character, he's like some weird cuck online that has blue hair. He's like a libtard weirdo. He's obsessed with politics and all this shit. He has blue hair and he lets his like wife get fucked and shit. Yeah, it's weird.
His wife?
Yeah, get fucked by other people, and he's like all cool about it and shit. And it's really weird. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Some psyop shit for sure.
Apparently, some of his revenge porn was leaked, and like, you know, Nick Fuentes had sex with, you know, like a whole bunch of people you wouldn't expect. Like he's having sex with her. It's weird. It was very strange.
Sounds like a new circus, man. A new circus come to town.
Yeah,
Definitely going to have
it
to
is.
check that out.
So I put the link in the back because I don't think I've got a
Cool.
branch or anything, but
Dude, you should have a. Go ahead and post something. Let me rinse you up, man. You need to take care of. You need to take care of this too. I didn't realize.
I can post it, but it's not linking up.
Yeah.
And then I have it in the back too. So
Okay.
but yeah, like
Yeah.
on the left hand side, politically, like Destiny is like he's the guy that can ruin your career if you're a conservative, like Trump voter, Trump supporter. He can run circles around you and make you look like a fool and just eat you for lunch. For some reason, he could just do that. But the rest of his life is definitely like chaotic and weird.
It sounds intriguing. I mean, I wouldn't endeavor into such a thing with my partner, but wow.
Yeah.
Look at Axis answer. Axis is media trained now with the answer.
That's
He
yeah.
married a girl that he basically cuts some dude for a girl. He ends up marrying her. She's not American, and she moves here or whatever, or Canada or wherever they lived, and then she ended up owing like $200,000 in taxes to the country that she left. He paid it, and then she divorced him.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, with the
There
Destiny
is-
character, he has fucking
Yeah,
blue hair.
Destiny.
He cuts out his own. He's a. What do you expect? I would have. Who knows what else is going on?
It's
I don't give
brutal.
a fuck. These people are retarded. Why the fuck are you watching this shit online? So you're doing with this.
No, I mean I'm not watching them, but like that was news that came out. Everyone, kind of was like just it was shocking news at the time, because it was the whole like feminism thing and the debates about political, and then all of a sudden his wife does that to him, and it's like,
All right. Do you vote? Did you vote recently?
yeah, I voted.
For fuck's sakes, man. Did you get the vaccinated too or no?
No, I didn't do the vax.
So you do vote. Okay. Well, they got you one way.
Yeah, I
the Truth or Community interrogation. Did you vote? Did you get the vax? What shape is the earth? Okay, you're good. I love it.
You fuck off at that point. The voting and the vaccination is enough. Even there.
I don't see
Maybe
how voting is a
really
problem
cold.
though, because I mean, like how else are you supposed to be actually, heard or your will be done unless you go, try and, go to a town hall meeting or something and get ignored or whatever, and you get your 1 minute time allocation. It's like, well, what the hell? But I voted for Donald Trump. That's for sure.
I kind of agree with Lord down here. Is I as much as people like to think that their vote makes a difference, isn't it electoral votes that determine and not popular vote?
Right. But still, your state has to win, for that candidate. So, like, the vote goes towards the state, and then that goes towards the electoral college. So, listen, if the votes didn't matter, they wouldn't have tried to delete Donald Trump.
You got a point there. They did mess with the popular vote. They did kind of, well, they say the election was taken by manipulation of popular vote. So I don't know. I have a hard time believing that as powerful and as prominent as the government is to stay with the same faces and places, that they're going to allow the general public to influence or sway their directive. They might give them that illusion, but they're still going to do whatever they decided to do. And I think it's mostly influenced by corporation, pharma, technology, and warfare.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. You know, I have my doubts and I have my concerns about voting procedure. But you never know. I mean, maybe they do.
That's the thing that Donald Trump represents, though, is the basically cleaning house of that apparatus if it's possible, because you can sit there and say like, yeah, your vote doesn't matter, this and that, and say you're against the system. Well, that's Donald Trump. So I don't see what the big problem is, or saying that you're, this or that if you're voting. Well, no, I'm just, you're trying to get the system changed from within before you actually have to do a J6 with guns, kind of a thing. And also, like, if you've ever had anyone in the military in your family, like a father or a grandfather or whatever, like it's almost an insult to not exercise your right to vote if you believe it's something, like cleaning house in Washington, D.C., because the government is literally expert at getting everything wrong every time at this point, and that's when you got to clean house.
That's what he stands on. I allow everybody their right and their freedom to their chosen religion or political party, or that's not going to be contested here. But we will observe the presence of fact. And I don't like the Biden administration. I didn't like his policy, especially the border and the funding of Ukraine kind of upset me. Whenever there was still great need here in the States, and then him giving a financial incentive to people crossing the border while there were still hungry Americans and homeless Americans. I couldn't get behind that at all. But I'm not a big Trumper either. It's because I know that some of his, and I'll just directly say, he lies, man. He plays both sides. He did it with the vaccine. He'll say whatever is necessary at that moment to persuade the hearts and minds of those who, I guess, are behind him. And if you're there, you may be blinded to some of his doublespeak.
Yeah, probably some truth in that. But I think Trumpers realize that yes, he is a salesman. Like that's who he is. He's a salesman. They tend to kind of be eccentric with some of their emphasis, emphasis on different parts of what they're saying or whatever. But all politicians kind of do that to a certain extent. The problem is, since like W. Bush, like the government apparatus and the government mainstay like have no, I think that they're mad at Donald Trump because he told them to show up for work every day on time, and they just don't want to listen to him, And so if he wants to kind of reel them back in and get it to where they're not effing every single thing up all the time, they just don't want to have to deal with that. So like, literally the bureaucrat Washington machine is doing everything it could to, get rid of him. But fortunately, there was enough voters that put him back in. And the way I see it now with the CIA is literally like the elites police force. And whatever the elites want, the CIA is their bagman. And, kind of like you said, and that's not a good thing for America.
No, and throw the Fed in there too. I mean, don't, not just the, the CIA and the powers that be, but the Fed plays a big part in, I think, a lot of movement of currency and funds, though I can't prove, and that's all speculation.
Yeah. Well, but the CIA is like the enforcement arm of the elites. Like, without them being rogue, basically, and following the elites and doing their orders, then those elites don't have as much power to bully us around and basically exploit us to where they're sending all our money to Ukraine and basically making it a slush fund for whoever they're being greasy with, and letting all these people that don't belong here in here and causing chaos and havoc and whatnot, and expect the country to actually survive.
Yeah, that complete dispersion of balance with the influx of the migration. I don't know how we're going to actually be able to sustain that. I can see Donald Trump coming in and cleaning the Ukraine up and potentially bringing some type of resolve to that. And even, I'm not going to say he can repair the Middle East, but he might be able to bring some stability to it. But the immigrant problem, that's like having fucking parasites in your bloodstream for the country. That's not something that you can take an antibiotic and say, here, we're not going to shoot each other anymore, and this is our resolve. That shit is definitely bloodborne infected into the country now.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're going to do with that.
Well, I'm not sure either exactly, but the one thing you can say is that under Donald Trump, the flow in was like at the lowest point that it's ever been, according to like since they were tracking it or whatever. So like even if he's just stemming the door stopping the flow of people coming in, that's going to be a big difference between what we've got going now, which is total neglect by Biden and total wide open borders and accommodations to boot.
I just hope they get it under some type of control, all of it, and I don't care who it is. Whether it be Trump or even a private party that comes in and helps. There's got to be some type of toning down of everything that's going on, because financially it's destroying this country. It's destroying the morale of this country as citizens, legal citizens go. And it's not something that I can see that it's going to be in any way, shape, form, or manner positive to the growth of our country, and especially the financial situation for American citizens.
Yeah. And like you got a lot of resentment building up now and everything else. So
yeah, division amongst the people that live in this country in every single way, from race to sex to political. I mean, you name it. If they're wearing a blue shirt, there's going to be an opposition wearing a red shirt, and there's going to be a pink shirt, and then it's just divide. And to me, that's a strategy to conquer a nation.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, from my perspective, see a less than positive outcome, man.
Yeah. And it's weird because in terms of the positions of the politicians in Washington, D.C. in particular, it's almost like a flip flop from back when W. Bush, they were talking about doing the wall thing and talking about doing immigration law and everything else. And the Democrats were the ones that were wanting to fund, like a wall and stuff. And now they're like totally opposed to it and all this other stuff. And it's like, the thing is, it's both conservatives and, liberals, Democrat and Republicans, whatever, that have both benefited from the illegal immigration, because a lot of these farmers that are like, you would call them conservative Trump voters or whatever, they're the ones that are utilizing this cheap labor, so, it's it's just it's a whacked situation, but the problem is it drives down labor costs for the American worker, and so housing and everything else is going up through the roof, and no income, and the income rate of for the regular Americans is like not going up, so it's pinching everybody.
I agree, because I felt it. The rise in costs of me sustaining myself, because I have to keep a medical team, and I'm on a dietary delivery, and I watched not only the service become affected by it, but the fact that I have to clear things through insurance now. That when I see the numbers, I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And just when I send one of my aides to the store, I'm watching a $20 bill just gone, and they're bringing back like a pack of gum and a 2 liter of soda. I'm like,
Right.
wow.
Yeah.
It just,
Yeah.
And I'm low hanging fruit, man. My ass can be kicked pretty easy financially and physically. So, I'm definitely feeling this. And if I'm feeling it, I know other motherfuckers are feeling it.
Yeah, definitely. So everyone, they'll say anything to basically try to say Donald Trump is bad or this or that or whatever. But when he talks about tariffs or you're talking about immigration, all that stuff that he wants to do is to protect the actual labor market in the United States, and even bring manufacturing jobs back and everything else. And then that way, if inflation, certain kind of inflation is causing housing to go up, or well, at least your wage is sustaining, with that increase, you could actually have a American middle class life and not have to work 3 jobs or take out a cash loan every week just to cover your car payment, or whatever weird thing is going on, because I don't think anyone is really flourishing right now. Like, people probably feel like they're just in a hamster wheel. The rat race is just not even looking, like they don't want to compete. They don't want to, like, what's the point? It's like, it's almost like a dead end, race to the exhaustion. It's not a very bright future the way it looks right now. But I mean, we'll see what happens.
And I think that's it. Is it's they've set it up so that they could slow roll us, and it's just going to be kind of something you got to set through and let it play itself out. And I think they know the potential outcome. I think they know, where this is headed, and they have it under control. It's just the general population adjusting to their narrative and becoming at least somewhat. For us, it would be aware of their agenda. For the general population, it would be, well, we're going to put cookies back in the cookie jar. So it just, when that cookie jar is going to be filled back up, and who's going to do it and how it's going to be done. So I think they got that. I think they already have that. They've already have the structure that it's just, as the application, is going to be a slow roll. And I think it's going to be painful. Because I know right now it's painful for me. I suffer, and I know I'm not alone.
Yeah, definitely. It's I don't see people. Maybe I don't know, it'll be good because like families will all have to cram into the same house, again, and they'll all be like in a family again, just to sustain a household. I don't,
Fucking Walton.
I don't. That sounds like a nightmare for a lot of families, I'm sure, but it's just that it's almost like as soon as you get a good paycheck, and you even got bonuses, and you even got like overtime, and there's always something that's going to come and vape that away, like right off the bat, and you're still paycheck to paycheck, and you're not going to get that thing that you want, like a house or whatever. And so, like, you and your woman are struggling. You don't know if you're going to be able to have kids. If you do end up having kids, then she's got to work up until like month 9, and then hope that she doesn't get fired while she's pregnant. It's just all
Right?
effed up.
Yeah, and it's a collapsing type of environment now. No matter what you do, it will cave in on you in the long run. It seems.
Yeah.
I think you're right about families moving in with families and having to sustain each other to get even a step ahead, if you can get a step ahead. And I would like to see all that addressed, and definitely have some political party in there that's going to straighten this shit out, because it's not sustainable right now, to my notion.
Yeah. You want it to be at least where you can have a young couple, say anywhere between, say, 21 and 25, be able to establish themselves and have children and be able to afford a place, and, go to work as a good slave, beta slave, and, be happy about it. That's really what you want in society right now, but we're nowhere near that, unless you're selling drugs or something, you're nowhere near that.
Right. And it's not, on paper, as far as earned income, they're eating you alive, man. Even with the raise in minimum wage, and what even fast food has to offer now, which back when I was young, hell, if you worked at McDonald's, man, you could at least afford a cheap ass room or an apartment. I don't even think that's feasible anymore. I don't know.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. Now, without at least one roommate or something, and that's like,
Yeah, I'm with you on it, Jafreak. I mean, you and I have a lot of similar energies and ideals, and I can resonate with you on many different things. So I think we're both in good company when it comes to understanding where we're at, and even in the esoteric sense, your point of view is always appreciated, and you're always appreciated. But I am going to have to shut this. Yeah, I am going to have to shut this down. I was going to give it till it would be 9 o'clock East time. The Freak, thank you for coming up, man. You're always a pleasure to have here.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Cage, I know you're out there. Hopefully, good talk with you. Until next time, guys.
Absolutely,
Merry Christmas.
Freak. Thank you.
Yeah.
And you too,
Take
brother.
care.
You too.
Mm-hmm.
And Bex, Lonnie, Dom, Venus. I've had such a plethora of people tonight. It definitely made this a wonderful experience. The chat, Lord, Maggot, Admin. I mean, wow. We've got our JG. Thank you for showing up, brother. Your story is always appreciated. I've been blessed. I've been blessed with this stream to have some of the best people that I consider in this particular edge of the metaverse. You guys are great, man. The chat, the panel, anybody that catches this in the future, know that I am humbled and appreciative of this experience. And hopefully it benefits somebody, or at least inspires or perseveres someone to continue forward. You guys are all fucking beautiful, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Axis out.